its worth during the Kargil War in the 1990s and was even used in the 2019 airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan. The MiG-21's long and impressive service record is a testament to its importance in India's military and aviation history. During the war with Pakistan in the 1970s, the MiG-21 was crucial. It was used for both air superiority and ground attacks, successfully shooting down enemy planes and providing cover for missions deep inside Pakistani territory. At the time, just like today, these jets were effective at neutralizing Pakistan's US-supplied aircraft. In the 1980s, the MiG-21 was used in a more limited role in Sri Lanka. As part of the Indian peacekeeping forces, the planes were used for air cover and reconnaissance. The old warhorse proved its reliability again during the Kargil War in the 1990s, where it performed important ground attack and air defense missions. The MiG-21 continued to be tested by both Pakistan and China in the decades that followed, always performing successfully. In the 2010s, they played a part in India's precision airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan, showing their continued relevance. More recently, in the 2020s, the jets have been used to patrol the line of actual control with China in Ladakh. With over 60 years of continuous and distinguished military service, the MiG-21 has a legacy that is difficult for any other aircraft to match.
All right, let's get you some other news. Unprecedented violence rocked Ladakh on Wednesday. And violence that the government say was not spontaneous but incited. The Ministry of Home Affairs has issued a strong statement naming activist Sonam Wangchuk, accusing him of providing mobs through inflammatory remarks, and they're walking away as the situation spiraled out of control. Now, Republic TV has accessed the videos, the government statements, and also the exclusive inputs that pieces together the chain of the entire events, from Wangchuk's provocative speech, including the Nepal mob model, to the emergence of a Nepal angle in the entire mob violence, to the CBI scrutiny into his NGO for alleged FCRA violations, and even fresh questions over his projects in Ladakh. Here is more on the story.
Ladakh witnessed unprecedented scenes of violence on Wednesday. Stone-pelting mobs clashed with security forces, leaving the valley on edge. By the evening, the Ministry of Home Affairs pointed fingers at Sonam Wangchuk, stating clearly that his provocative statements had incited the mob. Republic has accessed Wangchuk's video reportedly recorded on September 10th, where he called for mass movements in Ladakh on the lines of Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka.
Yang tene laksa mangpe mols thak chat pe gyurja yong chezino Nepal la yong steoto Bangladesh la yong steoto Sri Lanka yong steoto miwan se gyurja kyongan tene chik chik shina tene kyongan ok samara reale.
A statement that now backs the MHA's charge. Not just that, now Sonam Wangchuk's NGO's FCRA license has also been revoked for alleged foreign-linked transactions. But when asked, he plays the victim, blaming the youth instead for the protests, backpedaling on his Gen Z claims. He allegedly used the foreign funding to study sovereignty of a nation. But let's not forget, Wangchuk on camera had declared that he will allow the Chinese to enter.
जब चीन घुस आता है तो लद्दाख के लोग जान देकर रोकते हैं, मगर अब अगर भारत सरकार हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहा है तो अगली बार वो आए तो हम उनको रास्ता दिखाएंगे, हम रोकेंगे नहीं, हम जान क्यों दे जब हमारा कोई संरक्षण नहीं हो रहा है.
If this wasn't enough, he makes his most telling admission, openly invoking Bangladesh-style protests for Ladakh. If there was any doubt about his intent, Wangchuk himself clears it, calling for Nepal-like protests in Ladakh. Sources told Republic that at least 3 Nepali nationals were part of the mob that attacked security forces. Some were injured, others seen torching government offices. Police are probing whether a foreign hand fueled the unrest. But there's more. Wangchuk's so-called environmental projects are under review. Exclusive Republic images show his Ganglas project debris littered with non-biodegradable polythene sheets, raising questions about his green claims. In fact, Wangchuk's flagship Ice Stupa project has faced resistance from villagers who allege it caused water scarcity in Faye. The project, they say, failed to meet its objective and led to protests on the ground. Now, as the foreign funding to his NGO has been suspended, will the other players in the Ladakh plot also come under investigation?
And viewers, a chilling case of molestation has surfaced from the national capital involving a self-styled godman accused of exploiting his position to target young female students. Now, Delhi police has launched a manhunt for the accused and more victims are now coming forward. Here is the full story.
A case of alleged molestation from the national capital has shocked the entire nation. A self-styled godman, Swami Chaitanya Nanda, has been charged for sexually harassing 17 female students at a private management institute, an institute where he was the director. He is now on the run. As Delhi police is all out to track the molester, the probe has revealed back-to-back complaints against him.
जो पीएसवी के नॉर्थ में कंप्लेंट आई थी उसके तहत एफआईआर दर्ज कर दी गई है और अभी जो विक्टिम्स हैं उनके स्टेटमेंट्स लिए जा रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज प्रोसीडिंग एज पर लॉ। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है और बाबा को ट्रेस करने का फुल एफर्ट कर रही है दिल्ली पुलिस और दक्षिण पश्चिमी जिला भी पूरा प्रयास कर रही है कि अक्यूज्ड को जल्द से जल्द नैप कर दिया जाए। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन और एज पर लॉ देखा जाए तो जो भी को अक्यूज्ड हैं, चाहे वो वार्डन्स हो, चाहे फैकल्टी हो या किसी के भी अगेंस्ट अगर एलिगेशन होगा तो इट विल बी प्रोसीडेड एज पर द मेरिट्स ऑफ द केस एंड सबका रोल अभी एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है।
The first FIR against him was filed by the Sri Sharda Institute on July 23rd this year. Following that, an Air Force group captain emailed the complaint to the institute on August 1st. The officer was informed that an FIR has already been filed. Finally, a fresh complaint was filed by the institute against the accused molester. According to the FIR, the fake Baba would also force female students to visit his room late at night, luring them with promises of trips abroad. Not just that, the molester would also specifically target students from economically weaker sections. The FIR claims that students were also forced to change their names.
किस कोर्स में एडमिशन लेने के लिए आप आए थे?
MBA कोर्स में लेने के लिए आया था।
क्या आपने एडमिशन लिया था उस वक्त?
नहीं, मैंने ले नहीं पाया क्योंकि मुझे इस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में पता लग गया था।
क्या पता लगा?
कि ऐसे ही अच्छा नहीं इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है, तो इसके बारे में वही बार बार जो बातें चलती रहती थी, जिसके जो मेरे सीनियर्स थे कुछ, उन्होंने बताया था यहाँ कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है।
अच्छा, उस वक्त जो डायरेक्टर थे इंस्टीट्यूट के कौन थे उस वक्त?
उस टाइम डायरेक्टर भी ये स्वामी जी बैठते थे।
वहाँ जो अंदर का एटमॉस्फेयर है उसमें आपने क्या पाया? क्या कुछ ऐसा अलग पाया?
पहले ये बेसमेंट में हुआ करता था, इनका सिस्टम जो होता है खाने टाइप में बना रखे, छोटे छोटे कैबिन्स बोलते हैं जिसको, उस तरीके से। तो समय के साथ ये रेनोवेट भी हुआ है, समय के साथ फिर रेंट पे भी यहाँ पे कई एजेंसी आई थी, तो इसमें इंस्टीट्यूट भी चलता था। तो तरीके के यहाँ पे वो स्वामी जी ने बदलाव करते रहते थे अपने तरीके से।
Delhi police has issued a lookout circular to track the accused. Amidst this, the police also went to the ashram to conduct further probe.
Delhi police has lodged an FIR against a self-styled godman Swami Path, in which case what we have got to learn that there were over 30 women who have come forward and they have alleged sexual assault, and after that Delhi police has lodged an FIR in connection with the case. But right now the accused is still on the run, and Delhi police is navigating with the help of technical intelligence, and last location of the accused was found in Agra, but so far the accused has not been nabbed by the Delhi police team.
Southwest Delhi DCP Aishwarya Singh has said that the search on the premises has been initiated in accordance with the law and all digital evidence is being collected. A separate FIR was also registered after a car with a forged diplomatic number plate was found in the premises of the Sharda Institute. Delhi police has seized the accused's car, which he used to take the victim students to Rishikesh, and on the return, he allegedly molested one of them inside the car. Southwest District Police have recovered the BMW from the institute's premises.
This is the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi Police Southwest District team. Here you see, this is the car which was used by the accused Swami Partha, and the number VIP card number of this, here you can say this is GL4CCA0003. So what has happened earlier that the accused took one of the victims to Rishikesh in this very car, and this is the claim made by one of the accused, one of the victims in this case. And after that, what we have seen that the Delhi Police has taken the testimony in that regard, and right now they are investigating the matter. If you see the information that we have received from the Delhi police sources, that this was the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi police team. And earlier what we have got to learn that over 70 to 75 students who were basically in that hostel, and some of them have come forward. Over 30 students who have come forward in that direction, and they have given their statement to the Delhi police regarding that very investigation, because initially if you see the matter has come to the light on August 4th.
Chaitanya Nanda is on the run. Will the police manage to arrest him? Or will he too become the next Nityananda to flee the Kailasa?
And viewers, the Indian Air Force's MiG-21 jets made their final operational flights from the Null Air Force Station in Bikaner just 2 weeks ahead of their formal decommissioning in Chandigarh today. Well, in a symbolic farewell, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh flew solo sorties of the MiG-21 in the month of August, an emotional moment for the force. He also shared memories of his very first flight in this iconic jet. Let's take a listen.
Tejas was actually designed as a MiG-21 replacement. That's why it is a small aircraft. It was designed around MiG-21, and it was conceived with some kind of motivation from Mirage. That's why there's a Delta platform. And it is going to replace MiG-21 quite well, but it will have to evolve Tejas. Now we'll have to think of new weapons for Tejas also. And as a training role, initial fighter training role, I think it can fit in very well. So we have this 83 contract already on. We have another contract lined up to be signed very soon. So I expect, like we had the MiG-21s, various versions of Tejas, whether Tejas Mark 1 or Mark 2, or later on MK, will replace this fleet.
Viewers, it's time to take a short break, but we'll get you all the updates on a grand farewell to MiG-21 at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. It is indeed an end of an era. Also coming up ahead, all educational institutes are shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests in Ladakh. All the updates on those big stories and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी
End of an era, a grand farewell to MiG-21 at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh to fly the last sortie as India bids farewell to MiG-21 after 6 decades of service. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to preside over the farewell ceremony as the chief guest. Foreign funding under the scanner, MHA cancels FCRA license of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. All educational institutes are shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests in Ladakh. An External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar addresses G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for UN reforms. Viewers, with the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections on the horizon, the AIADMK General Secretary Ida Padike Palaniswamy has launched a blistering attack on the ruling DMK and its ally, the Congress Party. Now, addressing a packed crowd in Gudalpur, EPS accused the DMK of corruption, broken promises and dynastic politics, setting the tone for a high-stakes political battle ahead of the Assembly elections in the state. Here is the full story.
AIADMK General Secretary EPS delivered a blistering attack on the DMK and Congress during a public meeting in the 158th constituency of Gudalpur. This is part of a statewide tour ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Addressing a large gathering, EPS declared that AIADMK is already in the lead across Tamil Nadu and will return to power in the upcoming election. Taking aim at Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and his son, Minister Udayanidhi Stalin, EPS ridiculed their mutual praise. He also dismissed the ruling DMK's claim of implementing 98% of its 2021 poll promises as blatant lies, alleging that less than 10% has actually been fulfilled. EPS accused the DMK of corruption, scams, dynasty politics, and betrayal of public trust. He also hit out at the state-run Tasmac liquor outlets alleging illegal overcharging and criticized the government for prioritizing photo ops over real governance. The former chief minister also took a swipe at Congress state president, calling him a political nomad with no commitment to party ideology. He also cited growing discontent among Congress cadres over their lack of influence in the alliance. Referencing the 2G spectrum scam, EPS said that the DMK Congress alliance had brought shame to Tamil Nadu. Addressing criticism about AIADMK's ties with the BJP, EPS responded defiantly. The speech marked the latest in a series of campaign efforts by EPS as AIADMK gears up for a major political battle in 2026 against the ruling DMK.
On some other news, on a visit to China, a US congressional delegation has called for rewriting global economic rules to reflect the rise of powers like China, India and Brazil. Congressman Adam Smith said that the post-war order must evolve to meet today's realities, urging lower tariffs and open military communication between Washington and Beijing, warning that the world's two largest nuclear powers cannot afford silence. Here is more.
A visit by US lawmakers to China has put the spotlight back on global trade and power politics. In Shanghai, the US congressional delegation sat down with the mayor, wrapping up their 5-day China visit. The meeting began with the mayor introducing Shanghai as an economic and financial hub. Smith later asked a question on how the US-China tariff war impact Shanghai's economy and how it can be resolved. The mayor replied that as a major shipping port, Shanghai is among the hardest hit. Smith agreed that tariffs and barriers must come down and called for a robust debate on rewriting global economic rules. Smith closed with a reminder. As two of the world's biggest nuclear powers, the US and China must keep their militaries talking, even when disagreements run deep. From tough questions to calls for dialogue, the Shanghai talks ended with both sides agreeing on one thing: negotiations must continue.
And in some more international news, in South Korea, a group of around 20 to 30 tattoo artists gathered at the National Assembly to celebrate a historic moment, the lifting of a 33-year-old ban on tattooing. Long considered illegal under medical laws, tattooing is finally gaining legal recognition, marking a major win for the artists and the advocates who have fought for decades. Here's a detailed report.
About 20 to 30 tattoo artists in South Korea gathered at the assembly. They all shouted for joy and hugged each other. Reason: end of a 33-year-old ban. In a historic move, South Korea's National Assembly has passed a bill allowing non-medical professionals to perform tattoos.
너무 감격스러웠고요. 사실 기다리는 1분 1초가 진짜 1년 같고 10년 같았지만 지금 너무 행복합니다. 일단 아까도 말씀드린 것처럼 일단 가장 중요한 건 문신을 받는 우리 국민들의 안전, 그다음에 위생적인 부분을 저희가 조금 더 신경을 쓰고 앞으로도 계속적인 교육을 통해서 더 발전하고 안전한 문신사가 될 수 있도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
While the Korean Medical Association opposed the bill, arguing that tattooing poses serious health risks and requires professional medical oversight, the Tattooist Act got passed with 195 votes in favor and 7 in abstention.
대석 202인 중 찬성 195인 기권 7인으로서 문신사 법안 대안에 대한 수정안은 가결되었음을 선포합니다.
The law introduces a licensing system for tattoo artists, requiring them to pass a national exam and undergo mandatory training in hygiene and safety management. The sector, which has operated without oversight for decades, the new law is expected to bring safety and transparency to it. Thousands of tattoo artists will be able to work legally and the industry can thrive. This also marks a significant cultural shift in South Korea, where tattoos have historically been stigmatized and associated with criminality. However, with K-pop idols and celebrities openly displaying tattoos, public perception has changed over the years.
저희가 직업으로도 인정받지 못하고 또 하나는 뭐 예술가이지만 그 불법 시술가로서 그냥 이렇게 국민의 한 사람으로서 살아가야 된다는 게 너무 힘들었는데 진짜 드디어 이 정부에서 이 타투법이 통과돼서 이제는 뭐 저희가 저희 직업의 어떤 사명감과 책임감을 느끼면서 그 기쁘게 일할 수 있는 시간이 돼서 너무 감사합니다.
For years, South Korean tattooists had to work in underground studios or windowless backrooms. But with the new law now passed, they may soon be able to practice their craft in open.
Let's get you some more news from across the globe. A former president of France, Nicolas Sarkozy, was sentenced to 5 years in prison on Thursday. He was found guilty of criminal conspiracy in a plot to finance his presidential campaign with funds for Libya. Spanish Navy vessel, the Furor, is expected to set sail from Cartagena in Spain to escort a flotilla of boats attempting to carry aid into Gaza through the sea. Moldova finds itself at an electoral crossroads as the pro-EU ruling party, called the Party of Action and Solidarity, is on the verge of losing the national elections with no other pro-EU party on the ballot. Hundreds of protesters came out onto the streets of Rome and marched to the Foreign Ministry on Thursday, protesting Prime Minister Giorgios Meloni's support for Israel. The gunman who opened fire on an ICE facility in Texas before committing suicide reportedly hated the government and wanted to incite terror by killing a federal government employee, as was reported by officials on Thursday.
His words were definitively anti-ICE. That said, we did not find evidence of membership in any specific group or entity, nor did he mention any specific government agency other than ICE. Among his papers, though, was a handwritten note in which, in crude words, he expressed his hatred for the federal government.
Following increased aggressions against ICE facilities, a detention center in Broadview, Illinois, has put up fences as extra security against the attacks. Officials in the state of Illinois have said that these fences are illegal and must be taken down. Dozens of protesters came out in Paris demanding a release for 2 French nationals who have been detained in Iran over charges of espionage for Israel. And a year after Hurricane Helene devastated parts of the United States, the cleanup is far from over. Crews are still working across the southeast, plugging tons of debris from the rivers, lakes, and also coastal waters. The long road to recovery continues. Let's take a closer look.
Hurricane Helene devastated southeastern US in 2024, killing at least 250 people, causing damage worth nearly $80 billion in Florida and the Carolinas. A year later, the ghost of the devastation still haunts those who lived through it. Cleanup crews have been working on cleaning up the wreckage left over from the Helene, with debris ending up in Tennessee, about 145 kilometers away from where the hurricane made landfall. Mountain True, a non-profit tasked with cleaning up the debris left over from the hurricane, have been working since July, removing about 75 tons of trash from rivers and streams.
Originally, FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers came in. They were contracted to do big, large, extreme debris. And then we came in after them, noticing they had kind of left a little bit more trash in their wake, and we're coming in with that delicate touch, leaving it better than we found it.
Most of the debris collected by Mountain True since they started the cleanup has been plastic and PVC from local corporations.
With a lot of this pipe that has come from a local corporation, they cleaned up their property, but technically by law, they do not have to clean this up.
Volunteer Liz McGrill has been a part of the cleanup with Mountain True, saying she felt a duty towards nature that healed her.
So I felt kind of like it was my responsibility to get out here and not only do the thing that there's so many people afraid to do, but also just a responsibility to help heal the places and spaces that have healed me throughout time.
Cleaning up the wreckage left behind by Helene has been a huge financial burden on the states, with North Carolina requesting further funding.
I am making a new request of Congress for an additional $13.5 billion in recovery assistance. And I'll be headed to Washington on Wednesday for meetings to further this request to our federal partners. Here's where the $13.5 billion needs to go. First of all, people still need to get back in their homes. Roughly 74,000 homes were damaged by the storm. Very few of those had flood insurance. 96% of small businesses in the area reported impacts from Helene. Western North Carolina's economy relies heavily on the strength of small businesses, and if we don't support those businesses, we will lose jobs and people will struggle to put food on the table.
The United States is still dealing with the destruction of Helene that it left behind in its wake, as people like Liz still take on the painstaking task of picking up the debris the hurricane flung several hundred kilometers away in an attempt to return normalcy to the states.
And viewers, now let's take a look at some news from the world of business and markets. Here is our business wrap. Amazon has reached a historical settlement worth $2.5 billion with the Federal Trade Commission, which accused Amazon of tricking people into signing up for a Prime membership. $1.5 billion will be distributed amongst consumers who were tricked into a Prime membership. Jaguar Land Rover have said that they have begun phased restarts to a few IT systems which had been down since a cyber attack rendered its services inoperable at the end of August. Bengaluru-based telecom infrastructure solution provider Pace Digitech has raised 245 crore rupees from anchor investors before its initial public offering today. Elon Musk AI company xAI has accused OpenAI of stealing trade secrets to gain an unfair advantage and has sued Sam Altman's company in the California federal court. And viewers, it's time to take a short break, but do not go anywhere as news and updates continue on Republic TV. Keep watching.
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी
Star India pacer Jasprit Bumrah was named in India's test squad for the home series against the West Indies, while Devdutt Padikkal replaced an off-colour Karun Nair in the side. Ravindra Jadeja was named the vice captain of the squad to be led by Shubman Gill. The second game of the series will be held in Delhi from 10th of October. India's chief selector Ajit Agarkar shared an update on Rishabh Pant, who missed the cut for the upcoming two-match test series against the West Indies due to a foot injury. Agarkar said that the wicket-keeper batter is close to getting fit and he is hopeful of his availability for the South Africa series in November. Shreyas Iyer was appointed India A captain for the three-match one-day series against Australia A in Kanpur from 30th of September, but he has taken a 6-month break from red ball cricket to strengthen his back. Spinner Ravichandran Ashwin will play for Sydney Thunder in his this winter's Big Bash League and will become the first men's India international to play in the T20 League. Ashwin will travel to Australia following his commitments at the ILT20, likely in early January next year. Mumbai Indians appointed former Australia cricketer and two-time World Cup winner Lisa Ketley as the head coach of their women's team. Ketley, a part of Australia's World Cup winning squads in 1997 and 2005, is one of the most respected coaches in the women's game. Chris Srikanth has said that both Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli are automatic choices for him in the ODI team. However, the former selector said that the duo needs to play domestic cricket in order to get the rhythm. Rohit and Kohli have been absent from the field since the end of IPL and both men have started their preparations for the upcoming Australia tour. India made a strong start in the ISSF Junior World Cup with the women making a clean sweep of the podium spots in 50-meter rifle prone, while the men bagged a silver and a bronze in the same event on day one of the competition. Young Anushka Thakur won the junior gold in 50-meter rifle 3 positions with a score of 621.6. Anshika settled for silver with a total of 619.2. The Boxing Federation of India has announced a 23-member squad for the 3rd Asian Youth Games 2025 in Bahrain, with the training camp now underway at NS Patiala until 20th of October. The team was selected based on performances at the 6th Under-17 Junior Boys and Girls National Boxing Championship 2025, where the gold medalists earned direct entry. Romain Grosjean will drive Haas's 2023 Formula One car on Friday, marking his first run in the F1 machinery since his horrific Bahrain Grand Prix accident in 2020. Although Grosjean was injured due to mark a return to the F1 machinery with a run at circuit Paul Richard in Mercedes in 2021, COVID restrictions meant that this was called off. And on to some other news. A chilling case of molestation has surfaced from the national capital involving a self-styled godman accused of exploiting his position to target young female students. Now, as Delhi police launches a manhunt for the accused, more victims are now coming forward. Here's the full story.
A case of alleged molestation from the national capital has shocked the entire nation. A self-styled godman, Swami Chaitanya Nanda, has been charged for sexually harassing 17 female students at a private management institute, an institute where he was the director. He is now on the run. As Delhi police is all out to track the molester, the probe has revealed back-to-back complaints against him.
जो PSV के नॉर्थ में कंप्लेंट आई थी उसके तहत FIR दर्ज कर दी गई है और अभी जो विक्टिम्स हैं उनके स्टेटमेंट्स लिए जा रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज़ प्रोसीडिंग एज पर लॉ। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है और बाबा को ट्रेस करने का फुल एफर्ट कर रही है दिल्ली पुलिस और दक्षिण पश्चिमी जिला भी पूरा प्रयास कर रही है कि अक्यूज़ड को जल्द से जल्द नैप कर दिया जाए। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन और एज पर लॉ देखा जाए तो जो भी को अक्यूज्ड हैं, चाहे वो वार्डन्स हो, चाहे फैकल्टी हो या किसी के भी अगेंस्ट अगर एलिगेशन होगा तो इट विल बी प्रोसीडेड एज पर द मेरिट्स ऑफ द केस एंड सबका रोल अभी एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है।
The first FIR against him was filed by the Sri Sharda Institute on July 23rd this year. Following that, an Air Force group captain emailed the complaint to the institute on August 1st. The officer was informed that an FIR has already been filed. Finally, a fresh complaint was filed by the institute against the accused molester. According to the FIR, the fake Baba would also force female students to visit his room late at night, luring them with promises of trips abroad. Not just that, the molester would also specifically target students from economically weaker sections. The FIR claims that students were also forced to change their names.
किस कोर्स में एडमिशन लेने के लिए आप आए थे?
MBA कोर्स में लेने के लिए आया था।
क्या आपने एडमिशन लिया था उस वक्त?
नहीं, मैंने ले नहीं पाया क्योंकि मुझे इस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में पता लग गया था।
क्या पता लगा?
कि ऐसे ही अच्छा नहीं इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है, तो इसके बारे में वही बार बार जो बातें चलती रहती थी, जिसके जो मेरे सीनियर्स थे कुछ, उन्होंने बताया था यहाँ कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है।
अच्छा, उस वक्त जो डायरेक्टर थे इंस्टीट्यूट के, कौन थे उस वक्त?
उस टाइम डायरेक्टर भी ये स्वामी जी बैठते थे।
वहाँ जो अंदर का एटमॉस्फेयर है उसमें आपने क्या पाया? क्या कुछ ऐसा अलग पाया?
पहले ये बेसमेंट में हुआ करता था इनका सिस्टम, जो होता है खाने टाइप में बना रखे, छोटे छोटे कैबिन्स बोलते हैं जिसको, उस तरीके से। तो समय के साथ ये रेनोवेट भी हुआ है, समय के साथ फिर रेंट पे भी यहाँ पे कई एजेंसी आई थी, तो इसमें इंस्टीट्यूट भी चलता था, तो तरीके के यहाँ पे वो स्वामी जी ने बदलाव करते रहते थे अपने तरीके से।
Delhi police has issued a lookout circular to track the accused. Amidst this, the police also went to the ashram to conduct further probe.
Delhi police has lodged an FIR against a self-styled godman Swami Path, in which case what we have got to learn that there were over 30 women who have come forward and they have alleged sexual assault, and after that Delhi police has lodged an FIR in connection with the case. But right now the accused is still on the run and Delhi police is navigating with the help of technical intelligence, and last location of the accused was found in Agra, but so far the accused has not been nabbed by the Delhi police team.
Southwest Delhi DCP Aishwarya Singh has said that the search on the premises has been initiated in accordance with the law and all digital evidence is being collected. A separate FIR was also registered after a car with a forged diplomatic number plate was found in the premises of the Sharda Institute. Delhi police has seized the accused's car, which he used to take the victim students to Rishikesh, and on the return, he allegedly molested one of them inside the car. Southwest District Police have recovered the BMW from the institute's premises.
This is the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi Police Southwest District team. Here you see, this is the car which was used by the accused Swami Partha, and the number, VIP car number of this, here you can say this is GL4CCA0003. So what has happened earlier, that the accused took one of the victims to Rishikesh in this very car, and this is the claim made by one of the accused, one of the victims in this case. And after that, what we have seen, that the Delhi Police has taken the testimony in that regard, and right now they are investigating the matter. If you see the information that we have received from the Delhi Police sources, that this was the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi Police team. And earlier, what we have got to learn, that over 70 to 75 students who were basically in that hostel, and some of them have come forward. Over 30 students who have come forward in that direction, and they have given their statement to the Delhi Police regarding that very investigation. Because initially, if you see, the matter has come to the light on August 4th.
Chaitanya Nanda is on the run. Will the police manage to arrest him? Or will he too become the next Nityananda to flee the Kailasa?
Viewers, we are taking a short break, and coming up ahead, a grand farewell to MiG-21 at the Chandigarh Air Force Station. Today it is end of an era. Also coming up ahead, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar addresses the G20 Foreign Ministers meet on the sidelines of the UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for UN reforms. We'll get you all the updates on those big stories and much more after a short break.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
End of an era. Grand farewell to MiG-21 at Chandigarh Air Force Station. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh to fly the last sortie as India bids farewell to MiG-21 after 6 decades of service. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to preside over the farewell ceremony as the chief guest today. Foreign funding under scanner, MHA cancels the FCRA license for Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. All educational institutes are shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests.
External Affairs Minister Jaishankar addresses the G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for UN reforms. Well, thank you for joining us, viewers, this morning. Well, a legendary chapter in the Indian aviation ends today. At Chandigarh Air Force, what we are given to understand that at the Chandigarh Air Force Station, the MiG-21, India's first supersonic jet, takes its final ceremonial flight. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh will pilot this aircraft with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and the CDS in attendance. From 1963 to today, the MiG-21 has shaped India's air power through war and peace. Here's a tribute to this iconic fighter.
The Indian Air Force is preparing to close a legendary chapter in its history. Today, at Chandigarh Air Force Station, the MiG-21 Bison, India's first supersonic jet, will take its final ceremonial flight. The aircraft will be piloted by Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, and farewell will be witnessed with full military honour by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Chief of Defence Staff.
Behind me are India's first supersonic jets that were inducted in 1963. The first 7 jets were landed at Mumbai and assembled and sent to Chandigarh Air Base for induction. And the culmination ceremony is to take place on 26th of September 2025, marking an end to an unwavering guardian of the Indian skies.
It was here at the very same airbase in 1963 that the MiG-21 first soared into the skies with Indian colours from that day onwards. The MiG has become synonymous with India's aerial strength, protecting the nation's airspace for over 6 decades.
Size rockets to fire within the air ducts of the Governor House, ringing a sounding victory and accelerating the surrender process of the Pakistan during the 1971 war. These were known as the bunker busters, and these were also known as the runway busters, as these played a pivotal role in the 1971 war, wherein they bombed the runways, creating craters, destabilizing the Pakistani Air Force and bringing an end to the 1971 war. These 800 aircrafts have sadly seen the moniker given to them as the flying coffin because of the 400 odd crashes wherein 200 brave air warriors and 50 civilians unfortunately lost their lives.
The MiG-21 has left an indelible mark on India's military history. Over 874 jets were inducted into the Indian Air Force, forming the backbone of our aerial defence for decades. In the 1971 Indo-Pak War, they stamped their authority by shooting down Pakistan's F-104 starfighters. During the Kargil conflict in 1999, these jets struck deep into fortified enemy bunkers high up in the Himalayan ridges, proving that no position was beyond their reach. Even in 2019, after the Balakot strikes, Captain Abhinandan Vartaman entered hostile airspace and shot down a highly decorated Pakistan F-16 in a daring dogfight, a moment that will be remembered in eternity of Indian aviation. Yet, the MiG-21 carried a darker legacy. Out of 874 jets, nearly half, 482, were lost in accidents due to mechanical failures over 5 decades. These mishaps claimed the lives of more than 170 IAF pilots, earning the aircraft the infamous nickname, the Flying Coffin. Despite this, it remained an unmatched force in its prime, capable of speeds exceeding Mach 2 and reaching service ceilings of 57,000 feet.
These will now be replaced with the LCA Mark 1A aircraft, which is the indigenously designed aircraft. Out of the 800 MiG-21s, about 600 were built by HAL and the 200 were built by Russia.
The MiG-21 was a product of Soviet engineering. Designed to be cutting-edge supersonic fighter recognizing its potential, India partnered with the USSR to produce these jets domestically. From its initial induction to the final sorties, the MiG-21 exemplified India's ability to adapt, upgrade and maintain a frontline fighter aircraft for decades.
What marks today is a poignant end and laying to rest of a veteran. This ceremony concludes and shows the final moments of a warrior that has served Indian skies for the past 60 years.
62 years after its induction, the MiG-21 Bison prepares to take its final bow. It's not just a farewell to an aircraft, but to an air warrior that has defended India through generations of conflict and peace.
Viewers, as the Indian Air Force and the nation prepares to bid farewell to a true icon of the skies, we mark the end of an era. The MiG-21, a legendary fighter jet that has stood as a pillar of India's air defence for decades, is finally set to retire. With the legacy that spans generations, this aircraft has seen it all, from intense combat to proud ceremonial flypast. We take a look back at the remarkable journey of the MiG-21.
The legendary fighter jet MiG-21 has been a cornerstone of India's air defence for decades. With a storied history dating back to the 1950s, the MiG-21 has been a workhorse of the Indian Air Force. The MiG-21 helped India jumpstart its own aerospace industry. But after soaring the Indian skies for decades, legend is set to retire. And it is set to be replaced by more advanced fighter jets such as the Tejas and Rafale. The MiG-21 has seen combat in several conflicts, including the 1971 Indo-Pak War. Its performance in conflicts has been a testament to its capabilities as a fighter jet. MiG-21 first entered service with the Indian Air Force in 1963. With over 1,200 aircraft inducted over the years, designed by the Mikoyan Gurevich Design Bureau in Soviet Union, the MiG-21 was a supersonic fighter jet known for its speed, agility and versatility. Over the years, the MiG-21 has undergone several upgrades and modernization programs to extend its life and enhance capabilities. IAF has operated several variants of the MiG-21, including the MiG-21 BIS, which was the most advanced version of it. Despite its age, the MiG-21 has remained a vital part of the IAF's fleet, with many pilots and ground crew members having fond memories of flying and maintaining the aircraft. As the IAF is looking forward to the new aircrafts with advanced capabilities and technologies, the retirement of the MiG-21 will mark the end of an era. As the legend prepares to retire, it's a bittersweet memory for the IAF and the country. While it is sad to see an iconic aircraft go, it is also an opportunity to celebrate its achievements and contributions to the Indian air defence.
Viewers, after more than 60 years in service, the Indian Air Force is bidding farewell to its last MiG-21 fighter jets. From fierce battles with Pakistan to high-altitude patrols along the China border, this iconic aircraft has been at the heart of India's defence story. Let's take a moment to look back at the remarkable legacy of the MiG-21.
The MiG-21 has been a key part of India's Air Force for over 50 years. It has been involved in every major war and conflict, from fighting Pakistan's American supplied jets in the 1970s to patrolling the border with China today. After more than 60 years as the backbone of the Indian Air Force's combat fleet, the famous Russian-made MiG-21 fighter jets are set to be retired. The final squadron of this aircraft, known as the Panthers No. 23 Squadron, will be officially decommissioned at a farewell ceremony at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. This powerful plane has a long history of success, having been used for everything from ground attacks to air defense missions. It proved its worth during the Kargil War in the 1990s and was even used in the 2019 airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan. The MiG-21's long and impressive service record is a testament to its importance in India's military and aviation history. During the war with Pakistan in the 1970s, the MiG-21 was crucial. It was used for both air superiority and ground attacks, successfully shooting down enemy planes and providing cover for missions deep inside Pakistani territory. At the time, just like today, these jets were effective at neutralizing Pakistan's US-supplied aircraft. In the 1980s, the MiG-21 was used in a more limited role in Sri Lanka. As part of the Indian peacekeeping forces, the planes were used for air cover and reconnaissance. The old warhorse proved its reliability again during the Kargil War in the 1990s, where it performed important ground attack and air defense missions. The MiG-21 continued to be tested by both Pakistan and China in the decades that followed, always performing successfully. In the 2010s, they played a part in India's precision airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan, showing their continued relevance. More recently, in the 2020s, the jets have been used to patrol the line of actual control with China in Ladakh. With over 60 years of continuous and distinguished military service, the MiG-21 has a legacy that is difficult for any other aircraft to match.
Moving on, viewers, shifting our focus now. Unprecedented violence rocked Ladakh on Wednesday. Violence that the government says was not spontaneous but incited. The Ministry of Home Affairs has issued a strong statement naming activist Sonam Wangchuk, accusing him of provoking mobs through inflammatory remarks and then walking away as the situation spiraled out of control. Republic has in fact accessed videos, government statements and exclusive inputs that piece together the chain of the events. From Wangchuk's provocative speech invoking the Nepal model to the emergence of the Nepal angle in the mob violence to the CBI scrutiny into his NGO for alleged FCRA violations and even fresh questions over his project in Ladakh. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
Ladakh witnessed unprecedented scenes of violence on Wednesday. Stone-pelting mobs clashed with security forces, leaving the valley on edge. By the evening, the Ministry of Home Affairs pointed fingers at Sonam Wangchuk, stating clearly that his provocative statements had incited the mob. Republic has accessed Wangchuk's video reportedly recorded on September 10th, where he called for mass movements in Ladakh on the lines of Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka.
Nepal la yongsteoto, Bangladesh la yongsteoto, Sri Lanka yongsteoto, miman se gyurja kyongan optene, chik chik shina tene kyongan op samaragyale.
A statement that now backs the MHA's charge. Not just that, now Sonam Wangchuk's NGO's FCRA license has also been revoked for alleged foreign-linked transactions. But when asked, he plays the victim, blaming the youth instead for the protests, backpedaling on his Gen Z claims. He allegedly used the foreign funding to study sovereignty of a nation. But let's not forget, Wangchuk on camera had declared that he will allow the Chinese to enter.
जब चीन घुस आता है तो लद्दाख के लोग जान देकर रोकते हैं, मगर अब अगर भारत सरकार हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहा है तो अगली बार वो आए तो हम उनको रास्ता दिखाएंगे, हम रोकेंगे नहीं, हम जान क्यों दे जब हमारा कोई संरक्षण नहीं हो रहा है.
If this wasn't enough, he makes his most telling admission, openly invoking Bangladesh-style protests for Ladakh. If there was any doubt about his intent, Wangchuk himself clears it, calling for Nepal-like protests in Ladakh. Sources told Republic that at least 3 Nepali nationals were part of the mob that attacked security forces. Some were injured, others seen torching government offices. Police are probing whether a foreign hand fueled the unrest. But there's more. Wangchuk's so-called environmental projects are under review. Exclusive Republic images show his Ganglas project debris littered with non-biodegradable polythene sheets, raising questions about his green claims. In fact, Wangchuk's flagship Ice Stupa project has faced resistance from villagers who allege it caused water scarcity in Faye. The project, they say, failed to meet its objective and led to protests on the ground. Now, as the foreign funding to his NGO has been suspended, will the other players in the Ladakh plot also come under investigation?
Viewers, more news coming in. A chilling case of molestation has emerged from the national capital. A self-styled godman accused of exploiting his position to prey on young female students. A Delhi police races to track down the accused. More complaints against him are being revealed. Take a look at the full story.
A case of alleged molestation from the national capital has shocked the entire nation. A self-styled godman, Swami Chaitanya Nanda, has been charged for sexually harassing 17 female students at a private management institute, an institute where he was the director. He is now on the run. As Delhi police is all out to track the molester, the probe has revealed back-to-back complaints against him.
जो PSV के नॉर्थ में कंप्लेंट आई थी उसके तहत FIR दर्ज कर दी गई है और अभी जो विक्टिम्स हैं उनके स्टेटमेंट्स लिए जा रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज़ प्रोसीडिंग एज पर लॉ। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है और बाबा को ट्रेस करने का फुल एफर्ट कर रही है दिल्ली पुलिस और दक्षिण पश्चिमी जिला भी पूरा प्रयास कर रही है कि अक्यूज़ड को जल्द से जल्द नैप कर लिया जाए। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन और एज पर लॉ देखा जाए तो जो भी को अक्यूज्ड हैं, चाहे वो वार्डन्स हो, चाहे फैकल्टी हो या किसी के भी अगेंस्ट अगर एलिगेशन होगा तो इट विल बी प्रोसीडेड एज पर द मेरिट्स ऑफ द केस एंड सबका रोल अभी एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है।
The first FIR against him was filed by the Sri Sharda Institute on July 23rd this year. Following that, an Air Force group captain emailed the complaint to the institute on August 1st. The officer was informed that an FIR has already been filed. Finally, a fresh complaint was filed by the institute against the accused molester. According to the FIR, the fake Baba would also force female students to visit his room late at night, luring them with promises of trips abroad. Not just that, the molester would also specifically target students from economically weaker sections. The FIR claims that students were also forced to change their names.
किस कोर्स में एडमिशन लेने के लिए आप आए थे?
MBA कोर्स में लेने के लिए आया था।
क्या आपने एडमिशन लिया था उस वक्त?
नहीं, मैंने ले नहीं पाया क्योंकि मुझे इस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में पता लग गया था।
क्या पता लगा?
कि ऐसे ही अच्छा नहीं इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है, तो इसके बारे में वही बार बार जो बातें चलती रहती थी, जिसके जो मेरे सीनियर्स थे कुछ, उन्होंने बताया था यहाँ कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है।
अच्छा, उस वक्त जो डायरेक्टर थे इंस्टीट्यूट के कौन थे उस वक्त?
उस टाइम डायरेक्टर भी ये स्वामी जी बैठते थे।
वहाँ जो अंदर का एटमॉस्फेयर है उसमें आपने क्या पाया? क्या कुछ ऐसा अलग पाया?
पहले ये बेसमेंट में हुआ करता था इनका सिस्टम, जो होता है खाने टाइप में बना रखे, छोटे छोटे कैबिन्स बोलते हैं जिसको, उस तरीके से। तो समय के साथ ये रेनोवेट भी हुआ है, समय के साथ फिर रेंट पे भी यहाँ पे कई एजेंसी आई थी, तो इसमें इंस्टीट्यूट भी चलता था, तो तरीके के यहाँ पे वो स्वामी जी ने बदलाव करते रहते थे अपने तरीके से।
Delhi police has issued a lookout circular to track the accused. Amidst this, the police also went to the ashram to conduct further probe.
Delhi police has lodged an FIR against a self-styled godman Swami Path, in which case what we have got to learn that there were over 30 women who have come forward and they have alleged sexual assault, and after that Delhi police has lodged an FIR in connection with the case. But right now the accused is still on the run, and Delhi police is navigating with the help of technical intelligence, and last location of the accused was found in Agra, but so far the accused has not been nabbed by the Delhi police team.
Southwest Delhi DCP Aishwarya Singh has said that the search on the premises has been initiated in accordance with the law and all digital evidence is being collected. A separate FIR was also registered after a car with a forged diplomatic number plate was found in the premises of the Sharda Institute. Delhi police has seized the accused's car, which he used to take the victim students to Rishikesh, and on the return, he allegedly molested one of them inside the car. Southwest District Police have recovered the BMW from the institute's premises.
This is the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi Police Southwest District team. Here you see, this is the car which was used by the accused Swami Partha, and the number, VIP car number of this, here you can say this is GL4CCA0003. So what has happened earlier that the accused took one of the victims to Rishikesh in this very car, and this is the claim made by one of the accused, one of the victims in this case. And after that what we have seen that the Delhi Police has taken the testimony in that regard, and right now they are investigating the matter. If you see the information that we have received from the Delhi police sources, that this was the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi police team. And earlier what we have got to learn that over 70 to 75 students who were basically in that hostel, and some of them have come forward. Over 30 students who have come forward in that direction, and they have given their statement to the Delhi police regarding that very investigation, because initially if you see the matter has come to the light on August 4th.
Chaitanya Nanda is on the run. Will the police manage to arrest him? Or will he too become the next Nityananda to flee the Kailasa?
Viewers, coming up on the other side, end of an era, grand farewell to MiG-21 at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. Well, all education institutes have been shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests in Ladakh.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा.
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल. हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए. साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज, यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था,
Top headlines coming in. End of an era. Grand farewell to the MiG-21 at Chandigarh Air Force Station today. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh to fly the last sortie as India bids farewell to MiG-21 after 6 decades of service. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to preside over the farewell ceremony as the chief guest. Foreign funding under scanner, MHA cancels FCRA license of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. All educational institutes shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests in Ladakh. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar addressed the G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of the UNGA, raises concerns of Global South pushes for UN reforms. Viewers, a grand firework display took place last night at the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir, Jodhpur. Thousands of people from across Jodhpur gathered to witness this spectacular spectacle, and the temple premises were filled with excitement and joy. The devotees experienced immense joy by witnessing the colourful fireworks and took advantage of this unique event. Take a look.
The BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Jodhpur was abuzz with excitement and joy as grand fireworks display lit up the night sky. Thousands of devotees gathered to witness this spectacle, filling the temple premises with enthusiasm. The fireworks display was part of the temple's recent consecration ceremony, which was attended by thousands of devotees. The ceremony was marked by traditional rituals and prayers, culminating in the majestic fireworks display. The ceremony was a grand affair with the spiritual leader of the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, Mahant Swami Maharaj, performing the Pran Pratishta ritual. The BAPS Swaminarayan Temple in Jodhpur is a significant addition to the city's cultural and spiritual landscape. The grand fireworks display was a fitting culmination to the consecration ceremony. The temple in Jodhpur is a place of beauty, spirituality, and community. As it continues to grow and flourish, it is sure to become a beloved landmark in the city, attracting devotees and visitors from far and wide.
Shifting our focus, viewers, on a visit to China, a U.S. congressional delegation has called for rewriting global economic rules to reflect the rise of powers like China, India and Brazil. Congressman Adam Smith said the post-war order must evolve to meet today's realities, urging lower tariffs and open military communication between Washington and Beijing, warning that the world's two largest nuclear powers cannot afford silence. Here's more.
A visit by US lawmakers to China has put the spotlight back on global trade and power politics. In Shanghai, the US congressional delegation sat down with the mayor, wrapping up their 5-day China visit. The meeting began with the mayor introducing Shanghai as an economic and financial hub. Smith later asked a question on how the US-China tariff war impact Shanghai's economy and how it can be resolved. The mayor replied that as a major shipping port, Shanghai is among the hardest hit. Smith agreed that tariffs and barriers must come down and called for a robust debate on rewriting global economic rules. Smith closed with a reminder. As two of the world's biggest nuclear powers, the US and China must keep their militaries talking, even when disagreements run deep. From tough questions to calls for dialogue, the Shanghai talks ended with both sides agreeing on one thing: negotiations must continue.
Moving on, viewers, about 20 to 30 tattoo artists in South Korea gathered at the assembly and celebrated the lifting of a 33-year ban. We'll take a look at this detailed report as we continue to bring you these developments from South Korea.
About 20 to 30 tattoo artists in South Korea gathered at the assembly. They all shouted for joy and hugged each other. Reason: end of a 33-year-old ban. In a historic move, South Korea's National Assembly has passed a bill allowing non-medical professionals to perform tattoos.
너무 감격스러웠고요. 사실 기다리는 1분 1초가 진짜 1년 같고 10년 같았지만 지금 너무 행복합니다. 일단 아까도 말씀드린 것처럼 일단 가장 중요한 건 문신을 받는 우리 국민들의 안전, 그다음에 위생적인 부분을 저희가 조금 더 신경을 쓰고 앞으로도 계속적인 교육을 통해서 더 발전하고 안전한 문신사가 될 수 있도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
While the Korean Medical Association opposed the bill, arguing that tattooing poses serious health risks and requires professional medical oversight, the Tattooist Act got passed with 195 votes in favor and 7 in abstention.
대석 202인 중 찬성 195인, 기권 7인으로서 문신사 법안 대안에 대한 수정안은 가결되었음을 선포합니다.
The law introduces a licensing system for tattoo artists, requiring them to pass a national exam and undergo mandatory training in hygiene and safety management. The sector, which has operated without oversight for decades, the new law is expected to bring safety and transparency to it. Thousands of tattoo artists will be able to work legally and the industry can thrive. This also marks a significant cultural shift in South Korea, where tattoos have historically been stigmatized and associated with criminality. However, with K-pop idols and celebrities openly displaying tattoos, public perception has changed over the years.
저희가 직업으로도 인정받지 못하고 또 하나는 뭐 예술가이지만 그 불법 시술가로서 그냥 이렇게 국민의 한 사람으로서 살아가야 된다는 게 너무 힘들었는데 진짜 드디어 이 정부에서 이 타투법이 통과돼서 이제는 뭐 저희가 저희 직업의 어떤 사명감과 책임감을 느끼면서 그 기쁘게 일할 수 있는 시간이 돼서 너무 감사합니다.
For years, South Korean tattooists had to work in underground studios or windowless backrooms. But with the new law now passed, they may soon be able to practice their craft in open.
Viewers, news coming in from across the globe. Former President France, Nicolas Sarkozy, was sentenced to 5 years in prison. On Thursday, he was found guilty of criminal conspiracy in a plot to finance his presidential campaign with funds for Libya. Spanish Navy vessel, the Furor, is expected to set sail from Cartagena in Spain to escort a flotilla of boats attempting to carry aid into Gaza through the sea. Moldova finds itself at electoral crossroads at the pro-EU ruling party called the Party of Action and Solidarity is on the verge of losing the national elections with no other pro-EU party on the ballot. Hundreds of protesters came out onto the streets of Rome and marched to the Foreign Ministry on Thursday, protesting Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's support for Israel. The gunman who opened fire on an ICE facility in Texas before committing suicide reportedly hated the government and wanted to incite terror by killing federal government employees, as he was reported by officials on Thursday.
His words were definitively anti-ICE. That said, we did not find evidence of membership in any specific group or entity, nor did he mention any specific government agency other than ICE. Among his papers, though, was a handwritten note in which, in crude words, he expressed his hatred for the federal government.
Following increased aggressions against ICE facilities, a detention center in Broadview, Illinois has put up fences as extra security against attacks. Officials in the state of Illinois have said that these fences are illegal and must be taken down. Dozens of protesters came out in Paris demanding a release for two French nationals, Cécile Kohler and Jackie Paris, who have been detained in Iran over charges of espionage for Israel. Shifting focus, viewers, even in years after the US suffered devastation at the hands of the deadly Hurricane Helene, clean-up crews are still pulling out tons of debris from the water bodies across the southeast of the country. Let's have a look.
Hurricane Helene devastated southeastern US in 2024, killing at least 250 people, causing damage worth nearly $80 billion in Florida and the Carolinas. A year later, the ghost of the devastation still haunts those who lived through it. Cleanup crews have been working on cleaning up the wreckage left over from the Helene, with debris ending up in Tennessee, about 145 kilometers away from where the hurricane made landfall. Mountain True, a non-profit tasked with cleaning up the debris left over from the hurricane, have been working since July, removing about 75 tons of trash from rivers and streams.
Originally, FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers came in. They were contracted to do big, large, extreme debris. And then we came in after them, noticing they had kind of left a little bit more trash in their wake, and we're coming in with that delicate touch, leaving it better than we found it.
Most of the debris collected by Mountain True since they started the cleanup has been plastic and PVC from local corporations.
With a lot of this pipe that has come from a local corporation, they cleaned up their property, but technically by law, they do not have to clean this up.
Volunteer Liz McGrill has been a part of the cleanup with Mountain True, saying she felt a duty towards nature that healed her.
So I felt kind of like it was my responsibility to get out here and not only do the thing that there's so many people afraid to do, but also just a responsibility to help heal the places and spaces that have healed me throughout time.
Cleaning up the wreckage left behind by Helene has been a huge financial burden on the states, with North Carolina requesting further funding.
I am making a new request of Congress for an additional $13.5 billion in recovery assistance. And I'll be headed to Washington on Wednesday for meetings to further this request to our federal partners. Here's where the $13.5 billion needs to go. First of all, people still need to get back in their homes. Roughly 74,000 homes were damaged by the storm. Very few of those had flood insurance. 96% of small businesses in the area reported impacts from Helene. Western North Carolina's economy relies heavily on the strength of small businesses, and if we don't support those businesses, we will lose jobs and people will struggle to put food on the table.
The United States is still dealing with the destruction of Helene that it left behind in its wake, as people like Liz still take on the painstaking task of picking up the debris. The hurricane flung several hundred kilometers away in an attempt to return normalcy to the states.
Viewers, let's now get you news coming in from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah visited and inaugurated various Durga Puja pandals across the capital city of Agartala. The presence of Chief Minister added enthusiasm and encouragement among the organizers and devotees who gathered in large number to witness the festivities. In a historic push for financial literacy and women's empowerment, 1.91 lakh schoolgirls across Uttar Pradesh visited bank branches under the 5th phase of Mission Shakti for the year 2025-26. The initiative, inaugurated by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on September 20, aims to instill economic self-reliance and digital awareness among girls. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will embark on a two-day tour of Bihar from today and will hold several meetings and address party workers. Shah will start the day with a closed-door meeting with the BJP workers. Later, he will attend a crucial meeting with the BJP office bearers at the party office in Patna. Viewers, with that, let's now take you into a roundup of news coming in from the businesses and the markets. Jaguar Land Rover have said that they have begun phase restarts to a few IT systems which had been down since a cyber attack rendered its servers inoperable at the end of August. Bengaluru-based telecom infrastructure solution provider Pace Digitech has raised 245 crore rupees from anchor investors before its initial public offering today. Elon Musk's AI company XAI has accused OpenAI of stealing trade secrets to gain an unfair advantage and has sued Sam Altman's company in the California federal court. And viewers, after the businesses and the markets, we also take you to a roundup of news coming in from the field of sports. Star India pacer Jasprit Bumrah was named in India's Test squad for home series against West Indies, while Devdutt Padikkal replaced an off-colour Karun Nair in the side. Ravindra Jadeja was named vice-captain for the squad to lead by Shubman Gill. The second game of the series will be held in Delhi from October 10. India's chief selector Ajit Agarkar shared an update on Rishabh Pant, who missed the cut for the upcoming two-match Test series against the West Indies due to a foot injury. Agarkar said the wicket-keeper's batter is close to getting fit and he is hopeful of his availability for the South Africa series in November. Shreyas Iyer was appointed India's captain for a three-match one-day series against Australia A in Kanpur from September 30, but he has taken a 6-month break from red ball cricket to strengthen his dodgy back. Spinner Ravichandran Ashwin will play for Sydney Thunder in his Winter's Big Bash League and will become the first men's India international to play in the T20 League. Ashwin will travel to Australia following his commitments at the IL T20, likely in early January. Mumbai Indians appointed former Australia cricketer and two-time World Cup winner Lisa Knightley as the head coach of the women's team. Knightley, part of Australia's World Cup winning squads in 1997 and 2005, is one of the most respected coaches in the women's game. Chris Srikanth has said that both Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli are automatic choices for him in the ODI team. However, the former selector said that the duo needs to play domestic cricket in order to get rhythm. Rohit and Kohli have been absent from the field since the end of the IPL and both men have started their preparations for the upcoming Australia tour. India made a strong start in the ISSF Junior World Cup with the women making a clean sweep of the podium spots in 50m rifle prone, while the men bagged a silver and a bronze in the same event on day one of the competition. Young Anushka Thakur won the junior gold in 50m rifle 3 position with a score of 621.6. Anshika settled for silver with a total of 619.2. The Boxing Federation of India has announced a 23-member squad for the third Asian Youth Games 2025 in Bahrain, with the training camp now underway at the NSNIS Patiala until October 20. The team was selected based on performance at the 6th Under-17 Junior Boys and Girls National Boxing Championship, where gold medalists earned a direct entry. Romain Grosjean will drive Haas 2023 Formula One car at Mugello on Friday, marking his first run in F1 machinery since his horrific Bahrain Grand Prix accident in 2020. Although Grosjean was due to mark a return to F1 machinery with a run at circuit Paul Ricard in Mercedes in 2021, COVID restrictions meant that this was called off. Dipping into a short commercial break, but we will be tracking in updates as it's an end of an era, a grand farewell of MiG-21 at Chandigarh Air Force Station today. And External Affairs Minister Jaishankar addressed the G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of the UNGA, raised concerns of Global South, pushed for UN reforms.
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगे। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSME से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे MSMEs थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking through the day today is India and the Indian Air Force bidding farewell to MiG-21. Well, the first MiG fighter jets were put in service in 1963, and since then they have been a powerhouse, a beloved powerhouse of the Indian Air Force. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Here are the headlines that we are tracking for you at this hour. End of an era, a grand farewell to MiG-21 at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh to fly the last sortie as India bids farewell to MiG-21 after 6 decades of service. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to preside over the farewell ceremony as the chief guest. Foreign funding under scanner, MHA cancels FCRA license of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. In Ladakh, all educational institutes are shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests. And External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar addresses the G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for United Nations reforms. Viewers, the sudden death of the icon from Assam, Zubin Garg, in Singapore has left the nation in shock. And today we bring you the voice of someone who knew Zubin really well. Businessman Sanjeev Narayan puts out his side of the story as he witnessed it in Singapore during Zubin's last moments. He recounts what he saw, the lapses in his view, and why is he now backing a central investigation into the death. Take a look at this report.
September 19th, Singapore. It was here that news first broke of Zubin Garg's demise. This was the last video. As news spread, businessman Sanjeev Narayan, a friend of the singer, also happened to be in Singapore that day. He hadn't met him during his visit to Singapore, but on hearing the news, rushed to the spot.
What happened was on the 18th night at 11:30, from Kolkata, I boarded a flight to Singapore. And I reached there on the 19th morning and I went off to sleep. And when in the afternoon I woke up, I was eating my lunch and I got a call that some accident has happened. Can you please check? So I asked Mr. Sam Mohanto, who is it? So whose accident? He said Zubin Garg. So I got a shock of my life. And then I asked him whom to contact. He sent me a number. He told me that WhatsApp the number I have given you on WhatsApp. A number has gone. You please check if you are already in Singapore. So I called up in that number, and in the first attempt I didn't get. Second attempt when I got them, so that person told me that yes, accident has happened. And I asked him how it happened. He said diving. Diving. So I thought diving means scuba diving, because in the ocean it is always scuba diving. You cannot have a swimming pool boat diving there. Then, and since they were in a yacht, the phone signal was not that good. So I asked them that where are you all coming? You all let me know the port where you all are coming. So they told me, okay, we are letting you know. They gave me the name of the port, and with the cab, I took a cab and I rushed to that place. When I reached the place, the ambulance was already waiting outside, and I ran inside, and when I reached the boat on the yacht, they were pumping him. One was doing a CPR and one was pumping him. The Coast Guards, they were there. Medics, I think so. There were medics also.
Narayan says what followed was chaos, an atmosphere of panic and unanswered questions, and the unfortunate death of one of Assam's tallest musical icons.
First I was shouting. I blasted everybody that how could you all bring him there? And because I don't know all these people of Singapore Association. I only knew his manager Siddharth Sharma and one or two guys who had gone from Guwahati. One guy I knew. Otherwise, the other people I didn't know. So I was shouting at them that how could you bring in? That manager was crying. So then the cops also got annoyed and they told me, who are you? And then everybody said, no, he's his elder brother and all. So then I told the cops, let him go to the hospital. What are you all doing here? The ambulance is waiting outside. Let's go to the hospital. So then one of the cops, she told me, no, they cannot go. I said, why? He said, no, they are detained. If you can take, you can take him. After that, they went off, the ambulance went off because, they don't need to stop. And I got up in the Assistant High Commissioner's vehicle. The Assistant High Commissioner of India in Singapore, he was also there. Yeah, by the time he had also reached. So he, me and another of my friend who was there, we three of us, we got up in his car and we went to the hospital. So his hospital formalities were done and he was put into the ICU. And there they were trying. And then I came out and I informed everybody because, Singapore hospital, they don't allow mobile phones to call on mobile. So I came outside and I started calling up everybody. So I called up the government, the administration, the minister, everybody I called up and I informed them that this is what has happened. Then about maybe they tried for an hour, half an hour's time. And an hour's time, then one junior doctor came and he told me, that, see, I don't think the pulse will come back. So I think we are going to withdraw the machines that they had given. And meantime, I was speaking to his wife also, Zubin's wife, Garima Garg. And then, but he told me that, see, officially I cannot declare because the senior doctor will come and he will declare. So we said, fine. So the senior doctor came, the police also came, the cops also came. And they finally told us that no, he is no more.
Back home, there are many questions on what happened in the last few moments. Even Sanjeev Narayan raises questions.
He was like my brother, and I used to really love him very much. So it was really heartbreaking when I came to know some conspiracy is going on and, in the social media they were trying to malign me. So that is the reason why I did the press conference yesterday and I told everything. Now things are very clear with the public and now people till yesterday who were screaming at me, abusing me, all those things, a lot of people has apologized to me also now. They are doing. So I couldn't make out that it was a, very planned conspiracy. I don't know by whom. He never had that. Now, apart from that, now the things that have come out since yesterday I saw, the company's name. Let me tell you, nobody is aware, I think. So I am also not aware about this. He never spoke to us. He never told us about all these things. We knew only one thing that, Siddharth used to handle him. Prior to that, Tarsab Mittal used to handle him. Yeah, Tarsab Mittal used to handle him. And how they used to handle, we didn't know. But since we used to see, the way Zubin was and, he was day by day doing well. So we thought it is good. And we have always seen, then whenever he used to not drink, he used to sing like anything, and there was no singer in this country, I'll say, like him. When he doesn't drink, he sings something. So commercial transactions and all, what they have done, what is not there, it's very good now that these things have come up and the investigation is going on. So I also demanded, yesterday I have demanded not only a SIT, I said put a CBI also together. Let everybody investigate, if there is any culprit, if there was any malicious intention, if there was any conspiracy, people should get the punishment. There are two types of punishment, I told you. If there was a conspiracy and he was killed, then they should get capital punishment. If it was not that, it was because of negligence, they should get negligence punishment. Still some punishment has to be done.
Even as emotions run deep, the Himanta Biswa Sarma government has ordered an investigation. And on Thursday, Zubin's manager was raided. Sanjeev Narayan says the focus should remain on facts, responsibility and truth. For now, Zubin's family, friends and fans are left seeking closure.
And viewers, a legendary chapter in Indian aviation comes to a close today. At the Chandigarh Air Force Station, the MiG-21 Bison, India's first supersonic jet, takes to the sky for the one last time in a ceremonial flight. At the controls, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and watching from the ground, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and the Chief of Defence Staff. Since 1963, the MiG-21 has been a symbol of speed, strength and resilience, shaping India's air power in both war and peace. And today we salute an icon, one final flight for the fighter aircraft that flew into history. Take a look.
The Indian Air Force is preparing to close a legendary chapter in its history. Today, at Chandigarh Air Force Station, the MiG-21 Bison, India's first supersonic jet, will take its final ceremonial flight. The aircraft will be piloted by Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and farewell will be witnessed with full military honour by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Chief of Defence Staff.
Behind me are India's first supersonic jets that were inducted in 1963. The first 7 jets were landed at Mumbai and assembled and sent to Chandigarh Air Base for induction. And the culmination ceremony is to take place on 26th of September 2025, marking an end to an unwavering guardian of the Indian skies.
It was here at the very same airbase in 1963 that the MiG-21 first soared into the skies with Indian colours from that day onwards. The MiG has become synonymous with India's aerial strength, protecting the nation's airspace for over 6 decades.
Precise rockets to fire within the air ducts of the Governor House, ringing a sounding victory and accelerating the surrender process of the Pakistan during the 1971 war. These were known as the bunker busters, and these were also known as the runway busters, as these played a pivotal role in the 1971 war, wherein they bombed the runways, creating craters, destabilizing the Pakistani Air Force and bringing an end to the 1971 war. These 800 aircrafts have sadly seen the moniker given to them as the flying coffin because of the 400 odd crashes wherein 200 brave air warriors and 50 civilians unfortunately lost their lives.
The MiG-21 has left an indelible mark on India's military history. Over 874 jets were inducted into the Indian Air Force, forming the backbone of our aerial defense for decades. In the 1971 Indo-Pak War, they stamped their authority by shooting down Pakistan's F-104 starfighters. During the Kargil conflict in 1999, these jets struck deep into fortified enemy bunkers high up in the Himalayan ridges, proving that no position was beyond their reach. Even in 2019, after the Balakot strikes, Captain Abhinandan Varthaman entered hostile airspace and shot down a highly decorated Pakistan F-16 in a daring dogfight, a moment that will be remembered in eternity of Indian aviation. Yet, the MiG-21 carried a darker legacy. Out of 874 jets, nearly half, 482, were lost in accidents due to mechanical failures over 5 decades. These mishaps claimed the lives of more than 170 IAF pilots, earning the aircraft the infamous nickname, the Flying Coffin. Despite this, it remained an unmatched force in its prime, capable of speeds exceeding Mach 2 and reaching service ceilings of 57,000 feet.
These will now be replaced with the LCA Mark 1A aircraft, which is the indigenously designed aircraft. Out of the 800 MiG-21s, about 600 were built by HAL and the 200 were built by Russia.
The MiG-21 was a product of Soviet engineering. Designed to be cutting-edge supersonic fighter recognizing its potential, India partnered with the USSR to produce these jets domestically. From its initial induction to the final sorties, the MiG-21 exemplified India's ability to adapt, upgrade and maintain a frontline fighter aircraft for decades.
What marks today is a poignant end and laying to rest of a veteran. This ceremony concludes and shows the final moments of a warrior that has served Indian skies for the past 60 years.
62 years after its induction, the MiG-21 Bison prepares to take its final bow. It's not just a farewell to an aircraft, but to an air warrior that has defended India through generations of conflict and peace.
And let's move on in the bulletin now. A disturbing case of molestation has surfaced from the national capital. A self-styled godman stands accused of exploiting his position to target young female students. As the Delhi police intensifies the manhunt, more victims are now coming forward with fresh complaints. Here's the full story.
A case of alleged molestation from the national capital has shocked the entire nation. A self-styled godman, Swami Chaitanya Nanda, has been charged for sexually harassing 17 female students at a private management institute, an institute where he was the director. He is now on the run. As Delhi police is all out to track the molester, the probe has revealed back-to-back complaints against him.
जो पीएसवी के नॉर्थ में कंप्लेंट आई थी उसके तहत एफआईआर दर्ज कर दी गई है और अभी जो विक्टिम्स हैं उनके स्टेटमेंट्स लिए जा रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज प्रोसीडिंग एज पर लॉ। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है और बाबा को ट्रेस करने का फुल एफर्ट कर रही है दिल्ली पुलिस और दक्षिण पश्चिमी जिला भी पूरा प्रयास कर रही है कि अक्यूज़ड को जल्द से जल्द नैप कर लिया जाए। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन और एज पर लॉ देखा जाए तो जो भी को अक्यूज्ड हैं, चाहे वो वार्डन्स हो, चाहे फैकल्टी हो या किसी के भी अगेंस्ट अगर एलिगेशन होगा तो इट विल बी प्रोसीडेड एज पर द मेरिट्स ऑफ द केस एंड सबका रोल अभी एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है।
The first FIR against him was filed by the Sri Sharda Institute on July 23rd this year. Following that, an Air Force group captain emailed the complaint to the institute on August 1st. The officer was informed that an FIR has already been filed. Finally, a fresh complaint was filed by the institute against the accused molester. According to the FIR, the fake Baba would also force female students to visit his room late at night, luring them with promises of trips abroad. Not just that, the molester would also specifically target students from economically weaker sections. The FIR claims that students were also forced to change their names.
किस कोर्स में एडमिशन लेने के लिए आप आए थे?
MBA कोर्स में लेने के लिए आया था।
क्या आपने एडमिशन लिया था उस वक्त?
नहीं, मैंने ले नहीं पाया क्योंकि मुझे इस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में पता लग गया था।
क्या पता लगा?
कि ऐसे ही अच्छा नहीं इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है, तो इसके बारे में वही बार बार जो बातें चलती रहती थी, जिसके जो मेरे सीनियर्स थे कुछ, उन्होंने बताया था यहाँ कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है।
अच्छा, उस वक्त जो डायरेक्टर थे इंस्टीट्यूट के कौन थे उस वक्त?
उस टाइम डायरेक्टर भी ये स्वामी जी बैठते थे।
वहाँ जो अंदर का एटमॉस्फेयर है उसमें आपने क्या पाया? क्या कुछ ऐसा अलग पाया?
पहले ये बेसमेंट में हुआ करता था, इनका सिस्टम जो होता है खाने टाइप में बना रखे, छोटे छोटे कैबिन्स बोलते हैं जिसको, उस तरीके से। तो समय के साथ ये रेनोवेट भी हुआ है, समय के साथ फिर रेंट पे भी यहाँ पे कई एजेंसी आई थी, तो इसमें इंस्टीट्यूट भी चलता था, तो तरीके के यहाँ पे वो स्वामी जी ने बदलाव करते रहते थे अपने तरीके से।
Delhi police has issued a lookout circular to track the accused. Amidst this, the police also went to the ashram to conduct further probe.
Delhi police has lodged an FIR against a self-styled godman Swami Path, in which case what we have got to learn that there were over 30 women who have come forward and they have alleged sexual assault, and after that Delhi police has lodged an FIR in connection with the case. But right now the accused is still on the run and Delhi police is navigating with the help of technical intelligence, and last location of the accused was found in Agra, but so far the accused has not been nabbed by the Delhi police team.
Southwest Delhi DCP Aishwarya Singh has said that the search on the premises has been initiated in accordance with the law and all digital evidence is being collected. A separate FIR was also registered after a car with a forged diplomatic number plate was found in the premises of the Sharda Institute. Delhi police has seized the accused's car, which he used to take the victim students to Rishikesh, and on the return, he allegedly molested one of them inside the car. Southwest District Police have recovered the BMW from the institute's premises.
This is the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi Police Southwest District team. Here you see, this is the car which was used by the accused Swami Partha, and the number, VIP car number of this, here you can say this is GL4CCA0003. So what has happened earlier that the accused took one of the victims to Rishikesh in this very car, and this is the claim made by one of the accused, one of the victims in this case. And after that, what we have seen that the Delhi Police has taken the testimony in that regard, and right now they are investigating the matter. If you see the information that we have received from the Delhi police sources, that this was the very car which has already been seized by the Delhi police team. And earlier what we have got to learn that over 70 to 75 students who were basically in that hostel, and some of them have come forward. Over 30 students who have come forward in that direction, and they have given their statement to the Delhi police regarding that very investigation, because initially if you see the matter has come to the light on August 4th.
Chaitanya Nanda is on the run. Will the police manage to arrest him? Or will he too become the next Nityananda to flee the Kailasa?
So viewers, after almost 60 years of service, India is finally saying goodbye, bidding adieu to its MiG-21 fighter jets. Well, from the intense dogfights in wars with Pakistan to high-stakes patrols along the India-China border, this iconic fighter has been one of the hearts of the India's defense story. Take a look.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this special podcast on the Indian Air Force legendary workhorse, the MiG-21. For over 6 decades, the MiG-21 has been more than just an aircraft. It has been an icon, a trusted companion in war and peace, and the proving ground for generations of fighter pilots. This Delta Wing interceptor has been the backbone of the IAF for as long as we can remember. From all the wars starting from 1965, 1971, the Kargil conflict of 1999, and the recent strikes against Pakistan, the Balakot strike and Operation Sindoor, the air dominance missions to ground attack, the MiG-21 has been there, often turning the tide in critical moments. For many young pilots, it was the first supersonic aircraft that they strapped into. And for the IAF, it represented the leap into jet age, a symbol of speed, agility, and raw power. Today, as we bid farewell to the stalwart, we are not just saying goodbye to a machine. We are celebrating a legacy of courage, sacrifice, innovation, and above all, the spirit of men and women who flew, maintained, and lived with the MiG-21. As we listen to the experiences of those who lived and breathed this machine, we will try to capture not just the history of this aircraft, but the story of an era that shaped the Indian Air Force. I quote Air Marshal P.C. Lal, who said, "The MiG-21 gave the IAF wings it never had before," unquote. Today we have the privilege of speaking with Air Chief Marshal Arnab Goswami, one of India's distinguished air chiefs who led the Indian Air Force from December 1998 to December 2001. The Air Chief began his illustrious career as a fighter pilot in 1960, and early on he became part of India's first MiG-21 squadrons. He commanded the 23 Squadron and Air Force Station Gwalior. In 1999, as the Chief of Air Staff, he orchestrated Operation Safed Sagar, IAF's critical campaign during the Kargil conflict. Today, he joins us to reflect on the MiG-21, the jet that defined a generation of Indian pilots, including himself. We also have with us Group Captain Nanda Rajendran, and presently is the commanding officer of number 23 Squadron. He has flown the HPT-32, the Kirans, the MiG-21, the PC-7 and the MiG-21 Bison. Sir, can you share your earliest memories of flying the MiG-21? What made this aircraft unique, and what are the beautiful memories of your first solo?
When the MiG-21s came to us, the first aircraft that came was the Type 74. There were no trainers at that time. So the first solo that you went was on the MiG-21 itself. All that happened was that you were shown a circuit pattern on the Hunter aircraft. So you flew a Hunter, it trying to imitate the circuit pattern of a MiG-21, which is nothing like it. The difficulty was not only that there was no trainer, there was no simulator, but also that the entire cockpit, nothing was written in English, it was all in Russian.
Oh.
As far the instruments went, well, we were used to knots. Here suddenly we had changed from knots to kilometers per hour. That was what speed gave you. As far as your height was concerned, it was in meters and kilometers. So it was really getting used to it was quite difficult. So the first solo was in fact you were more lost until you came back and you didn't know how we actually managed it. Because also what happened, the MiG-21, we were all flying in space suits. Believe it or not, Yuri Gagarin, when he went up in Sputnik 1, had the same pressure suit and the pressure helmet for the first solo. You could hardly move your neck to one side or the other. Also, the forward visibility was bad because the nose was long. Also, the approach attitude was much higher, steeper. So it was quite an experience.
So how do you think the MiG-21 has shaped the fighter pilot ethos of the Indian Air Force, sir? What advice would you give the young pilots and enthusiasts around the world?
First of all, I would say that, you know, the sight of the type of grooming that we got with the MiG-21, because it was meant for high altitude flying, but we started using for strike purpose. And I think it speaks tremendously of the Indian Air Force that we were able to do that. By no means the MiG-21 is designed for low flying, because, you know, the visibility forward, sidewards is limited. The Indian Air Force, the way it adapted to low-level flying at night was a remarkable achievement. So the adaptation of the Indian Air Force for this purpose was outstanding. So this is actually speaks highly of the adaptability of the leadership of the Air Force at the top and the adaptability of the pilots in the cockpit. To have been able to do all this and think it's just a piece of cake.
What is your message to the Indian Air Force and the young pilots of the Air Force now that the MiG-21 rolls out of the skies?
First is remember, whatever the aircraft, whatever its capability, for you to exploit the capability aircraft and beyond, it is the pilot that counts. You have to be innovative. The MiG-21 taught us how to be innovative, to make do with what we have and produce results. The MiG-21 flew in conditions in which it was not meant for. It had less than what you wanted. Now, even if the economy has gone up, things have improved, the purse is a little more full than before, there will be always shortage of things. But remember, it is you as a pilot who has to find the solution, and the leadership that has to make sure that the pilots get as much support as possible. So it's a two-way effort. But what you have to also find is that we have to find our own. There is no alternative to being Atmanirbhar. Atmanirbhar, not only in production, but in designing, and Atmanirbhar in tactics and strategy. And they will be wanting to, and that is what we have done. I think what we did in Ops Sindoor is the innovative capability of the Indian Air Force. I mean, the way that you have actually conducted those is the way that you have been groomed over the years. That you know that you have to find solutions. There will be always challenges that are never seen. There's always a first time to do something. And for that first time, you have to find that solution.
Like somebody said, if anybody can fly a MiG-21, he can fly any fighter in the world. So we have somebody from the past who flew the MiG-21, and now we have Rajendra to my left, who is presently flying the MiG-21, which moves out of the Air Force very soon. So Rajendra, so how does it feel to be one of the last CEOs of a unit?
So it's really a proud moment, especially for Panthers, for being the swan song for MiG-21s. Panthers were the first squadron in the world to be equipped with the Sabre Slayers, that is the Nats, in 1960. Thereafter, we also had the honor of having achieved the first air-to-air kill in the Indian subcontinent in the jet age during the 1965 war. And now it's another distinction for the Panthers that we are the last MiG-21 operating squadron in its operational capacity.
So now that you're at the fag and there's just a few days left, so what all is happening in the squadron?
It's a lot of preparation. Fly past is one thing, but apart from the fly past, there are a lot of other preparations which are going on.
So will you be flying on the 26th of September?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Okay, fine. So tell me a little bit about what has been your take on the MiG-21 what has been your experience in a few lines?
So the MiG-21 has proudly served the nation for last 62 years. From being the most advanced fighters during the war of 1965 and 71, it has remained the vanguard of all military action by India. Even during Op Sindoor, it was a legacy fighter. However, it was tasked for ORP duties and we were ready to defend the skies if the demand raised so.
Okay, rapid fire round. Sir, the first word that comes to your mind when I say MiG-21?
Aircraft for all seasons and all jobs.
In one word, MiG-21 acceleration.
Force to reckon with.
Faster than you can go.
Your favorite sortie or type of mission on a MiG-21?
Too many of them.
So valley flying and valley attack.
If the MiG-21 could speak, what would it say to you today?
Man, it was a great pleasure flying with you. But I would say it was a greater pleasure flying with you, our fair lady.
So if you could like to name the MiG, you know, you would like to give it a nickname, something like a saber slayer or flying dagger, what would it be? What name would you give it?
I always called her my fair lady.
Falcon Slayer.
And describe the sound of the MiG-21. What does it make you do or feel?
Oh.
Sir, a sound of power.
Sound of power, all right. Combat or low-level dash, what do you prefer?
Depending on the sortie, the mission, both are good.
Okay.
So combat and low level in case of valley.
Joining us from Jamnagar today on this podcast is Air Commodore Surendra Singh Tyagi. He joined the Indian Air Force in 1965 and he has amassed the maximum number of flying hours on this aircraft, which is a record of sorts. So good afternoon, sir, and welcome to this podcast.
Good afternoon, Nitin.
So my first question is to get back into history. Take us back to your first sorties in the MiG-21, maybe your first solo. What were your impressions of the MiG-21?
When I converted onto MiG-21 in 1968, I was on Hunters at that time. Obviously, since I was flying Hunters, not only the loyalty, one was only aware of the good performance of Hunters, so that was a aircraft very close to one's heart. So when I had to convert onto MiG-21, it was a different experience, but one had not really appreciated or monitored that what kind of a different machine that I was getting into. When you came on finals, actually the speeds are so high that one doesn't even realize that by the time you are even controlling and thinking, planning, you're already on ground landing. So MiG-21 first sortie itself, when you got airborne, the kick of the afterburner when we rolled, and thereafter one got airborne, it was entirely different feeling. I mean, you're changing the horizon, changing the total atmosphere of your flying career.
Right, sir. Sir, I've got a little tricky question for you. You know, the MiG-21 pilots are supposed to be a breed apart. They are different than the other pilots. How would you describe this difference, what this attitudinal difference, this, you know, this persona difference that they have?
To start, I would say a MiG-21 pilot knew the limitation of his aircraft. We used to mark the map, hold the map on the side of canopy, carry out the navigation, look for number 2's tail, check your speed, looking inside. And with the result, every demand on the pilot was so much. And MiG-21 pilots had to do that. And when they started doing that, that means you demanded from yourself so much more than was normal that you started becoming a little different than the other people. When we used to have inter-squadron gunnery meet, Jaguars had come, Mirages had come, and all these aircraft, MiG-23s were far, far better. We participated with them in gunnery, in rockets, or in bombs. Actually, out of the 9 events which used to be generally part of that gunnery meet, MiG-21 won at least 4 to 5 every year, regularly. And reason was that the pilot knew that whatever he has to achieve, it will be him who will achieve. And that's why I always felt that the people who flew MiGs were absolutely apart. Second thing, they were very honest. MiG-21, since we didn't have anything to back us up or support, everything had to be by ourselves. That's why we were very honest to share whatever went wrong with us. We used to come and tell the other people, share with them, so that they could be safe, they could rectify that.
Right, sir. Sir, the MiG-21 now goes into history very soon. What is your message to your friends, to the junior pilots of the Air Force, to the Indian Air Force in particular? What is your message to the Air Force?
Actually, MiG-21 era, when it gets over soon, maybe another fortnight, fact is that the new generation aircraft are entirely different. And so is the thinking and functioning of all the pilots who fly them. Factually, other than value system, which I can talk of, I cannot recommend anything to the younger lot. Only thing that I can say, that as I mentioned earlier, that a pilot, irrespective of which aircraft you're flying, how good the systems are, you have to excel to a level what you say is optimal. You must make it optimal plus. I think you will always excel, do well, and get better of any adversary, irrespective of what aircraft he is flying.
So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, and all the very best, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. All the best.
Okay, we are now going to speak with Wing Commander Dinesh K. Nair from Bangalore. Now, Dinesh retired in 2014. He has worked extensively on the MiG-21 aircraft as a technical officer. What was your first impression of the Type 77 that you went to?
A MiG-21 is an engineer's delight, as much as it is a wonderful aircraft for the pilots to fly. And I used to love that. I must say that it was a formidable challenge to maintain and repair the MiG-21s. So what used to happen in a squadron is, whenever there was a minor leak somewhere in a pipeline, we had to open about 10 more pipelines of other systems and another 5 connectors. And in the process, when we clear one snag, we probably used to generate 5 more snags. And this was very challenging. In fact, there was never a dull moment in the squadron on this perspective. The good part of this experience is that our technicians had great hands-on exposure and became some of the finest aircraft maintenance engineers probably in the world. Another very interesting challenge which the MiG-21 space gave us was the manuals were all Russian books translated into English, and they were not really a great translation. We engineers in MiG-21 had huge liberty to do things, talking about technical things on the aeroplane, which possibly the designer of the aeroplane also wouldn't have fathomed. Because typically in aviation, all the aviation activities are highly controlled. So the freedom that we got in the MiG-21 was amazing. To put it all together, I would say that in a MiG-21 fleet, you can never get bored. So that probably describes my entire journey through the MiG fleet in the IAF.
Your feelings as the aircraft goes out of service?
I would say that some of the good times of the Air Force were during the MiG. Let's revisit the history more often so that all these stories from the past, which are more exciting probably, will always be remembered and will be incorporated into the modern doctrines and thinkings of the Air Force.
So thank you very much, Dinesh. Thank you very much for your time and coming on for this podcast. Joining us from Bangalore is none other than Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, the ex-CNC of Andaman and Nicobar Command. He's also commanded 32 Squadron as well as 32 Wing. During his service career, he has amassed almost 3,200 hours of flying, out of which 2,400 plus hours are on the MiG-21.
Thank you for inviting me to be part of this podcast.
First word that comes to your mind when I say MiG-21?
The one word which comes to my mind when someone mentions MiG-21 is a wild stallion.
Saju, let's get back into history and take us to the first time that you saw a MiG-21 and flew it. What are your earlier experiences on the MiG-21?
So the first time that I ever saw a MiG-21 was during our familiarization visit to Air Force Station Lohigam, while we were all under trainees at the National Defence Academy at Kalkausla. The feeling was so exhilarating to see this sleek silver beauty lining up accelerating down the runway and lifting off into the blue yonders. And the type of maneuvers that the display pilots put up was amazing. After the initial training and when we got to the aircraft, it was akin to what we experienced in the execution lines in NDA. We positioned ourselves at the beginning and then the horse went through all the hurdles which are there in front of it and you just clinged on for dear life. A similar feeling took place in my first few sorties. And you are clinging on earnest hope that you can cope up with it. So it took some time before you kept pace with this aircraft because it was such a quantum jump from the Kiran aircraft whose max speed was almost the lowest speed that you experienced on the MiG-21.
If I were to ask you to choose a sortie on the MiG-21, what kind of a sortie or a mission would you choose?
A low speed handling sortie, because that's where you can experience the full spectrum of its capability.
Describe the feeling, or when you hear the afterburner or the sound of the MiG-21, how do you feel?
The sound of MiG-21 is adrenaline pumping. It makes you want to say, let's kick some tires, light the fire and pull some G.
What is the message that you have to the younger generation of pilots in the Air Force? And how would you say bye to the MiG-21?
My message goes not only out to the young pilots of Indian Air Force, but to the rest of the nation. As we bid adieu to a legendary platform which has served with distinction in more than 60 countries and flown millions of sorties, probably the highest number ever flown by any type of fighter aircraft in the world. It has inspired generations of fighter pilots, including me. I was fortunate to have flown more than 5,000 sorties on this particular platform. It served with great distinction in all the conflicts that it was part of, and being the bulwark in the defense of national aerospace. To the young generation of fighter pilots, I have only one thing to say. If you really wanted to know what seat of the pants flying is all about, where your individual skills mattered and not the systems that you have on board, then that MiG-21 symbolizes all that is and more. So a big salute to the legend, the MiG-21.
On this historic occasion, let us listen to the message from 3 former chiefs of the Indian Air Force. 3 stalwarts who share a deep and personal association with the legendary MiG-21.
I am honored and proud to be amongst you today at the celebrations marking the end of the era of the MiG-21 that served the Indian Air Force over the last 62 years. Thousands of our Air Force professionals have shared an important part of their lives with the MiG-21, and I am proud to be one among them. We respectfully remember those who taught us the aircraft to learn and to respect it. I recall the camaraderie and memorable time that we nurtured under its wings, that reminded us often that it is the team that matters. We remember those who failed to return to their marshallers who saw them off on the tarmac, leaving the chairs and home empty so suddenly. We pay homage to them. The MiG-21 taught us, the Air Force, the core values of air warriors and humility. My warm regards to the families who have endured the rigors of our association with the MiG-21.
MiG-21 has always been my first love. And in the MiG-21s, the Type 77 ultimate, the Ferrari of MiG-21s. I was lucky. We were about 3 or 4 people who were selected from pilot officer days to fly the convert onto MiG-21s and fly them. It happened around 69, 70 or so. So I was lucky enough. By the time the 71 war came, I was day ops, 400-500 hours on type, and managed to take part in the war, which was a very great thing, both on the Eastern Front as well as the Western Front. We were in 30 Squadron, so we fought on both the fronts. Back to Command 26 Squadron, that was the BIS aircraft. I was lucky enough to fly all 3 types, the BIS, the Type 96 and the Type 77. Both in TAC Day as well as Kuvareli. So I was lucky to fly all the 3 types. But the first love always remains the Type 77. What a beauty she was. Today is the day when I think we are bidding goodbye to one of the most wonderful aircraft. It had no aids, it had no nav aids, it had no high profile systems. We navigated by moving thumb display on the map, and maybe a radio compass sometimes, or depending on the SU most of the time, but most of the time we depended on pilot skill to get us through various ferries and various other complicated situations. One of the great aircraft. It had got into disrepute a little bit, but what we must remember is whenever you had height in hand and you had speed in hand, she was a wonderful aircraft to handle, right down to 0 speed. So many times in combat we've, both me and the opponent have both been at 0 speed and merrily fighting away kachi. So in the end, I'd like to say that I was very lucky to have been able to fly this wonderful aircraft. And now it's a very sad day that I bid farewell to my first love amongst all the MiG-21, the Type 77 aircraft. We are bidding farewell to the MiG-21 in any case. An aircraft which has served yeoman service to the Air Force, been through 2 or 3 wars, and has been a wonderful aid in war fighting to the Indian Air Force. Thank you and Jai Hind.
I have been asked to speak about my love story with the MiG-21. Yes, it's a love story. We fell in love with the aircraft as soon as we reported in Tezpur. After OCU, we reported to 30 Squadron to do our MiG conversion. Sleek line, the simplicity of the aircraft, and not only that, we were surprised. The checks and procedures were, simpler than the aircraft we had flown previously. Easier to learn. And yes, reliability. We got good flying. We got it in a concentrated dose. I can vouch for it for the 75 hours that I flew on the MiG-21 in Tezpur. Not once after I pressed the starter button did I come back. And this is the reliability that it delivered in the 71 war. The 71 war in the East, the air battle, I will clearly say, was won by the MiG-21. It was when the MiG-21 changed over from its air defense role and put on the M62 bombs and put so many craters on Kurmitola and Tezgaon that within 2 days of them changing over, that is around by 7th, they had stopped flying. This gave us a tremendous advantage. All our air effort could be dedicated towards close air support. It also gave us this advantage to do things that we couldn't have done without the air superiority, like the airlift over Meghna, which literally put 4 corps on the doors of Dhaka, the airdrop over Tangail, across the Padma River. All this was possible because we had total air superiority, and the total air superiority was delivered by the MiG-21. The rocket attack on the governor's house when the meeting was going on, the governor resigned. The civilian leadership of East Pakistan capitulated based on a MiG-21 strike on the governor's house in Dhaka. It was a pure pleasure to fly, and it proved itself so successfully in the air combat that it had with its peer of the Starfighter and managed to shoot down a couple of them. It has given the maximum flying to so many pilots of the Indian Air Force in its 62 years of service. And after the Hunter got phased out, it took on the role of, operational flying training. This is an aircraft in which the people jumped from Kirans to almost double the threshold speed on a MiG-21. First time they were operating power controls after they had left Kiran. But still, this aircraft could carry out that load too. I have fond memories because I was lucky enough when I was commanding the squadron. We went into the Kargil war. And again, when it matters, what reliability. Srinagar, we had 100% serviceability for 50 days. We did night bombing. We could rely on the aircraft so much that, imagine if that particular time you had an emergency, what will happen to you? It is my tribute to the engineers who maintained this machine for so long, and we could fly it for 62 years in its various variants. Not that I would have loved to do it, yes, but the fact is that during my end of my tenure, my aircraft, MiG-21 MF, also retired. So I wish it goodbye, farewell. There are a lot of pilots who will remember the aircraft with a very fond memory. And God bless and good luck. Thank you and Jai Hind.
From a guy in the cockpit to somebody who was in the cockpit, you can ask him a question.
So you have been the first year wherein the 23 Squadron converted from NATs to the MiG-21s. and today 23 squadron is the last operating squadron of the type. So what would be your message for all the MiG-21 pilots?
Well, I'd like to tell you, first of all, well done, Panthers. You have brought glory to the MiG-21, just as 23 brought glory in its vampire, in its mad days, and the glory continues. I'm very proud. Every Panther commander and every Panther has done the squadron proud. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
The last MiG-21 has flown. Its place on the flight line has been taken by sleek new fighters bristling with digital electronics, avionics, and precision weapons. As the sun sets on its service, one truth stands tall. The MiG-21 was just not an aircraft. It was a chapter of the Indian Air Force soul. Its sharp silhouette and supersonic roar will live on in the memories of those who flew it, those who maintained it, and those who watched it streak across the sky as a symbol of India's strength. The MiG-21 is not just aluminium, rivets, and jet fuel. It is stories, friendships, victories, and above all, courage. Old soldiers never die. They just fade away. And so it is with the MiG-21. She may fade away from our runways, but never from our hearts. Jai Hind.
For more than 6 decades, it carried the pride of the tricolour and the trust of every pilot who touched its controls. Now, on the 26th of September, 2025, the roar will fall silent. The MiG-21 will be remembered forever.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic TV. I'm Riyanka Chaudhary, and we are, of course, bringing to you all the latest developments because it is the end of an era for India's fighter MiG-21, and the grand farewell is going to be happening at the Chandigarh Air Force Base, and the last sortie will be done by Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh. We will be bringing you all the details. Our rolling coverage will be done, but first up, the top headlines. End of an era, grand farewell to MiG-21 at Chandigarh Air Force Station. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh to fly the last sortie as India bids farewell to MiG-21 after 6 decades of service. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to preside over the farewell ceremony as the chief guest. Foreign funding under scanner, MHA cancels FCRA licence of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. All educational institutes shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests in Ladakh. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar addresses the G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of the UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for UN reforms. As the Indian Air Force and the nation prepare to bid farewell to a true icon of the skies, we mark the end of an era. The MiG-21, a legendary fighter jet that has stood as the pillar of India's air defense for decades, is finally set to retire. With a legacy that spans generations, this aircraft has seen it all, from intense combat to proud ceremonial flypast. We take a look at what had it been a remarkable journey for the MiG-21.
The legendary fighter jet MiG-21 has been a cornerstone of India's air defense for decades. With a storied history dating back to the 1950s, the MiG-21 has been a workhorse of the Indian Air Force. The MiG-21 helped India jumpstart its own aerospace industry. But after soaring the Indian skies for decades, Legend is set to retire. And it is set to be replaced by more advanced fighter jets such as the Tejas and Rafale. The MiG-21 has seen combat in several conflicts, including the 1971 Indo-Pak War. Its performance in conflicts has been a testament to its capabilities as a fighter jet. MiG-21 first entered service with the Indian Air Force in 1963. With over 1,200 aircraft inducted over the years, designed by the Mikoyan Gurevich Design Bureau in Soviet Union, the MiG-21 was a supersonic fighter jet known for its speed, agility, and versatility. Over the years, the MiG-21 has undergone several upgrades and modernization programs to extend its life and enhance capabilities. IAF has operated several variants of the MiG-21, including the MiG-21 BIS, which was the most advanced version of it. Despite its age, the MiG-21 has remained a vital part of the IAF's fleet, with many pilots and ground crew members having fond memories of flying and maintaining the aircraft. As the IAF is looking forward to the new aircrafts with advanced capabilities and technologies, the retirement of the MiG-21 will mark the end of an era. As the Legend prepares to retire, it's a bittersweet memory for the IAF and the country. While it is sad to see an iconic aircraft go, it is also an opportunity to celebrate its achievements and contributions to the Indian air defense.
Viewers, as we open our discussion for today, I've been joined by Air Commodore E. Behel, our defense expert, and in studios with me is Group Captain U.K. Devnath. We begin with Group Captain Devnath and go on and bring in this very, very important topic. Group Captain Devnath, you know, today is the day because it's an end of an era, given the fact that MiG-21 is going to be retiring. What is your first thought on this?
Oh yes, what a glorious era. Wonderful 62 years of dedication to nation. Heartthrob of thousands of young budding fighter pilots. Any fighter pilot, if he ever dreamt of flying any fighter aircraft, it would be MiG-21. His first choice, first love. I got commissioned in Indian Air Force in 1979, and I must tell you that from 1979 till 2012, when I superannuated from Air Force, it was a thumping success. We saw it in operation during Balakot. We saw in operation during Sindoor. Kargil operations were surprising. In fact, Pakistan Air Force was surprised when we used MiG-21 during night bombing on their Pakistani posts. They were never prepared for missions by MiG-21. Very highly accurate rocket and bombing sorties. Most of all, I must tell viewers that even today, it remains a very, very potent weapon system. Yes, there is a criticality, there is a shortage of spare parts, and of course, it has been overtaken by other modern fighter aircraft. But it remains close to heart of any fighter pilot. Today, in my long service, I can say one thing. If ever in world there was one fighter aircraft which the enemy feared, and by enemy I mean Pakistan Air Force, yes. US Air Force, yes. Even US Air Force was worried about MiG-21. I want to tell the viewers that US Air Force was compelled to open a special air combat tactics unit where they were teaching US Air Force pilots how to defeat and shoot down a MiG-21. One must remember the glorious event. 3 years ago, US Air Force team came to India. We carried out joint exercise with US Air Force aircraft. Best of the pilots, best of the aircraft from US Air Force like F-15 and F-16 participated in this air exercise. And viewers will be glad to know that in most of the air combat situations, MiG-21 beat them.
Right, sir. Commodore Bahel, I'll go across to you now. Very good morning, sir. And this, of course, is a moment that everybody is remembering. But to the youngsters who are watching this right now, sir, just help them explain what are one of the biggest strengths that this aircraft has had. Because just like we heard, we had... Group Captain Devnath just talking about, whenever any officer speaks about the MiG-21, it's very, very romantic about it. But tell us, in your understanding, what was one of the best things that has always set that apart?
Priyanka, Jai Hind, and thank you for inviting me. First of all, I will say that it is with great nostalgia that I remember my days when I used to fly the MiG-21 aircraft. It really took me to the limits. It required extremely careful handling, but it was like a baby who knew that if it was coached well and handled well, it could beat any fighter of its time, and even the F-16, which was shot down by Wing Commander. Now, Abhinandan. Now, I want to tell you that when this aircraft was developed, it was developed to counter the U-2, which was the American spy plane. And after 1963, 1964, HAL was formed. The HAL's birth took place because of the MiG-21's license production. Initially, the choice was between Mirage 3 as well as that of MiG-21 Type 74. But what we decided was, because the Soviet Union offered us a license production, this is the reason we went for it. It created an entire ecosystem. But what I remember best about this aircraft is I learned my basic combat flying in it. I learned the way you could handle difficult situations. And this aircraft always brought me back. Whatever the toughest situation, the darkest of the nights, the most situations of combat where you feel you're going to lose out, the aircraft always helped me. The aircraft flew at very low speeds and very high speeds. With its delta wing platform, it could accelerate very quickly to high speeds, as well as rate of climb was very good. And because of the delta wing platform also, you could maneuver the aircraft with high speed, high agility, and high swiftness. With the result, it proved to be a kind of an icon in the 60s and 70s, especially in 71 war, when we had 13 aerial victories. We shot down F-104 Star fighters, 7 numbers of them, 2 Sabres, and also 1 F-6, as well as a C-130 Hercules aircraft. But what I remember distinctly is that it had a modular design. Its maintenance was so easy, and you could upgrade it very well. And that is why initially it had only 2 air-to-air missiles, because it was developed as a high-speed, high-level air defense interceptor. And it carried a good radar of that time, as well as a heat-seeking missile, which went on from R-5S to K-13, Kar-13 missile. But we added on the gun pods that we did in India. We added on a large number of weapon systems, which include S-5 rockets, S-24 rockets, 100 to 500 kg bombs. And in Kargil war, we dropped it through GPS, like Group Captain was explaining to you. And the bombs were coming through the clouds, and Pakistanis were surprised. We can't see the aircraft, but the bombs are falling. I remember this aircraft made sure that I developed those capabilities because it had the highest landing speed in the world, from 310 to 340 kilometers per hour. And I was posted to TACD, that is the Top Gun School of India. He was mentioning American fighter tactics. The Tactics and Air Combat Development Establishment of India is called TACD, and it is the Top Gun School, and one of the best, including countering the Israelis or matching up to the Americans. And in that, I was posted as the youngest instructor. I had two small, very children. They used to cry at night, and early morning you had to go and fly combat missions and follow it up with strike missions, launching bombs or rockets or guns. And you had to prove your worth because you were flying with the best of India, and you were trying to teach them how to do air combat and how to do strike. And one day I remember when I was flying this with one of the trainees who himself had thousands of hours of combat experience and flying, he brought the aircraft to vertical, the trainer aircraft to vertical, and he told me, Angad sir, my nickname is Angad, Angad sir, you have the controls, because he didn't know what to do, which horizon to go. The speed fell off rapidly to 0, and now the aircraft would get into a spin, which is uncontrolled flying, and then it's very difficult to recover a MiG-21 aircraft. So at that period of time, I remembered what my seniors had always taught me about MiG-21. The aircraft recovers it on its own. Don't mishandle it. Just carefully caress it and let it fall to the nearest horizon. For a long time, we hung in the air, and then slowly the aircraft started falling, and I just caressed it, and I just allowed it to do what it wanted to do, and it came below the horizon, and the speed started building up. Now, this is that kind of an aircraft. It brought me from various difficult situations. It helped me to land even on days when I felt maybe God was not with me. But the aircraft said, no, but I am with you. Why don't you have faith in me? But yes, it requires a man to fly this aircraft. And we were all taught to become men when we flew this aircraft. And that is why in 1971 war, in the governor's house, Dhaka, when my squadron, Uriels, they had sent the aircraft to attack it with 57mm rockets. And a crucial meeting was taking place in the governor's house, Dhaka, where governor and the cabinet ministers were present. And when the rockets started coming in and exploding around them, that's the time they ran away, and a fear environment was created, and Pakistanis surrendered when they had 93,000 troops for the defense of Dhaka. That is the impact of this aircraft. And remember how it shot down an F-16 in post-Balakot operations. I cannot forget this aircraft. No fighter pilot worth his salt will ever forget that he had flown a MiG-21 aircraft. I remember, and I will always remember, my days on MiG-21.
Well, very beautifully put that out, Commodore Behel. We'll just go across to our correspondent on ground zero in Chandigarh. Ishan is joining us from Chandigarh. The countdown has begun, Ishan. Just take us through what you're witnessing around you. The preparations have begun, since past 2 days, and the MiG-21 is going to fly into sunset today.
Yes, the guests have started arriving. Security checks are taking place. Honorable Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is slated to arrive today for this ceremony. Even IAF chief is supposed to be flying a MiG-21 today in formation with other MiGs. His call sign will be Badal 3. Preparations are underway. It is a very nostalgic moment for the veterans arriving. They are here. They are looking at the display models of the MiGs that are in front of us. The Panther squadron will be flying today. And once the Panther squadron has completed the sorties today, it will be a sunset on the great warrior of Indian Air Force. The Indian Air Force has been flying these aircraft since 1963. This is the first supersonic jet to have been inducted into the Indian Air Force as a response to the Pakistan inducting jet planes as part of the CETO pact, in which the United States has provided them with jet fighters. India, in response, inducted the MiG-21, and since then it has been a true guardian of the Indian skies, and it has been a glorious history wherein multiple operations, multiple situations, and multiple patrols have taken place by the MiG-21.
Right. Stay with us, Ishan. I'll just go across to Group Captain Devnath again. Group Captain Devnath, well, it's very important to understand that MiG-21 has its own legacy now. But, there have been a lot of controversy surrounding it, and finally it has to retire. Now India is, of course, left with a reduced squadron strength. It goes down to 30 now. What's really next with the recent Tejas deal also that has been struck by the MOD? There have been a lot of delays already with the Tejas Mark 1, sir. What really you think is lying ahead, and what could be the challenges or the advantages now with the MiG-21 finally bidding adieu?
Oh yes, good thing is Defense Minister Shri Rajnath Singh ji yesterday gave clearance for additional 97 Tejas Mark 1A aircraft, a great leap forward. Ministry of Defense has been holding hand of Indian Air Force gingerly, sometimes strongly. Before this, 83 Tejas Mark 1A were ordered. Now, fact remains 180 Tejas Mark 1A will take some time to get introduced. We are already flying 40 Tejas Mark 1. 2 squadrons are deployed on western border. Now, first of the Tejas Mark 1A will start getting introduced in Air Force early next year. But 180 aircraft production line will take about 10 years. HAL has been doing yeoman service. They are very dedicated, very professional. They have some spare parts limitations. It is assumed that if supply of GE F404 engine from the USA continues regularly, then every year they will be able to supply 12 to 18 aircraft every year. You see, every fighter squadron consists of 18 fighter squadron. So 180 means 10 Indian Air Force squadrons will be equipped with the Tejas Mark 1A in next 10 years. It is a long process. IAF is very keen and is looking at other options also. Government of India has already told DRDO and HAL, the ADA, Aeronautics Development Agency, is a DRDO lab, to work on Tejas Mark II. If all goes well, first prototype should be flying in another 3 years. Thereafter, the first operationally cleared Tejas Mark II should be flying in another 7 to 8 years. Long process, but Air Force is very keen to induct Tejas Mark II. AMCA is the golden silver line on the horizon. Defense Minister Shri Rajnath Singh, principal advisor, scientific advisor to Government of India, they are working on AMCA project. All Indian labs, and best thing is Indian private entrepreneurs have been invited to join AMCA project. Advanced medium combat aircraft, almost a 5th generation fighter aircraft. But I'll be cautiously optimistic. It may take 10 years, it may take 15 years to introduce the first operationally cleared AMCA. So I am looking forward to AMCA getting inducted somewhere around 2040. Air Force is very keen. In the meantime, probably we'll have to purchase some aircraft from abroad, ready-made COTS aircraft, to overcome this dwindling shortage of fighter squadrons in Indian Air Force. Multi-role combat aircraft, multi-role fighter aircraft, yes, Air Force has been pushing for 114 of them to be imported. Stopgap arrangement, no. They will also form backbone of Indian Air Force. Contract signing may take anything from 3 to 4 years. Thereafter, supplies will begin in another 7 to 10 years. We have to be very careful. We are down to 29 after today. And I'll add 1 or 2 lines more. Cautious lines, optimistic lines. You see what happens in next 10 years, 5 squadrons of Jaguars will be phased out. In next 10 years, 4 squadrons of MiG-29 will go. And in next 10 years, 3 squadrons of Mirage 2000 will be mothballed. So 12 squadrons of Indian Air Force will be reduced from our inventory in next 10 years. I am looking at a scenario where we will further go down to 27 fighter squadron, 25 fighter squadron. Pakistan Air Force boasts of 25 squadron Air Force. Chinese Air Force boasts of 100 fighter squadrons, out of which during Galwan we saw they were preparing to deploy 20 fighter squadrons in Tibet. Very, very challenging situation in case we have to look at 2 fronts together. Yes.
Right, sir. Actually, just yes, in fact, we will go on to more about what really are the challenges ahead. But just stay on with us, gentlemen. Viewers, we'll just get you another report, and you know how we remember one of the most important fighters, the warhorse that MiG-21 has been. And after more than 60 years in service, Air Force is bidding farewell to the MiG-21 fighter jets today. From the fierce battles with Pakistan to high altitude patrols along the China border, and not to forget, of course, the role played during the 1971 war, this iconic aircraft has been at the heart of India's defense story.
The MiG-21 has been a key part of India's Air Force for over 50 years. It has been involved in every major war and conflict, from fighting Pakistan's American supplied jets in the 1970s to patrolling the border with China today. After more than 60 years as the backbone of the Indian Air Force's combat fleet, the famous Russian-made MiG-21 fighter jets are set to be retired. The final squadron of this aircraft, known as the Panthers No. 23 Squadron, will be officially decommissioned at a farewell ceremony at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. This powerful plane has a long history of success, having been used for everything from ground attacks to air defense missions. It proved its worth during the Kargil War in the 1990s and was even used in the 2019 airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan. The MiG-21's long and impressive service record is a testament to its importance in India's military and aviation history. During the war with Pakistan in the 1970s, the MiG-21 was crucial. It was used for both air superiority and ground attacks, successfully shooting down enemy planes and providing cover for missions deep inside Pakistani territory. At the time, just like today, these jets were effective at neutralizing Pakistan's US-supplied aircraft. In the 1980s, the MiG-21 was used in a more limited role in Sri Lanka. As part of the Indian peacekeeping forces, the planes were used for air cover and reconnaissance. The old warhorse proved its reliability again during the Kargil War in the 1990s, where it performed important ground attack and air defense missions. The MiG-21 continued to be tested by both Pakistan and China in the decades that followed, always performing successfully. In the 2010s, they played a part in India's precision airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan, showing their continued relevance. More recently, in the 2020s, the jets have been used to patrol the line of actual control with China in Ladakh. With over 60 years of continuous and distinguished military service, the MiG-21 has a legacy that is difficult for any other aircraft to match.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब
The MiG-21, the sentinel of our skies. For 60 years, it has guarded the nation, training our warriors, testing their courage, and triumphing in battle. A machine of steel, flown with unmatched spirit. The Chief of the Air Staff, joined by Squadron Leader Priya, honors this legacy with a commemorative sortie. Swift, fearless, enduring. Every mission, every landing, a chapter of courage written into history. A legend bows out, saluted by generations. The MiG-21 departs, but its legacy will always remain.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें, वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ देश के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी।
For decades, the MiG-21 has been the backbone of India's aerial defense.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य
The MiG-21, the sentinel of our skies. For 60 years, it has guarded the nation, training our warriors, testing their courage, and triumphing in battle. A machine of steel, flown with unmatched spirit. The Chief of the Air Staff, joined by squadron leader Priya, honors this legacy with a commemorative sortie. Swift, fearless, enduring. Every mission, every landing. A chapter of courage written into history. A legend bows out, saluted by generations. The MiG-21 departs, but its legacy will always remain.
And after more than 60 years in service, the Indian Air Force is bidding farewell to its last MiG-21 fighter jets. From the fierce battles with Pakistan to the high-altitude patrols along the China border, this iconic aircraft, ladies and gentlemen, has been at the heart of India's defense story. So let's take a look, let's take a moment, in fact, to take a look at the remarkable legacy of the MiG-21.
The MiG-21 has been a key part of India's Air Force for over 50 years. It has been involved in every major war and conflict, from fighting Pakistan's American supply jets in the 1970s to patrolling the border with China today. After more than 60 years as the backbone of the Indian Air Force's combat fleet, the famous Russian-made MiG-21 fighter jets are said to be retired. The final squadron of this aircraft, known as the Panthers No. 23 Squadron, will be officially decommissioned at a farewell ceremony at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. This powerful plane has a long history of success, having been used for everything from ground attacks to air defense missions. It proved its worth during the Kargil War in the 1990s and was even used in the 2019 airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan. The MiG-21's long and impressive service record is a testament to its importance in India's military and aviation history. During the war with Pakistan in the 1970s, the MiG-21 was crucial. It was used for both air superiority and ground attacks, successfully shooting down enemy planes and providing cover for missions deep inside Pakistani territory. At the time, just like today, these jets were effective at neutralizing Pakistan's US-supplied aircraft. In the 1980s, the MiG-21 was used in a more limited role in Sri Lanka. As part of the Indian peacekeeping forces, the planes were used for air cover and reconnaissance. The old warhorse proved its reliability again during the Kargil War in the 1990s, where it performed important ground attack and air defense missions. The MiG-21 continued to be tested by both Pakistan and China in the decades that followed, always performing successfully. In the 2010s, they played a part in India's precision airstrikes on terror camps in Pakistan, showing their continued relevance. More recently, in the 2020s, the jets have been used to patrol the line of actual control with China in Ladakh. With over 60 years of continuous and distinguished military service, the MiG-21 has a legacy that is difficult for any other aircraft to match.
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल. हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे. एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है. इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे. नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे. इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी. खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा. जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा. घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा. आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है. हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है. अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's an end of an era. A grand farewell to MiG-21 at the Chandigarh Air Force Station today. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh to fly the last sortie as India bids farewell to MiG-21 after 6 decades of service. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to preside over the farewell ceremony as the chief guest. With foreign funding under scanner, MHA cancels the FCRA license of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. All educational institutes shut for 2 days. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests in Ladakh. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar addresses G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of the UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for UN reforms.
Well, in fact, it's been a decades-long sojourn which finally comes to an end. Various names have essentially been given to the MiG-21. But the reality is also this, ladies and gentlemen, that it has been Indian Air Force's warhorse, a reliable war machine, played a pivotal role in the 1965 war, and of course the latest being the Balakot airstrikes that took place. Ladies and gentlemen, while this also reflects the journey of the Indian Air Force, and not to forget that this particular aircraft was basically inducted when the current air chief was just born, if I'm not wrong, just a year later was the current air chief marshal was born, and this aircraft was inducted. So you could perhaps take a look at, Rakshita, the long history that the MiG-21 actually had. There have been variants of it, and a lot has been spoken about how it has been useful right from the time the Dhaka bombing. If you remember the first big win that MiG-21 actually had when it had taken off from Guwahati and Hashipara and carried out the bombing in Dhaka. And let's not forget that when it was brought in, it was essentially rudimentary in nature, and much has changed thereafter. Today, as we take you through those final moments, the final salute, as we are calling in, that's in Chandigarh. In fact, that was the base for the first squadron of the MiG-21, and it's befitting that the final salute is also given from Chandigarh. I'll also go across, Rakshita, to our colleague Ishan, who's joining us from the airbase in Chandigarh. Ishan, the final salute begins in a short while from now. I believe he's also speaking to some of the former MiG-21 pilots. Let's listen.
And be part of MiG-21 forever.
Sir, the MiG-21 has seen action in multiple domains, starting from the 65 war, the 71 war, and who can forget the attack on the governor's house, wherein precision-guided rockets were used to bomb inside the air vents of the governor, blasting inside. Your views on that, sir?
Well, I must first correct you. The rocket which you fire not precision-guided. It is purely pilots initiated, doing a gunnery, the gun sight, using it in a way that accurately, and so whatever I do happens, the rocket does or the bomb does. Like bomb हमने रनवे में गड्ढे बना दिए, कभी उसके फोटो देखे होंगे, वो ऐसे थे, वो बड़े हम लोग बड़ी ऊपर से डालते थे, वो 1000 kg के होते थे दोनों तरफ के मिला के, तो वही है, तो वो इसमें MiG-21 की एक ही खास बात है कि जो आप उससे मांगोगे, जैसा एज अ पायलट you will demand, it will give you उससे 5% ज़्यादा ही देगा.
Sir, the MiG-21 is retiring. It is seeing its final sorties today. This has been the workhorse of the Indian Air Force for the past 66 decades. It will be handing over the torch to the light combat aircraft, sir. What are your views on that, sir?
I would reserve my comment on that because there is no aircraft replaces the other one. Every aircraft has its own individual character. When Tejas comes, it will be entirely different thing, different domain. We'll have to train differently. We'll have to achieve our targets differently.
Final question, sir. As the MiG retires, what would be the lessons learned and the message delivered for the upcoming generations of IAF warriors?
You see, the fact is that the MiG-21's firing parameters were entirely different than what the new aircraft have. So saying anything about that is not my domain because I am not part of that. But certainly only one thing, that you be sincere, be honest, demand from the aircraft, whatever you demand, the aircraft, if you treat it properly, will give you plus whatever you're demanding.
Okay. Thank you for speaking with Republic today, sir. It was lovely speaking with you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I'm being joined in.
We just spoke with SK Tyagi, sir, Air Commodore. He is a veteran of the Indian Air Force. He has flown the MiGs for the past 20 odd years and he has flown multiple combat missions and sorties. It was an amazing opportunity to speak with him.
Well, in fact, as part of the final salute, Rakshita, each of those pilots who've been part of this war machine would be participating today. In fact, in our studios and also over the next few hours, we have very special guests who are joining us. In fact, Rakshita, if you could first take it with all our guests here in the studio, and also we'll try and go across to our guests joining us from Bangalore too.
Yes, so we welcome Group Captain Devnath in our studios and Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava joining us from San Francisco. And we have Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh also joining us live from Bengaluru. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this very special occasion. And I'll start with the Air Vice Marshal Srivastava. So we've had, a lot of talk about MiG-21, as Shravan had started out, that they had also been earned many such monikers, infamously. But today, it's such a great moment. If you could just take us through why MiG-21 is the legend that it is said to be, sir.
Rakshita, let me first talk to Group Captain Devnath. He has flown MiG-21 himself, and we were together. But starting from this aircraft, got into Air Force in 1963 and served till 2025. And we are the last Air Force to have really been flying this aircraft. So in a way, it's a combination of pilots' determination, grit and all that, plus the engineering marvel of the Indian Air Force, including, I would give credit to HL also for keeping it alive. The second thing which comes, it has taken us from a journey of first generation aircraft when it got inducted until 3.5 generation when we are talking about MiG-21 BIS or Bison included. So that is the one which actually is flying out. That is the one in which Abhinandan was there, Wing Commander Abhinandan, who shot down F-16 aircraft. And if you see the kind of, that was F-16 C Block 52, and that's a very, that's one generation ahead, the aircraft. So it's always a combination of the pilot plus the machine, the man and the machine, that makes the difference. And that's what I think Air Commodore Tyagi was trying to tell, who's also a legendary figure as far as MiG-21 flying goes. So this has been a journey, and it has also been part of Indian Air Force in several other ways. We faced a lot of accidents, and once upon a time it was, being belittled. But let me tell you, all our Air Chief Marshals, all the chiefs of the Air Force, barring one or two who have not been fighter pilots, one in recent past been a Fali Major. So basically, they all have flown MiG-21. All of them have flown. Any fighter pilot who's there today in the Indian Air Force has flown this aircraft because this was one of those trainers which is to bring in for fighter flying at basic level. So this aircraft has a great history. All the pilots and engineers have touched this aircraft in one way or another. And they have, including myself, we have long memories attached to it. We always call it an epic era, which is now, era which is ending today, formally, and everything comes to an end. And this aircraft, of course, I would pick up from Commodore Tyagi what he said, we cannot contextualize in today's kind of warfare. Because in today's warfare, you need definitely different kind of assets on board, different kind of radar, different kind of beyond visual range capacities, different kind of ECCM capacities for survival, and different kind of precision guided munitions, and more munitions. So in that sense, it's different. But essentially, it was the backbone of Indian Air Force. It trained most of the fighter pilots of the Indian Air Force. It trained most of the aeronautical engineers who managed it. And it gave us a time to understand how the Indian Air Force is going to flower out and bloom into a more potent, more contextual, more relevant, time-relevant Indian Air Force. Like the new aircraft which have come, the backbone is shifting. It is, I think it is rightly put that LCA and MiG-21, we should never try to compare because they are in two different eras. 6 decades is not a small time. It's really, really a very huge time. And as regards to statistics of accidents, of course, if you take the current fighters or you take the Western fighters, the rates have been 2 to 3 times more, even if you take on a basis or number of accidents per 10,000 hours. So, but this aircraft has flown nearly 1.6 to 1.8 million hours, if you take the total combination. And that's really huge for any fleet. So I think I would say that and give my salute to this aircraft and fleet and all the people who have flown it and all the people who worked on it.
Group Captain Devnath, almost everyone who's flown the MiG-21 has a story to tell. In fact, I remember, in a previous shoot that I had, and I had the opportunity to speak to one of those fighter jet pilots who essentially spoke about the fact that there was, if you see the training process, it started with a Hunter and then finally you get into MiG-21. Rarely would you have got the opportunity of directly starting with the MiG-21. And I had the opportunity of actually speaking to one such. And the excitement that they had of narrating how difficult it was to basically go through the training process itself. The CEO would have never allowed you to come perhaps near the squadron unless you would have learned the nuts and bolts of this war machine. I want to ask you, Group Captain, what's the story of MiG-21 as far as you are concerned?
A very interesting thing I must tell. All the youngsters will look forward to flying a MiG-21. But before that, they will have to do what is called chair flying. They will sit in their room as a bachelors in officers' mess. They will sit on their chair, and in front of the chair, they will have a white sheet of paper. You see, I'm talking about 1970s, 80s. I got commissioned in 1979. There were no computers, there were no simulators. Head-up display had just about come. But in our room, we all had a white chart in front of us, all the instruments drawn. And at night, you won't believe, at night we used to get up and practice on that one sheet of paper. So we will call out, engine on fire, sitting in our room, and we will say, throttle back, deploy tail chute, lift flaps, engage MRCA, that is nose steer, apply first stage of brake, go to second stage of brake. And you won't believe, by the time we came to operate fire extinguisher, we'll be so excited, we'll forget that we are sitting in our room in front of a sheet of paper with all aircraft instruments drawn. You know why?
Carry on, Group Captain Devnath, because I just was told that we also have Group Captain Anupam Banerjee who's going to join us from Chandigarh, but we'll go back to it. But Group Captain Devnath, just a quick word. You were saying that you started off essentially at a time when there was no simulators. There were essentially more difficulties in terms of the training, and let's not forget there was this frustration when it all started. Okay, let's go across to Ishan, who's joining us from Chandigarh. I'm told that he's joining in with Group Captain Anupam Banerjee.
Sir, live है हमारा, please.
Sorry, sir.
Hello. We are joined with Group Captain Anupam Banerjee. Group Captain Anupam Banerjee, the MiG-21 is retiring. The MiG-21 has served 6 decades in the Indian Air Force. Could you please share your views on those?
What to say? It's a day of mixed emotions. Stalwart of 60 plus years, which has served the nation with great distinction, is retiring today. Kudos for its service, but at the same time, every good thing comes to an end. So we are happy that the Indian Air Force is moving on to the next generation of modernization, but at the same time, it's always difficult to say goodbye to an old, trusted friend.
So you have flown the MiG-21. What was your personal favorite moment of flying the MiG-21?
You know, I got trained in MiG-21, the fighters. We used to call it baptism by fire. When you change from a subsonic aircraft to the supersonic, this is the first supersonic aircraft that you have ever touched or flown in your life. That experience is unique. So when you, for the first time, you land this aircraft at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour, the excitement for a 20 plus is something which will never leave me. And the first view of a MiG-21 which I had in my first squadron, 101 squadron, the Falcons of Cham and Akhnur, in a wintry day in Sirsa, I'll never forget, in that misty early morning, all the MiG-21s, the beauties lined up in the tarmac, that sight will never forget me. I mean, if I'm born again, I'll probably fly MiG-21 again, and if I get the chance.
That's lovely, sir. The MiG-21 played a pivotal role in multiple air wars. So starting from 1965 to 1971 and then Balakot. Even it participated in Operation Brass Tacks. So what was your favorite moment or crowning glory of the MiG-21?
I will say that out of all the operations, 1971 was the moment of glory. The way the MiG-21s attacked the governor's house in Dhaka and pulverized the very nerve center of the East Pakistani command post was something which is etched in history. But don't forget, in 1999 in Kargil War and also in Balakot, what it did. So MiG-21, whenever it was called on, it did wonders. So it is very difficult to pick up one particular moment. Adieu MiG-21, you served us well.
Sir, final, a message for the future warriors of the Indian Air Force.
The future warriors are going to fly much better aircraft, much sophisticated aircraft. MiG-21 was pure flying without any, other interventions of technology in it. But the future warriors have got a huge job in hand. They are in much better aircraft, which brings in much to the table. So I hope they bring the glory forward, which MiG-21 gave us, and take the legacy forward of the fighter clan of Indian Air Force into the next era.
Thank you for speaking with us, sir, today. It was a pleasure speaking.
Thank you very much.
We were live with...
Well, in fact,
live from Chandigarh Airways.
Rakshita, the story that Group Captain Anupam Banerjee was talking about with regards to the governor's house in Dhaka. Interestingly, if you would have actually spoken to almost anyone from the Air Force, particularly those who have flown the MiG-21, they would have essentially told you about the fact that it all started when you did not have radars too. So it was all done manually. And as far as this episode in Dhaka is concerned, you're talking at a time when I believe that the targets had changed while they were airborne. The pilots were essentially airborne. So we've come a long way with not having even guns on board, and the frustration that the pilots had during that very period when, despite Pakistani jets being sighted, not being able to fire on any one of them was the biggest frustration. I'm going to hand it back to you, Rakshita, first with regards to the latest visuals now coming in for all of us. So for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, what to expect over the next few hours as the flypast is going to begin in a short while from now, Rakshita.
Right, Republic TV viewers is getting you the first visuals from the Chandigarh Air Base. These are the latest visuals from the Chandigarh Air Base, where the ceremony is all set to begin in a short while from now, and you can see the fighters there. We will be expecting very soon that the ceremony will begin. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Chief of Defence Staff General Chauhan, Army Chief and IAF Chief also. Okay, I'm getting to know that we have Ishan interacting with some more people, more officers there on ground and sharing the experiences with the MiG-21. Listen in, viewers.
Of saying goodbye to a friend. Sir, we are joined here with Sergeant Nagarajan, retired radio fitter. Sir, could you please help us with the experience with the MiG-21?
Sir, very good morning to everybody. I thankful first of all to the Chandigarh Station Commander who's arranged this function so grand. And I'm lucky enough to meet all my Chief of Air Staff, those who are with me. They removed the uniform, but like me, they're also civilian now. So I am very grateful to you, sir, all the Chief of Air Staff. And today is the day, very colorful day we call it as. Our Chief of Air Staff is going to fly MiG-21F. I am very proud. Only thing, I am not signing the 700 form. Why? Because younger generations are signing, how the communication and this thing and all. So I don't have a chance. I am unlucky enough to invent. This is a hangar where I trained 1964. I've been trained and positioned in Pathankot, and then made a 30 squadron posted to Tejpur. From Tejpur, I come to Kalekunda, where I celebrated my victory parade. After the victory parade, this is the only parade where I am seeing with full of colorful accessories. Then, regarding the technical efficiency, it is top. We never failure. How the 450 pilots are died so far, that is a miracle. I don't say it is a fault of the pilot or technical fault. But nowhere their bad luck it has come. We lost such a wonderful pilots and we have achieved the target of everything of Indian Air Force. Technical fellows as well as pilots are grateful to MiG-21 FL. All the best, Chief of Air Staff, sir. You have a good time for this flying. Only thing, I am not signing the Form 700 because I am old of 85 years. Indirectly, I am once again thanking you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking with us today, sir. This was Sergeant Nagarajan. He was technical officer at MiG-21 for over 20 years. Back to you.
Right, Ishan, just stay on with us. We will continue to get you more live inputs, viewers from Ground Zero Republic TV, getting you the latest from Chandigarh Air Base. Now, I'll just go across to Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh, who's also joining us live right now from Bengaluru. Commander Singh, thank you so much. A very good morning to you. And of course, it's going to be a very interesting visual when we will see the Badal 3 call sign and MiG-21 flying into the sunset one last time. How do you remember this war machine and any experience that you could share, ma'am?
Thank you, Rakshita, first of all. And yes, a lot has been said. And it is the day today when the aircraft would finally take off for the one last time. And we'll bid a goodbye to the legacy of this amazing machine that has served the Indian Air Force for 6 decades. I mean, it's the largely produced aircraft across the world. And for an Air Force, which is 9 decades old, 6 decades of one aircraft means a lot. 70% of the personnel of the Air Force have been trained on this. As an engineer, as an aircraft engineer also, I would like to say that this is one machine which every engineer, every aeronautical engineer of the Indian Air Force is taught. The basics of any aircraft are taught, and this is where all of us start from. So every engineer that you see in Indian Air Force has studied this machine. To maintain this Russian origin aircraft is again an Hercules task. But yes, with the challenges comes the best of the times, I would say. So it has been a legacy, and the legacy is going to go into the books. And as the times of change have come, I would say that, to defend tomorrow's skies, we need to move away from yesterday's wings. And yes, rightly, and that is what we see from Balakot. And into Balakot, we saw MiG-21s into action. And right now, when we moved on to Operation Sindoor, the whole landscape of warfare has changed. So we moved to from very conventional warfares to what it seems to be the modern warfare today. But however, this machine has given 6 decades to the Indian Air Force. So I would say that, it is the machine which made the Indian Air Force supersonic. And that is where the legacy, I think, would continue of MiG-21s. And as you said, a lot of stories, like Sir was talking about before me, he talks about 70s and 80s. As an engineer, just retired last year, I would say that we have seen this machine in those ways where, the engineering capabilities and the engineers have been slogging left, right, center, and still the machine has been so, because it has been so nicely designed and well oiled, that it was surviving and it has thrived those 6 decades in service. So I must say that a grand salute to this amazing, amazing machine here.
Yes, Wing Commander Singh very rightly pointed out, and of course, all the officers that we're speaking to today have their own stories, Shawan, and of course, everybody's very romantic about the MiG-21, and we will continue to get you more stories, viewers, even from ground zero as the countdown to the ceremony has begun. In the meanwhile, we'll just show you more glimpses of how the Indian Air Force is remembering the MiG-21 today, as it's the end of an era today, one era that has lasted over 6 decades now, and today the MiG-21, the most redoubtable of fighter jets, the hero of 4 armed conflicts with Pakistan, will make its last flight, dipping its wings in a somber yet joyful salute to the generations of pilots it trained and with whom it flew into deadly dogfights.
21, the sentinel of our skies. For 60 years, it has guarded the nation, training our warriors, testing their courage, and triumphing in battle. A machine of steel, flown with unmatched spirit. The Chief of the Air Staff, joined by Squadron Leader Priya, honors this legacy with a commemorative sortie. Swift, fearless, enduring. Every mission, every landing. A chapter of courage written into history. A legend bows out, saluted by generations. The MiG-21 departs, but its legacy will always remain.
And viewers, of course, it's a very, very solemn moment. At the same time, of course, today we have to be also thinking about what void has been now left. Air Vice Marshal Shrivastava, we've spoken about the squadron strength so many times on Republic TV. Today, it goes below 30 with farewell to MiG-21, sir. So what are the challenges ahead? In the IAF chief, the Air Force chief, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh has time and again pointed out the urgent need of squadrons and the challenges before in the Air Force, before our armed forces, given the kind of situation, especially after Operation Sindoor. It's been a wake-up call, and there have been delays as far as the deliveries of the Tejas are concerned. Sir, how do you think that this could be fulfilled, and what void does this really leave today?
Rakshita, I think you asked a very basic and very important question, which has been almost aching the nation. The idea is that we actually need nearly 900 aircraft, fighter aircraft, and we are around now 500. We dropped to that level. So there is a gap of 400. Coupled with this are, concept of going indigenous and banking upon LCA various, versions, and the problem of G engines. If you see, the production rate is really not matching up with the kind of numbers we need. Quality number is also a kind of quality in a war kind of scenario, and kind of strength you as a nation you throw up and you give it to the adversary. So there is a huge challenge in front of the nation, and we need to fill this void. Of course, we are trying to fill this void through, I would say, other means of war fighting, the modern war fighting. We have improved our net centricity to a large degree with the induction of, or with the ISCCS in play. We also have got a lot of precision munitions, missiles, surface to air, air to surface, and satellite ballistic missiles, and our other strategic missiles. So we are trying to do that. We are also trying to get into space assets. We are also trying to do our, what we call drones or unmanned aerial vehicles. We are trying to build them in great number at all levels. So idea being that this is a complex scene, and we need to do with the budgets we have and the kind of profile for the country we have, that has to be kept in mind. And the defense budgets can only be as much. So we have to get worth of each penny, whatever you spend. When in this scenario, I also feel, with all my 51 years of experience in corporate and in the Indian Air Force for 35 years, that we need to fill up this gap. And this gap can be filled only through if we get some more aircraft imported, with, of course, technology transfer. If that comes through, that's a great idea. We geolocate the manufacturing, which has been the basic tenet of the government goings on, that I know from my personal association too. So idea is that numbers have to be done up. And these numbers are huge while we catch up with our LCA program, while we'll catch up through our MCA program. And we need to definitely make our own aero engine. Our own aero engine, which has at least a thrust of about 110 kilonewtons. This has to come through. For that, we can partner with some companies, which we are trying, and whatever gaps are there, technology gaps, we have identified the technology gaps. So I would not paint a very grim scenario, but there is a challenging scenario in front of the nation, and whole of nation approach is required to meet this challenge for the Indian Air Force, which can fight the future wars, or the wars of 30s, 2030s or 40s, where we want to become a developed country. So unless we harness this technology-wise, number-wise, and Air Force strength-wise, I think we'll be falling short of our expectations or national aspirations.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that if at all, India today faces a two-front challenge from Pakistan as well as China, we would be woefully short of our fighter jets. We are down to 29. And that remains one of the biggest concerns, ladies and gentlemen. Something that the Air Chief Marshal has very clearly articulated, with the fact that India for a very long time has been plagued by these entire acquisition problems, and something that the Air Force has been attending to for a very long time. Can this be really streamlined? But before that, let me once again take you through the story of India's warhorse, which lasted for almost 6 decades, the longest ever. But when it was inducted, remember, it was always seen as one of the finest fighter jet to have been brought in. Multiple variants came in, turned out to be one of the finest trainer aircraft too. But having said that, it came with its own set of challenges. The reason why the Indian Air Force was perhaps been able to carry this for this long was primarily because of the maintenance that it had undergone and the checks that was essentially put in place. But despite that, there were challenges that the MiG-21 faced.
Tejas was actually designed as a MiG-21 replacement. That's why it is a small aircraft. It was designed around MiG-21, and it was conceived with some kind of motivation from Mirage. That's why there's a Delta platform. And it is going to replace MiG-21 quite well, but it will have to evolve. Tejas now will have to think of new weapons for Tejas also. And as a training role, initial fighter training role, I think it can fit in very well. So we have this 83 contract already on. We have another contract lined up to be signed very soon. So I expect, like we had the MiG-21s, various versions of Tejas, whether Tejas Mark 1 or Mark 2, or later on MCA, will replace this fleet.
Well, absolutely, viewers, we continue to get you the stories of MiG-21, and I'll just go across to Group Captain UK Devnath once again. He's in our studios with us, and he was just, Group Captain Devnath, you were just sharing the stories back then when, there were no simulators and the way you used to train. If you could just shed some more light for the youngsters who are watching in, because of course there's so much of advanced technology today, imported technology, and now we are going on to talk about Atmanirbharta, self-reliance and indigenous technology being used. But back then, sir, with the Hawk, as Shravan was talking about, and the MiG-21 and the likes you were telling us about, where you have trained, what was the challenge? But despite that, there were precision strikes, that were also conducted in Dhaka, as we were just discussing a while back, sir. So what was the scenario like at the back then?
Oh yes, these were very, very challenging days, glorious days. adrenaline flowing days. I am talking about 60s. When the aircraft came to us, that time we should remember there were two challenges. One of the very big reason we inducted this was because US Air Force and CIA had deployed their U-2, very high altitude reconnaissance plane in Pakistan, in Peshawar. And what used to happen, these U-2s, they used to fly from Peshawar in Pakistan to Tibet, towards China. And Indian Air Force couldn't do anything. That time we didn't have MiG-21s. We had aircraft like Hunters, Mysteers. They could only climb up to 30,000-40,000 feet. We requested US ambassador in Chanakyapuri that, sir, anytime your U-2 flies over India to enter Tibet, please inform us in advance. They refused to do that. They did not share that input with us. Then came MiG-21. It could climb up to a height of 65,000 feet. And with a lookup mode, it could fire its, in those days, K-13 heat-seeking missile up to a height of 70,000 feet. And it had a beautiful radar in those days. Now I find it was a good radar for those days. It was called R2L. So the pilot will take off, look up, lock up to any high altitude aircraft, even U-2. And then we will report to US ambassador that next time U-2 enters Indian airspace without telling us, we will shoot one down. Believe me, after that US Air Force and CIA stopped sending these U-2 overflights over India to Tibet. Another interesting episode, I must tell you, 1965. By that time, US Air Force was very, very worried. Say comparatively, they had deployed F-4 Phantom, good fighter aircraft, and they had started deploying their supersonic aircraft called F-104 Starfighter. Now they gave some of these starfighters to Pakistan as because Pakistan had joined CATO and CENTO. Unko free mein de diya as gift, and Pakistan Air Force was very, very proud of their starfighters. But as the war progressed, we shot down our MiG-21s. They shot down one starfighter, they shot down the second starfighter, and believe me, within no time, the psychological situation changed. We could hear, our pilots and our radar controllers could hear Pakistani radar controllers warning their starfighters that come back and quickly land because a MiG-21 is in your vicinity. That kind of a shock and awe situation it created. 1971, there is absolutely no doubt. It did excellent job as an ORP aircraft, as a CAP aircraft. I must tell viewers in one line what is ORP. ORP is Operational Readiness Platform. Aircraft remains on ground, two of them at one edge of runway. And when radar detects, ground surveillance radar detects one enemy aircraft, it will tell the ORP pilots to take off. They will take off in 2 minutes, climb up towards that enemy aircraft and shoot it down. And what is CAP? CAP is also part of MiG-21 sortie profile. It was primarily a very good air defense aircraft. CAP is Combat Air Patrol. See, Army will tell us that tomorrow they are going to carry out strikes on Pakistan Army, say in Chamjoria or in Sialkot sector. So they will request Indian Air Force to give them combat air patrol coverage over Chamjoria, over Munawar Tawi, over Sialkot. So our Air Force, 2 or 4 MiG-21s will go orbit there. At a height of 10,000, 20,000 feet, they will orbit. Aim being, in case Pakistani Sabre jets came and tried to attack our army tanks or army guns, then these MiG-21s who are doing combat air patrol over tactical battle area, they will engage them, shoot them down. Yeah, beautiful, glorious days.
Right. I think we are getting in visuals, Shawan, or this is coming in from Chandigarh, and in fact I'll just go across to Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh once again. Ma'am, as we just wait, and the countdown has of course begun for that very important ceremony, and we're going to see very, very beautiful visuals, ma'am. The fact that it has been, of course, it has a glorious past. At the same time, there have been tragedies also. It has made it to the headlines for many times wrong reasons as well. Even to the movies, we've seen how the issues have been highlighted. But today, ma'am, in your understanding, what are the lessons that can be learned with the history of MiG-21?
The Indian Air Force is preparing to close a legendary chapter in its history. Today, at Chandigarh Air Force Station, the MiG-21 Bison, India's first supersonic jet, will take its final ceremonial flight. The aircraft will be piloted by Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and farewell will be witnessed with full military honor by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Chief of Defence Staff.
Behind me are India's first supersonic jets that were inducted in 1963. The first 7 jets were landed at Mumbai and assembled and sent to Chandigarh Air Base for induction. And the culmination ceremony is to take place on 26th of September 2025, marking an end to an unwavering guardian of the Indian skies.
It was here at the very same airbase in 1963 that the MiG-21 first soared into the skies with Indian colours from that day onwards. The MiG has become synonymous with India's aerial strength, protecting the nation's airspace for over 6 decades.
Precise rockets to fire within the air ducts of the Governor House, ringing a sounding victory and accelerating the surrender process of the Pakistan during the 1971 war. These were known as the bunker busters, and these were also known as the runway busters, as these played a pivotal role in the 1971 war, wherein they bombed the runways, creating craters, destabilizing the Pakistani Air Force and bringing an end to the 1971 war. These 800 aircrafts have sadly seen the moniker given to them as the flying coffin because of the 400 odd crashes wherein 200 brave air warriors and 50 civilians unfortunately lost their lives.
The MiG-21 has left an indelible mark on India's military history. Over 874 jets were inducted into the Indian Air Force, forming the backbone of our aerial defense for decades. In the 1971 Indo-Pak War, they stamped their authority by shooting down Pakistan's F-104 starfighters. During the Kargil conflict in 1999, these jets struck deep into fortified enemy bunkers high up in the Himalayan ridges, proving that no position was beyond their reach. Even in 2019, after the Balakot strikes, Captain Abhinandan Vartman entered hostile airspace and shot down a highly decorated Pakistan F-16 in a daring dogfight, a moment that will be remembered in eternity of Indian aviation. Yet, the MiG-21 carried a darker legacy. Out of 874 jets, nearly half, 482, were lost in accidents due to mechanical failures over 5 decades. These mishaps claimed the lives of more than 170 IAF pilots, earning the aircraft the infamous nickname, the Flying Coffin. Despite this, it remained an unmatched force in its prime, capable of speeds exceeding Mach 2 and reaching service ceilings of 57,000 feet.
These will now be replaced with the LCA Mark 1A aircraft, which is the indigenously designed aircraft. Out of the 800 MiG-21s, about 600 were built by HAL and the 200 were built by Russia.
The MiG-21 was a product of Soviet engineering. Designed to be cutting-edge supersonic fighter recognizing its potential, India partnered with the USSR to produce these jets domestically. From its initial induction to the final sorties, the MiG-21 exemplified India's ability to adapt, upgrade and maintain a frontline fighter aircraft for decades.
What marks today is a poignant end and laying to rest of a veteran. This ceremony concludes and shows the final moments of a warrior that has served Indian skies for the past 60 years.
62 years after its induction, the MiG-21 Bison prepares to take its final bow. It's not just a farewell to an aircraft, but to an air warrior that has defended India through generations of conflict and peace.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, this was a part of the dress rehearsal that took place on the 24th of September. In fact, what we are going to witness over the next few hours, it is a power-packed final salute, if I may say so. It would basically start with what you're seeing right now, a para jump by the Indian Air Force, followed by a synchronized march past. Then, of course, would be the takeoff and the fly past of the MiG-21. And a combined synchronized fly past of the LCA and MiG-21, followed by an aerobic display by Surya Kiran team. And then finally, the landing of the MiG-21 essentially takes place. I'm actually, Rakshita, looking forward to the final fly past. And interestingly, there is a story behind that too. Perhaps you can take one of the stories from our guests who are joining in right now.
Yes, Wing Commander Singh, any stories that you would like to share? And at the same time, I would like to, of course, ask that today, as we remember the history and the legacy, what lessons could also be learned with the records, the unfortunate accident record with the MiG-21? What could we really learn today as we move forward?
Yeah, so Rakshita, there are stories every engineer faces when maintaining such a legacy machine. And yes, we do. This machine is wherein, it made, I guess, my generation of engineering officers to truly and aptly utilize their engineering and technological mind to, maintain and sustain this machine. What lessons I would say, as far as the accidents and incidents have been concerned, and the lessons and the takeaways from the legacy of this machine, the whole ecosystem of aviation is evolving in India. We are going towards Atmanirbharta, as well as what we've learned here is how important is it for the country to have its own made aircraft, a Make in India aircraft, made in India produced engines, and a whole ecosystem wherein our spares, components, as well as, I would say the engineering manpower available outside is available in India itself. So that ways, I think the machine has taught not just the Indian Air Force, but the country a lot of lessons that this is what we should have. And I think rightly so, we are moving towards, and the gaps have been identified, and every effort from the government to everywhere is being made to make that self-sustaining ecosystem available in the country for any machine to strive and thrive and give its provided service to the nation.
Right. Thank you so much, Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh, for sharing that story, and of course making very important point, Shravan, of course, as India moved towards self-reliance, and all our service chiefs have been pressing on to that particular, that push is of course louder than ever before, and India is working on it. Viewers, we will continue to get you the live inputs from Chandigarh Air Base as the ceremony is going to begin anytime from now. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें, वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ देश के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए। हमें इस लक्ष्य को लेकर काम करना है।
All right, we have live visuals coming in. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has just arrived at the Chandigarh Air Base. There you have visuals. He is being welcomed by the officials and ministers, the top officials there at the Chandigarh Air Base, as the ceremony is all set to begin in a few moments from now. As the top dignitaries have also arrived. The Defence Minister, the Raksha Mantri, has also arrived, and we also will have the service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff, General Chauhan, also gracing this ceremony. And as we speak, in short while from now, we are going to have that ceremony. You can see on your screens Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh being now welcomed at the Chandigarh Air Base for the final salute to the MiG-21 viewers. And after this, we are going to see the para jump by the Indian Air Force, and a synchronized march past, take off and fly past of the MiG-21, which everybody is waiting to see that visual, that scene. And we will be coming back, viewers, with more live visuals from the Chandigarh Air Base. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगे, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार।
All right, viewers, so we have Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh at the Chandigarh Air Base and the countdown to that very important ceremony, the farewell ceremony of the MiG-21 has begun, and MiG-21 retires after 62 years in service, and Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, along with other dignitaries, the military leadership, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Army Chief, and all right, I'm going straight across to Ishan joining us from the Chandigarh Air Base. How long for that beautiful ceremony to begin? I think we are getting in live visuals. Ishan, just take us through, please.
Yes, behind me is the special marching contingent of the Indian Air Force. They will be doing the synchronized marching. We have just seen the arrival of Honorable Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. He had arrived in a special VIP jet, and the ceremony is about to begin. Behind me, all the guests have taken their places. Most of the dignitaries have arrived. They have arrived through special flights arranged by the Indian Air Force, and they have directly come to the air base and landed here. Behind me, you can see the marching contingent of the Indian Air Force preparing for the show. They will be preparing, and now we can see, if we look above, we can see the paragliders jumping off the aircraft and coming down with the Air Force flag unfurled. These paragliders have jumped out of a transport aircraft of more than 10,000 feet above in the sky, and we can see them slowly gliding towards gracefully to the ground. In front of me, we can see Rajendra Singh Randhawa landing with the Indian Air Force flag below him unfurled in all its glory.
Well, that's of course a very beautiful sight, isn't it, Group Captain Devnath, as this is the para jump by the Indian Air Force, and this symbolism and the emotion attached to it. I think you can understand and explain that better.
Oh yes, they are members of our Akash Ganga team. I must tell that Indian Air Force at Chandigarh and at Agra maintains a fleet of AN-32 aircraft, and in the near future we will have a fleet of C-295 which is being assembled and manufactured in Gujarat. These are tactical airlift aircraft, transport aircraft. Akash Ganga are all highly qualified instructors of our parachute training school in Agra. Their work is to train Indian Air Force Garud Commandos, Naval Marcos Commandos and Army Special Forces in parachute operations. We must remember, during war or during any hostile situation, there may be a requirement of dropping our para-commandos, Army Special Forces, behind the enemy lines. It may take place even at night, at low level. So, the Air Force instructors, they teach these ab initio Army Jawans, highly motivated lot, how to egress from the aircraft, how to jump out, how to deploy the parachute and then land at a very precise spot. See, landing at a precise spot is very necessary, because when a stick is dropped, by stick I mean 10, 20, 30 para-commandos will be dropped in enemy territory. If they land up dispersed in far away places, then enemy will pick them up one by one on ground and shoot them. So it is very necessary that they land together in a cohesive manner and immediately on ground adopt a tactically defensive position. So Akash Ganga, these para jumpers, they are instructors, they are very, very highly qualified, and they train hundreds of these para commandos every year in Agra.
Yes, that of course, viewers, are the live visuals coming in. You can see the dignitaries seated there attending this very important ceremony, and we just witnessed live, first on Republic TV, those beautiful visuals on your screens from two different vantage points from the Chandigarh Air Base, the para jump by the Akash Ganga team, as Group Captain Devnath was pointing out and explaining the significance of it. And as we see, this is just the beginning of this ceremony to bid farewell to the MiG-21, and this is a grand ceremony, viewers. After the Akash Ganga skydiving team showcasing their skills, we'll have this air warrior drill team will display precision in their moves, and Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh himself will be flying one of the MiG-21s in formation during the decommissioning ceremony, and it's going to be a memorable sight, of course. And it is going to be a very, very important ceremony, and Squadron Leader Priya Sharma will also be making history by being part of the final sortie, grand fly past there. Ishan, what is lined up next, as we just witnessed that that beautiful sight? What's next? How is the schedule right now?
Right now, after the dignitaries have arrived, we are scheduled for the takeoff of the MiG-21s. Shortly now, the MiG-21s will be taking off after the march past done by the IAF. Once the march past finishes, then the sorties will begin. The sorties will begin with taking off of MiG-21s, first in singles, then in pairs. And after the MiG-21 and LCA have done their sorties, we will see acrobatics team Surya Kiran perform live acrobatics throughout, and once the acrobatics have been performed, they will then go in for the conclusion of the ceremony, where water gun salute will be given to the MiG-21, and Form 700 for the final time will be handed over to the Raksha Mantri in this case.
Right, this is the number 23 squadron known as the Panthers that will take part in this ceremonial fly past that is going to happen a short while from now. That will be followed by a water cannon salute as the jets make their final ending. So we just witnessed IAF's, the Indian Air Force's Akash Ganga skydiving team. Then we will have the march past, very, very important final sortie. Also to begin, Rajnath Singh is gracing this event along with other...
We are getting live visuals of the Jaguar MiG-21s taking off. The first MiG-21 has just taken off from airbase at Chandigarh. The next MiG-21 in pairs are now taking off. These are the two MiG-21s taking off of the Panther Squadron. First of the MiG-21s have taken off for the final sortie. These are the MiG-21s of the Panther Squadron that have taken off and are now conducting this final sorties before the Indian Air Force Base.
Absolutely, Ishan getting us those live visuals. Farewell ceremony beginning at the Chandigarh Air Base. After the Akash Ganga display, we have the final sortie, and this is the march past. This is the march past,
the
as
Akash
we were
Ganga
pointing. March past.
Akash Ganga team is march past.
Yeah. Yes.
By the Akash Ganga team. The Akash Ganga team is, see the visuals, they have done the paratrooping right now, and we are shortly expecting the synchronized march past by the Indian Air Force Band.
The aerial displays, the march past and the final sortie, viewers. The synchronized march past there on your screens. Republic TV getting you the first visuals and the fastest inputs from the Chandigarh Air Base as the Indian Air Force bids adieu to the MiG-21, viewers. And there you have the ceremony that has kick-started. You have the aerobatics team as well that will be performing. And now we have from the Indian Air Force Chief to Squadron Leader Priya Sharma also flying in the formation to carry out the final sortie. And Air Vice Marshal Krishnamurti is also joining us on the broadcast. Very good morning to you, sir. And as we will just reconnect with him. Seems to have a problem with the audio, but viewers, as we are getting you the live visuals from Chandigarh Air Base, these are the MiG-21 viewers, the aircraft that we are watching on our screens right now, all set for the farewell, all set for the final sortie, one last time in the air. And of course, we will continue to say, okay, we have our guests continuing to be with us. We have Air Vice Marshal Krishnamurti Murli joining us from Bengaluru, sir. A very good morning to you, Air Vice Marshal Krishnamurti, sir. And this is, of course, a beautiful, beautiful sight. And I'm sure you must be very, very emotional also at the same time watching these live visuals, the farewell to India's oldest and legendary warhorse.
Yes, morning to you. It's really good to join Republic National Live. It's an extremely emotional moment for me because, in 1975, I started my service career with in the MiG-21 squadron at the Tejpur. Then I went on to serve in two more squadrons, MiG-21M and the MiG-BIS aircraft. So, 7 years in MiG-21 in the formative years of my Air Force career, and probably the best years of my service. And it's so emotional to see, Bison taking off for the last time. And yes, all good things must come to an end, as we say. But then one must remember that MiG-21 variants of the Indian Air Force have served our nation for 62 years, a yeoman service to the nation, right from 1965 war up to Operation Sindoor. It has shown its mettle.
Vice Marshal, if I could just, quickly, perhaps rely on your experience of the MiG-21. It has a long history, dotted with, I would say, the fact that it is about resilience. It is about a story of how it has brought in much laurels for India. And for the Indian Air Force, it has been the most dependable, venerable warbird. And as many have been pointing out, no other warbird like what we are witnessing right now on our screens.
No other defense equipment has served our nation so admirably as the MiG-21 variants of the Indian Air Force. And, despite the fact that it earned a couple of bad monikers given to it by the media, it has served the nation extremely well. And, all those old-timers who probably flew the aircraft and who maintained the aircraft will remember this aircraft for the rest of their lives. In fact, it was a little difficult to fly. The skill level of the pilots who flew the aircraft had to be extremely high. Just exactly what you're looking at right now, in front of you on the screens. The Panther Bison is taking off. It needs enormous amount of skill to fly this aircraft and come back and land at a 300 kilometers per hour speed. And then secondly, it was extremely difficult to maintain this aircraft with, spares not being available all the time. And then there are too many mechanical problems and the engine being the weak link in the entire chain. So, but all said and done, MiG-21, starting from MiG-21 FL, what we called the Type 77, right up to MiG-21 BIS, and subsequently the Bisons. In fact, the MiG-21 BIS, a very stable aircraft, were refurbished in Russia for 4 years, and it came back to us as Bison, and the Bison flew quite a lot. And everybody knows the story of Balakot, where we shot down F-16. So it has done a tremendous amount of service to the nation. And, seeing that the Bison is taking its bow and it's making a lost sortie is extremely emotional to people like me who spent some really memorable times in MiG squadron and in the company of the MiG aircraft.
Group Captain Bajpai, everyone has a story of MiG-21. What's the story that you would like to share?
I will say it's a historic day, and the later in the history of our country and IAF history, it is a golden day that we are going to say adieu to our mainstream fighter aircraft MiG-21. For decades, it has served the Indian nation, and its roaring noise when we used to hear from the ground, we used to get motivated and confident that our sky is safe with MiG-21.
Group Captain Devnath, there is no doubt about the fact that there are multiple tales of courage as far as the MiG-21 is concerned. I want to perhaps trace back to the very time that it was inducted. That was the time when India had suffered a setback, and then what we witnessed over the next few decades was complete aerial dominance that Indian Air Force had, despite the sort of resources that we did not really have, or we had expected that we would have at that point in time. Despite the limitations, the Indian Air Force actually was able to deliver, primarily because what we have seen, the induction of the MiG-21, and then of course the Mirage came in and the others too. But what makes the MiG-21 so very special as a fighter jet?
Oh yes, very, very special fighter jet, because it could do anything its pilot will put in command. It will obey the pilot in seat. It had a very, very lovely engine. Initial days R11, R13, they were very, very powerful engine. The aircraft was aerodynamically designed to do two things. One, climb up very high altitude at supersonic speed. And second was it could turn very fast. A good pilot during combat situation could turn at 6G, 7G. Now I must tell viewers what is a G.
It is also said that initially it started off not having the capabilities of coming low and perhaps carrying out the attacks, but when it comes to our skillful pilots, we were able to do what the MiG-21 was never designed for.
Oh yes, even Russians were surprised. See, 1963 is 1964, Russia supplied this aircraft to us, we started flying it. In Russian Air Force, it was only doing high altitude interception roles. They had made this aircraft, they had designed this aircraft with exclusive aim of doing only one thing. That is, take off, quickly climb up to a height, then shoot down NATO or US incoming bombers, and then come back and quickly land. But in Indian Air Force, we modified it. We modified it to carry weapons, bombs, rockets. Air-to-ground delivery of bombs and rockets was very, very accurate. And best thing is that we flew at ultra low level at night. Russian pilots, they were amazed. I can tell you that Russian pilots used to come do test flying with our fighter pilots in Nasik, Ozar. And that time they said one thing, that the Indian Air Force has not only optimized this aircraft for all kind of ground attack role, which was unheard of. We optimize it for ground attack roles, pinpoint precision. I must tell viewers, there were no laser guided bombs in those days, initial days. There were no radar guided or GPS guided bombs in those days. But yeah, we used to drop what is called pure and simple iron bomb.
What does it really mean? Like, imagine a car that you're basically driving not with enough gears in place. So ladies and gentlemen, no matter how good the fighter jet is, it is also about the pilot which is inside the aircraft, and that is one of the reasons why even the Russians, as Group Captain Devnath was pointing out, even the Russians were really surprised the way the Indian Air Force was being able to use the MiG-21. There would be many stories over the next few hours, Rakshit, I think so. As our distinguished guests join in, they would be also sharing their stories of what made the MiG-21 so very different. Of course, the last was the kill that we saw during when Wing Commander Abhinandan did actually use the MiG Bison, and of course being able to carry out the kill of F-16, which many would say scripted military aviation history. Let's just once again, Rakshita, let's go to Ishan. I believe that's the parade that is on right now.
Synchronized march past has begun. Synchronized march past is being conducted on the runway in front of the MiG-21, behind them, the MiG-21.
Of the MiG-21 behind them, the MiG-21 behind the MiG-21 behind them are there just to as a display models. Just now, few minutes ago, the MiG-21's in formation took off here. They took off in a 2x2 formation in similar manner of a combat air patrol as they would have if they were on a ready alert state. Water cannons are in position for the final salute.
March past by the Indian Air Force as the Air Force bids farewell to the MiG-21 and the Steel Bird, as it's called, the Steel Bird retiring today, and the dignitaries there witnessing this historic moment. Chief of Defence Staff General Chauhan, Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, and all the service chiefs, of course. Importantly, of course, we will witness that sortie, and we will also see the water cannon salute as well for the departing jets, and the Air Chief will hand over the Form 700 logbook of the MiG-21s to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, tradition marking the end of an era as we bid farewell to the warhorse, the Indian Air Force, after 6 decades.
Air Vice Marshal Krishnamurthy, if I can bring you back, as we bid goodbye to the MiG-21, the questions would now be raised about how do we really fill up this entire gap, because the gap that has been created, and that's perhaps a cause of concern, because if you compare to our neighbors right now, particularly with regards to China, we are woefully down in terms of the fighter squadrons are concerned, and some frustration that we've seen building within the Indian Air Force in terms of the acquisition, in terms of being able to have the delivery on time. And this has been a long history of acquisition plagued with several controversies.
Yes, what you say is true. You know, the acquisition program, the process is very long as in our country, and we have set documents which are available to us, issued by the Ministry of Defense, which has to be followed for every acquisition if the aircraft is to be or the equipment is to be bought outright from other countries. Fine, we have our own indigenous equipment coming online, what we call as Atmanirbhar, thing. But then, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have produced the desired results as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned. From 31 Squadron, with the phasing out of the MiG-21s, with the Panther Squadron going out, it becomes 29, which is really a matter, is a matter of serious concern as far as we are concerned. Even though it is not possible to really numerically outnumber our eastern adversary, at least, we should equip our, Indian Air Force with modern aircraft so that any future conflicts are taken care of very admirably. In fact, what happened, in Pahalgam was actually took the entire nation by surprise, but then we acquitted ourselves admirably in 4 days of conflict. Now, the most important thing is, the replacement from MiG-21, unfortunately, was not found in time. In 2005, we signed a contract with the HAL for the delivery of 40 Tejas Mark 1 aircraft, and in 2019, the final operation clearance certificate was handed over to HAL by Similac. Now, in 2025, all the 40 aircraft have been delivered, but they are not really truly a replacement for MiG-21, and the LCA Mark 1A is now being touted as the replacement for MiG-21, and they are nowhere in sight. Now, if the reports are to be believed, next month, 2 aircraft, LCA Mark 1A is to be handed over to the Indian Air Force. We all remember that during the Aero India this year, Chief of the Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, he expressed his annoyance at the slow rate of delivery of this aircraft by HAL, and that became a matter of debate all over. Now, considering all these factors, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, this Atmanirbhar, the indigenous development as well as procurement from other countries should go parallelly. We really cannot wait for some manna from the heaven to fall in to our lap, and then suddenly one day we wake up and say, all right, we got 42 squadrons. In fact, the 42 squadron itself now has become a big debate, because today the 42 has really no significance. In fact, why can't it be 52? Why can't it be 62? These are the talk. These are the things that are going on. We should now actually change that establishment of the Indian Air Force, probably from 42 to some higher side, equip the Indian Air Force with the latest platforms and weapons, and of course, parallelly, simultaneously, our own indigenous development should go on. I'm sure LCA Mark 1A, 83 aircraft, plus now there is a talk of another 97, will get inducted in due course of time in the Indian Air Force, and so will Tejas Mark 2 and AMCA. But at this moment, the total number of squadrons reducing to 29 is a matter of very serious concern for all of us, and I'm sure government, particularly the Raksha Mantri and the Pradhan Mantri, the Prime Minister of this country, are well aware of this.
Right, and we was as we were just witnessing the march past. In just a short while from now, the water cannon salute will also be beginning, and this will be the final handing over, and this will be the final sortie. Also, viewers, there you can see the India's oldest war horse, and very interestingly and very importantly, Group Captain Bajpayee, this is the most produced fighter jet. What really explains the importance of this factoid that we are sharing?
Today it's very, very important that MiG-21, though it has served the nation, we should never forget the role played by it during 1965 war and 1971 war. It has outplayed the mighty Sabre jets of US, and as AVM was explaining, we are moving from MiG-21 and getting it replaced by LCA Mark 1, which is a very capable aircraft. However, with certain limitations, it has more power, it has more wing area, it has more maneuverability, its flight control is excellent.
I believe that the flypast has begun right now. I guess the iconic flypast of the MiG-21. You know, we've all romanticized the induction of this warbird. Many would be extremely, emotional about letting it go. But somewhere down the line, over the years, this question that was time and again, I'm asking you this because there was an intense debate that was happening. Why are we stretching it? Worldwide, this particular jet, which was used by other countries, were also given up. But why did India really push it to that extent, where you've had, fatalities, and fatalities not just in, numbers which are huge. Despite that, we did actually, sort of stretch it. Are we, at some level, over-romanticizing this war machine?
There are many reasons for it. If you look back, all past defense procurement in one way or other got involved in certain abnormalities, because defense procurement is to be followed as per the set guidelines of DPP. That was one issue. Second, any government would like, because there is a huge capital expenditure is involved, so they would like to have purchase of aircrafts along with settling other issues also, the diplomatic issues. The third is that we were moving since long, especially with the present government, we wanted to go towards the Atmanirbharta. It has got its own added advantage with respect to coding, with respect to cyber security, with respect to everyday changing geopolitical situations. So we are not dependent on the foreign countries. As AVM was saying, we should have judicious exploring both the things. One is the indigenous productions. Second is parallelly we should procure. Yes, it is a cause of concern for all of us that we got reduced to 29 fighter aircraft squadrons, which is to be overcome as early as possible. Induction of LCA Mark 1 is a right step in that direction. There, HAL and MOD should pull up the socks and should make sure that delivery to IAF takes place as per the laid down time limits. Parallelly, in case if we can procure Rafale or some other foreign aircraft of fifth generation or stealth capabilities, we will be overcoming these shortcomings.
Group Captain Dipnath, before I come to you, I just want to quickly go across to my colleague Ishan, who's joining us from Chandigarh. Ishan, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. I can hear you, Shaban.
Ishan, undoubtedly, Group Captain Bajpai, Ishan perhaps is one of those lucky reporters.
The MiG-21 has taken off.
1 minute, hold on, Ishan, hold on. I think so. We'll just try and fix your frame right now as the flypast begins. In fact, Rakshita, Ishan happens to be one of those lucky ones to be able to witness this, as I would say, for in the career of any defense journalist. These are momentous occasions. Ishan, first of all, quite lucky that you are, and I believe you're being able to witness it. I believe you could also try and go across to Shubhangshu Shukla, who's also there. I'm told that he's also there. Ishan, is he there?
We do not have confirmation of Shubhanshu Shukla's presence here right now. Although it has been heard that he is present and he will be coming,
we should try and get him, because I think so. That reflects. As I would say, different generations coming together. And interestingly, there is the story of the man who first, under whom this the fighter jet was basically inducted, who later on became, the Indian Air Force chief. Dilbag Singh. And now what we have is Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, carrying out the final operations of the MiG-21 in the month of August. Ishan, over to you. What's happening right now? What's expected in the next few moments?
Right now, the MiG-21s are flying in a circular pattern. They have taken off from the airbase in front of us. It is a truly electrifying experience being here. The sound and thunder of the aircraft definitely sends chills down your spine. It is a spectacular event that is happening over here. We just saw the march past happen, the synchronized march past that had happened, and now we are seeing the sorties being carried out in a circular formation. These are similar to combat air patrols carried out by the Indian Air Force. They took off in a 2x2 pattern, and now they are doing the sorties above our head. The sound is thunderous, the atmosphere is electric, and we can definitely feel a sense of pride and honor today as we say goodbye to a venerable veteran of the Indian Air Force.
Group Captain Devnath, what we were essentially saying that I don't know, Rakshita and I, we were not even born when this was basically inducted. And I hear some stories of those who've been covering, the Indian Air Force for a very long time. They say that, there are stories that we may not even know till date because there are so many of it. So many generations of fighter jet pilots have actually been part of the story. Is there one story that Group Captain Devnath that you would like to say, that something that you're never going to forget when it comes to flying the MiG-21?
Oh yes, I will tell you. One fine day came, my engine had a problem. The engine RPM got settled at idling. I moved my throttle, I switched off my engine, I tried to relight, it won't reignite again. And the best sound you can hear as a fighter pilot is a comforting engine. That sound had gone dead. All that I could hear was wind milling N1, N2 RPM 43%, 47%. Aircraft can only glide down, and we as pilots were told, if you are below 2 kilometer, below 1 kilometer with engine trouble, eject. I ejected, my parachute came out, it blossomed, what a relief. I finally landed on ground. And again, I will tell you, my flight commander was flying on top of me in his MiG-21. And what a reassuring sound. I was on ground, I had injured my neck and spine, and as doctors had trained us, we were not supposed to move. So I was on a sand dune, hot desert sand, 44-degree temperature, and I was not moving. But best sound I heard was my flight commander flying over me in a MiG-21, and then when he saw me, he waggled his wings while turning. This is a way of telling me, because now I am out of aircraft, my wireless is gone. This is a way he was flying over me, waggling his wing, saying, don't worry, Debu, I have seen you, you are alive, and I am reporting it to radar and to air traffic control. What a lovely sound of that MiG-21.
Group Captain, you remember the sound, but I believe your body must have gone through, a turmoil that you may have had to sort of deal with over the last few years. And this is exactly what we say, the resilience that we have witnessed with every of our pilot within the Indian Air Force. Even if they may have gone through some of the most troubled times, setbacks during their flight career, they would still remember the story of, as Group Captain Devnath says, the sound of the MiG-21 and not what their body had to really withstand, because the kind of gravitational force that one actually goes through, particularly as a fighter jet, is unimaginable to really say the least. We've actually had the opportunity of seeing that with the Sukhoi, Group Captain, when we were undergoing certain training as a defense reporter. And I would always be amazed how the Air Force actually sort of normalizes it, simply saying that it's okay. It's the thrill of being inside the cockpit, the thrill to see the circuit breakers, and it's a lot. I'm sure you have much more to say on that.
Yeah, just 3 sentences. Our ladies, when a girl gets married in Indian Air Force, she is mentally prepared for that one day. So for Mrs. Devnath also that one day came. Mrs. Devnath was at home, 12 o'clock in afternoon, Jodhpur. Very hot days. Suddenly she finds that commanding officer's wife in commanding officer's car in Safed Salwar Kameez lands up at afternoon 12 o'clock at home, accompanied by wife of flight commander. And she knew instantly that something has happened. Something has happened to Debu. Before commanding officer's wife came in and sat down, Mrs. Devnath served them 2 glasses of water. Commanding officer's wife said, Debu has ejected. Mrs. Devnath was alone at home. She said, tell me, he is alive or not? That is the extent of mind training our wives have. If husband has ejected, they are strong. Their only wish is to be intimated immediately. Has he survived? They are mentally very strong. They don't want, Madam chot lagi hai, Madam he is in hospital, and then being informed after 4 hours that he is no more. They want to know instantaneously. And all Air Force ladies, kudos to them, salute to them. They prepare their children also for this day, that one day their father's news may come like this. Children कहते हैं, बच्चे बोलते हैं, मम्मी, पिताजी का पैराशूट खुला क्या? Even children know that if father is ejected safely, his parachute should blossom. Yes.
Right, viewers, we continue to bring more stories to you with our esteemed panel of guests as we witness the live visuals coming in from the Chandigarh Air Base.
Right.
And there you have the landing on the runway. The Suryakiran team also, Shavan, also was displaying the formations there. And this, of course, is a grand farewell that is being witnessed today. The Tri-Services Chief, the former chiefs also.
It's the landing that has now just taken place. You know, before I take it forward, first of all, salute to you, Group Captain Devnath, to your family and to all the family members of all Indian Air Force officers, because I think so not often do we get the opportunity to thank every serviceman, to be able to perform what they do on a daily basis, and it's never been easy. So thank you to everyone who's watching, and from all of us here in Republic, we always say that for us it's been forces first, and it will always remain forces first. And it's because of the countless tales of courage, like valiant officers like Group Captain Devnath and various others have time and again spoken about. Rakshita, I'll just before we carry on, we'll have to just slip into a short break as we continue with our rolling coverage of the decommissioning of the MiG-21. 6 decades of service comes to an end.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज, यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज, यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Farewell ceremony that is underway. You can see the tri-colors in the skies as the Air Force bids farewell, bids adieu to India's oldest war horse, the MiG-21, India's first supersonic fighter jet, and Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh will be taking the final sortie on the MiG-21 Bison. And this is the decommissioning, and Republic TV getting you those visuals from Chandigarh Air Base. And we just showed you the formation, and you can see the trail that has been left there in the skies. And this is, of course, the penultimate stage of this decommissioning ceremony, the farewell ceremony of the MiG-21 fleet. And on your screens, visuals from the runway right now. And the Jaguars and locally produced Tejas also said to have been taking part in the ceremony today. Elite Suryakiran aerobatic team enthralling the people with skillful aerobatic feats. Para jumpers also had skydived, performing for this ceremony. And this is the final salute to the MiG-21. Designed by the Soviet Union in the 1950s, inducted into the Indian Air Force in the year 1963. And India went on to acquire a total of 874 aircraft, with the final upgraded Bison version that you will be seeing flying for one last time there. And there you have visuals from the runway, live from the Chandigarh Air Base.
The final salute of MiG-21, 6 decades of service provided by this fighter jet that you see right now on your screens. For the last time that we would be witnessing the warhorse being given the water cannon salute right now, Group Captain Devnath in the studios. In fact, countless fighter pilots perhaps on the one hand would be romanticizing their affair with the MiG-21, but as the affair now comes to an end, ladies and gentlemen, a new chapter begins in the history of Indian Air Force, with the indigenous built Tejas taking the place of the MiG-21. While it has served the nation, the pride of the nation that was carried into the skies has played a pivotal role in several conflicts, started from the 1965 war to 1971, and of course in the Kargil war played the role of aerial dominance. And finally what we saw was during the Balakot airstrikes that took place. Now, as they say, the venerable MiG-21 of the Indian Air Force, over 850 aircrafts that were produced by India. Of course, for the Russians, it was also a big surprise in the manner Indian Air Force did manage to use this. Many would say the jugaad of Indian Air Force that we have essentially witnessed here. Inside the cockpit for any fighter jet pilot, remember this not only happens to be a challenging moment, but also a euphoric moment for those who are inside that cockpit. And Group Captain Devnath, you would concur, when you are inside the cockpit, this is the very moment when you are on the runway, on the tarmac, and thereafter the takeoff that it takes place. Challenging to say the least, but at the same time, what goes through the mind of a fighter pilot when you're right now, the way the current fighter pilot is inside the cockpit of the MiG-21. What is it to be like inside the cockpit of MiG-21?
Yes, very, very hard, very, very delicate moment for any pilot. Both the pilots who are inside the cockpit, right now they know that once they switch off the engine, we have on the left side what is called HP, high pressure HP cock. Once they switch off, this is the last time they are doing it. And they will leave the cockpit. You'll very soon find that ladders will be put there for them to come down. They know that this, for the last time, they are climbing down the cockpit of a MiG-21.
Right.
And this aircraft, I hope it will be displayed with a lot of pride in various schools and colleges, where the next generation will observe these aircraft, ask questions from their teachers, and probably one day they will become best of the engineers and pilots in Indian Air Force. When the aircraft is switched off, in olden days, this tradition was there, which we are following, that 2 water cannons are fired. I must tell the viewers what is it. Right. Every Air Force base will have 2 domestic fire tenders, DFT, and every Air Force base will have 2 CFTs, crash fire tenders. So they can fire a water cannon or something called AFFF, which is a foam on any aircraft in case there is an incident, accident, or aircraft catches fire. So this is the final salute being paid by the
final
ground staff.
The final formation also takes place. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also joining us on this broadcast. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, thank you very much. A somber moment, many would say, as we say goodbye to the MiG-21, a dependable warhorse that the Indian Air Force has had. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, you've been part of the acquisition process within the Indian Air Force. Intense debate must have always taken place as to why are we really stretching the usage of MiG-21, especially at a time that we've had numerous fatalities. We've lost several of our young lives, young pilots that we have lost to the MiG-21 crashes that have taken place. For you, perhaps it would have always been a very challenging moment, especially the discussions inside the boardrooms. I want to ask you, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, what has it been like to side with the MiG-21?
Good afternoon to your panelists and your viewers. I would like to say that the LCAs were to replace the MiG-21s. And it is around in the early 2000s that we realized that the LCA is not catching up at the rate at which the MiG-21s would be phased out. It was supposed to be one-to-one replacement. But there has been delays, which we all know. And we have not been able to replenish the MiG-21 squadrons by LCAs, which was the original case. The procurements for various components of these aeroplanes has been one of the stumbling blocks. And as we speak, the GE 404 engines, which come from United States, have been the main cause for these aircrafts not to be passing out from HAL in the time frames which have been set. So it's a setback because we have reduced our squadron strength, and on the other hand, we are phasing out. As you see, the last two squadrons are being phased out now, and this brings down our squadron strength to 29, and that is the situation today.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, would you be able to recall some of those moments? Because let's not forget that there have been challenging times that the Indian Air Force has had, particularly those very moments when we have seen there has been, a clamor within the society as to why are we really giving this, flying coffins, Widowmaker, several monikers that we have seen associated with the MiG-21. What went through your mind and what went through your colleagues' mind, especially when you were battling one of the most difficult phases of the MiG-21, when you had to take the call that no matter what, we will have to continue with a few more squadrons of the MiG-21?
See, it's wrong to call it Widowmaker or flying coffins and these kind of terms, because these were the largest number of air platforms flying in Indian Air Force. We have had 20 plus squadrons at some stage flying MiG-21s, just compared to 2 squadrons of Rafales or 3 squadrons of MiG-29s which are flying now. So in ratio, when the large number of aeroplanes, about 700 or plus, have only been manufactured by HAL. So the ratio with which we have had accidents, obviously the MiG-21s would have the largest share as compared to the other platforms. The aircraft accident rate was within the global stipulated and Air Force stipulated figures. It was not more, but just that the numbers were a little more. And there was, pressure from all quarters that why are we flying these old machines? And we did upgrade the last tranche from 96 to year 2000 to Bisons, wherein we fitted the state-of-the-art, equipment on this aeroplane. We fitted beyond visual range missiles. We put a head-up display. We improved the communication equipment. We put the, global positioning system and other factors with which this aircraft became a 4th-gen aeroplane. And we see from 2001, when the Bisons were inducted, to now, nearly 2.5 decades later, the aircrafts are still flying, and they just switched off before you.
Well, in fact, on our screens right now, there you have Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, as well as the crew of the MiG-21. Group Captain Bajpai, if I can also bring you in, just to describe these very moments that we see on our screens right now as we bid farewell to one of the most redoubtable fighter jets that India has had?
It will be appropriate while we are cherishing the fond nostalgic memories of MiG-21 aircraft on the day when all of us are saying bye-bye to it. The pilot and the aircraft are the front line end of operations. I will try to touch a chapter which is slightly less talked about. It will be appropriate to convey our sincere gratitude for the technical team which makes this aircraft serviceable by slogging around the clock. I would like to convey on behalf of entire country all the old-time chiefies, the airmen, the warranted rank, the engineering officer, the STOs, the SE aircraft, the base chief engineering officers at command level, the CNJ team at air headquarter level, ACS NGA team. These people have slogged and worked continuously to make sure that MiG-21 has flown for 60 decades. It's not easy to maintain this machine. It is a old time, minded this was the first aircraft in the globe which had a speed of 2.05 Mach, twice the speed of sound. Which year? 1960s. So, and this particular aircraft was very difficult to maintain because it's not had the modular concept. Even for changing the engine, it was requiring 5 to 6 days effort because the rear fuselage is to be detached. Then there are certain dismantling action is to be done, engine is to be taken out, new engine is to be pushed in, then superstructure ground end is to be given, then the rear flange is to be attached, then the ground end is to be taken. Unlike the modern days, Western fighter aircraft where engine change can be undertaken in a day or two. And it will be most appropriate if I mention two of my course mates' name. One is Group Captain K.S. Chansekar, who was privileged to have a STO tenure. Group Captain Devnath will appreciate that he had 6 squadron technical officers tenure, which is beyond imagination. The other officer, another course mate of mine, who was instrumental in induction of the LCA Mark 1, he is Uday Shankar Akela. This gentleman, Uday Shankar Akela, was instrumental for flight control testing. And till date, we didn't have any problem on LCA Mark 1, which used to be a problem on MiG-21 because of its high landing speeds.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, for the longest time, the Indian Air Force was also, in a joking manner called the MiG Air Force. And we've certainly come a long way as we see these images right now beaming on our screens. That is the Raksha Mantri along with Chief of Defence Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, also there on your screens right now. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, if I may ask you with regards to how the journey of the MiG-21 packed into boxes and being brought to Bombay at that point in time, and then putting together the MiG-21, the Russian pilots carrying out the flight safety and finally handing it over to the Indian Air Force. How has the journey been like? Of course, with being able to carry out at least 4 armed conflicts, one of the most dependable war machines that India has ever had.
Yes, these aircrafts did arrive in our country from 60s. They came in crates by ships from erstwhile USSR. They were assembled at Nasik and Pune for many years till HAL got the contract to further assemble. And slowly in the 70s and early 80s, we had a huge number of these aeroplanes joining. And at some stage, we had over 25 squadrons operating. These aircrafts have flown in all terrains and all weathers this country has seen. These aircrafts have operated at Srinagar in north, to Pune in south, to Chabua in east, to extreme west in Nalia and Bhuj. So the scope and the terrain and the temperature conditions and the topography at which and this aircraft has flown all types of missions. This was originally planned and made for a high interception, but this aircraft has been utilized for air-to-air role, air-to-ground role, electronic warfare, photo recce, and after Bison coming, it has been used for close combat for BVR missiles. So see the innovation and modifications which the Indian Air Force, our engineers, our technicians, and like Group Captain Bajpai just mentioned, that the hats off to all the maintenance team and staff who over these decades have kept this machine flying. It's not easy. The other air forces have wound it up. Over 60 countries flew MiG-21s in this era. But India, which started as the first country outside the Soviet bloc to fly this aeroplane, is phasing it out today after nearly 6.5 decades. So my compliments to all the support staff, ground crew, engineers, technicians who over these years...
Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Raksha Mantri has just started speaking. We'll have to cut to that. I'm sorry for that.
एक बार सभी तालियां बजाकर हमारे पायलट्स जिन्होंने करिश्मा किया है उनका स्वागत किया जाना चाहिए। ओके, चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ जनरल अनिल चौहान, चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ एडमिरल डी.के. त्रिपाठी, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी, चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ एयर चीफ मार्शल A.P. सिंह, DDR&D एंड चेयरमैन DRDO डॉक्टर समीर वी कामत, डिफेंस सर्विसेज के 3 फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर डॉक्टर मयंक शर्मा, यहाँ मौजूद भारत सरकार और हमारी तीनों सेनाओं के अधिकारीगण, उनके परिवारजन एवं हमारे ऐसे वायुसेना के अधिकारी जिन्होंने कि अपनी पूरी जिंदगी खपाई है अपनी सेवा में, ऐसे हमारे सभी पूर्व सैनिक अधिकारी एवं अन्य कर्मी, अन्य एयर वॉरियर्स, देवियों व सज्जनों, सबसे पहले मैं देश की संप्रभुता, एकता और अखंडता को अक्षुण्ण बनाए रखने में अपना अहम योगदान देने वाले इंडियन एयरफोर्स के वीरों को मैं नमन करता हूं। आजादी से लेकर अब तक आप सबने भारत की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए जिस शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय दिया है वह अपने आप में सभी भारतवासियों के लिए प्रेरणादायी है। आपकी वीरता की यह जो यात्रा रही है इसके पीछे मैं समझता हूं MiG-21 का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। साथियों, आज हम सब MiG-21 की फाइनल ऑपरेशन सॉर्टी के लिए एकत्र हुए थे। इस मौके पर आप सबके बीच आकर मेरे मन में कई सारे इमोशंस तैर रहे हैं, कई भावनाएं तैर रही हैं। मेरे मन में इस समय गौरव की भावना भी है तो वहीं एक तरफ कृतज्ञता की भावना भी है। साथियों, आज जब हम MiG-21 को इसकी ऑपरेशनल जर्नी से विदाई दे रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है हम एक ऐसे अध्याय को विदा करने जा रहे हैं जो न केवल इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इतिहास में बल्कि हमारी पूरी मिलिट्री एविएशन की जर्नी में गोल्डन लेटर्स में लिखा जाएगा। MiG-21 केवल एक एयरक्राफ्ट या मशीन भर ही नहीं है बल्कि यह भारत और रशिया के बीच गहरे संबंधों का एक प्रमाण भी है। साथियों, एक तरफ तो मिलिट्री एविएशन का खुद का जो इतिहास है वह अपने आप में इनक्रेडिबल है ही, दूसरी तरफ MiG-21 ने मिलिट्री एविएशन की जर्नी में कई और प्राउड मोमेंट्स यानी गौरव के क्षण जोड़े हैं। दुनिया के मिलिट्री एविएशन के इतिहास में ऐसा कोई फाइटर जेट नहीं हुआ जो इतनी बड़ी संख्या में निर्मित हुआ हो। दुनिया भर में MiG-21 के 11,500 से अधिक विमान बनाए गए और उनमें से लगभग 850 विमान भारतीय वायुसेना का ही वो हिस्सा रहे हैं। साथियों, यह संख्या अपने आप में इस फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट की पॉपुलरिटी, इसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी और इसकी मल्टी डायमेंशनल कैपेबिलिटीज की एक टेस्टिमनी है। अभी आप लोगों ने देखा कि MiG-21 की फाइनल फ्लाई पास्ट को एयर चीफ मार्शल AP सिंह ने स्वयं लीड किया है और यह इस मशीन की क्रेडिबिलिटी और एयर वॉरियर्स के मन में इसके सम्मान को दर्शाता है। इतने लंबे समय तक MiG-21 अनेक वीरतापूर्ण कृत्यों का साक्षी रहा है। इसका योगदान किसी एक घटना तक या केवल एक युद्ध तक सीमित नहीं रहा है। 1971 के वार से लेकर कारगिल के युद्ध तक या फिर बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक से लेकर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर तक ऐसा कोई क्षण नहीं रहा जब MiG-21 ने हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस को जबरदस्त मजबूती न प्रदान की हो। 1971 का वार भला कौन भूल सकता है। MiG-21 ने पाकिस्तान के साथ युद्ध के दौरान विपरीत परिस्थितियों में जिस दिन ढाका के गवर्नर हाउस पर हमला किया, उसी दिन उस युद्ध के परिणाम की रूपरेखा तय कर दी गई। इसके अलावा भी इसके लंबे इतिहास में अनेक ऐसे मौके आए जब MiG-21 ने अपनी डिसाइसिव कैपेसिटी साबित की है। साथियों, कोई भी ऐतिहासिक मिशन हो, हर बार MiG-21 ने तिरंगे का सम्मान बढ़ाया है। इसलिए यह फेयरवेल हमारी कलेक्टिव मेमोरीज का भी है और हमारे नेशनल प्राइड का भी है और इस जर्नी का भी है जिसमें करेज, सैक्रिफाइस और एक्सेलेंस की कहानी लिखी गई है। साथियों, MiG-21 की इस शानदार जर्नी और इस कार्यक्रम को एक अलग नजरिए से भी मैं देख रहा हूं। यह नजरिया हमारे प्राचीन भारतीय परंपराओं की भी एक झलक दे रहा है। हमारा जो एंशिएंट कल्चर है वो हमें यही सिखाता है कि केवल लिविंग ही नहीं बल्कि नॉन लिविंग थिंग्स भी इसमें ईश्वर का वास होता है। हमारे यहाँ ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वम कहा गया है, यानी हर एक चीज में ईश्वर को देखा गया है। हमारे यहाँ जमीन, आसमान, पेड़, यहाँ तक कि घास को भी पूजा जाता है। हम तो पत्थर में भी देवता का वास मानते हैं। हम तो माता भूमि ही पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्याः कहने वाले लोग हैं, यानी हम सब इस भूमि को अपनी माता और खुद को इसकी संतान मानते हैं। आप सब ने देखा होगा कि जब कोई नया घर बनता है तो हम उसमें प्रवेश करने से पहले पूजा करते हैं। जब कोई नई गाड़ी आती है तो उसका भी हमारे यहाँ पूजन होता है। और अभी कुछ ही दिनों में हम सब दशहरा में शस्त्र पूजन भी करेंगे। यह परंपरा केवल आस्था और विश्वास नहीं है, यह हर टूल के प्रति, हर सिस्टम के प्रति, हर इंस्ट्रूमेंट के प्रति हमारी कृतज्ञता की यह भावना है जो हमें प्रोटेक्ट करती है, जो हमें एम्पावर करती है। हमारी सिविलाइजेशन और हमारी कल्चर हमें यही सिखाती है कि रेस्पेक्ट सिर्फ इंसान को ही नहीं बल्कि हर उस चीज को दिया जाना चाहिए जिसने हमारे जीवन में कुछ न कुछ योगदान दिया है। साथियों, जब हम हर छोटी बड़ी चीज को इतना सम्मान देते हैं तो MiG-21 तो हमारा नेशनल प्राइड है। यह तो हमारी रक्षा का शील्ड रहा है, हमारी शक्ति का यह सिंबल रहा है और इसलिए इसका सम्मान करना भला हम कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं। इसलिए आज जब हम MiG-21 को फेयरवेल देने के लिए यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए हैं तो इसे सिर्फ एक फॉर्मल मिलिट्री सेरेमनी की तरह ही नहीं देखा जाना चाहिए। यह एक सांस्कृतिक परंपरा का विस्तार है। जैसे हम अपने सोल्जर्स की रिटायरमेंट पर उन्हें सम्मान देते हैं, उसी तरह आज हम इस माइटी मशीन को सम्मान दे रहे हैं जिसने डिकेड्स तक हमारी सुरक्षा का भार अपने विंग्स पर उठाया है। साथियों, भारत के गांव का बच्चा MiG-21 के बारे में जानता है और इसके शौर्य और पराक्रम को भी अच्छी तरह जानता है और यह एयरक्राफ्ट हमारे देश की मेमोरीज और इमोशंस में डीपली इम्बीडेड है। 1963 में जब MiG-21 पहली बार हमारे साथ जुड़ा था, तब से लेकर आज तक 60 से भी ज्यादा वर्षों का यह सफर अपने आप में अनमैच्ड है, अपने आप में यह बेजोड़ है। मुझे लगता है कि हमारे कुछ वेटरन्स को छोड़ दें तो यहां मौजूद अधिकांश लोगों का उस समय जन्म भी नहीं हुआ होगा जब यह मशीन पहली बार इंडियन स्काईज में उड़ी थी। यही बात इसे और भी स्पेशल बनाती है। हम सबके लिए यह सिर्फ एक फाइटर जेट नहीं बल्कि एक फैमिली मेंबर जैसा है मेरे साथियों, जिसके साथ हमारा अटैचमेंट बहुत ही गहरा है। MiG-21 ने हमारे कॉन्फिडेंस को शेप किया है, हमारी स्ट्रेटजी को इसने मजबूत किया है और हमें ग्लोबल स्टेज पर स्थापित करने में हमारी मदद की है। अपनी इतनी लंबी जर्नी में इस फाइटर जेट ने हर चुनौती का सामना किया और हर बार इस फाइटर जेट ने अपनी काबिलियत भी साबित की है। साथियों, जब MiG-21 की बात होती है अक्सर यह कहा जाता है कि भारतीय वायुसेना 60 साल पुराने विमान उड़ा रही थी। मैं इस अवसर पर एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फैक्ट भी स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं। 1960 और 1970 के दशक में जो MiG-21 विमान हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज के पास आए थे वह बहुत पहले ही सेवा से बाहर हो चुके हैं और जो MiG-21 विमान आज तक हम उड़ा रहे थे वे मैक्सिमम 40 ईयर्स यानी 40 वर्ष पुराने हैं। 40 साल की लाइफ टाइम ऐसे एयरक्राफ्ट के स्टैंडर्ड में बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है। कई देशों में ऐसे फाइटर जेट्स को इतने ही टाइम तक एक्टिव रखा जाता है, लेकिन MiG-21 की एक खास बात यह है कि इसे तकनीकी रूप से हमेशा अपडेट रखा गया है और हमारे एयरफोर्स के अधिकारियों और जवानों ने और मैकेनिस्ट ने इस काम को किया है। आज जो MiG-21 हम यहां देख रहे हैं यह तो त्रिशूल, विक्रम, बादल और बिशन जैसे नामों से भी जाना गया है। इसका वर्तमान रूप तो अपडेटेड था। यहां मैं हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूं, जिसने अपने एडवांस राडार्स एवियानिक्स से MiG-21 को लगातार अपडेट करने में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वाह किया है। साथियों, MiG-21 ने अपने बायर्स और अपने सेलर्स दोनों की अपेक्षाओं से कहीं बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया है। 1950 के दशक में जिस डिजाइन पर यह जेट बना था वह उस समय की टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से बेस्ट था। समय के साथ इसमें स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट सिस्टम जोड़े गए, बेहतर राडार सिस्टम भी जोड़ा गया। इसके अलावा भी इसमें अनेक एयर टू एयर मिसाइल्स भी जोड़ी गई, टारगेट मिसाइल्स जोड़ी गई, फ्री फॉल बम भी जोड़े गए। यही कारण है कि MiG-21 को इतने लंबे समय तक हमारी वायुसेना का भरोसा और सम्मान मिलता रहा है। इसलिए आज जब हम इसे विदाई दे रहे हैं तो यह मोमेंट हमें यह याद दिला रहा है कि हमारी स्ट्रेंथ सिर्फ मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी में नहीं है बल्कि उस लेगेसी में भी है जिसे हमने दशकों से बिल्ड किया है। उस लेगेसी को सेलिब्रेट करना और उसका सम्मान करना, बहनों भाइयों, मैं यह मानता हूं कि हम सभी की जिम्मेदारी है और उसी जिम्मेदारी का हम लोगों ने निर्वाह किया है। साथियों, एक दिलचस्प बात यह है, यह कार्यक्रम चंडीगढ़ में हो रहा है। यहीं से भारतीय वायुसेना की सुपरसोनिक यात्रा की शुरुआत हुई थी। नंबर 28 स्क्वाड्रन, जिसे फर्स्ट सुपरसोनिक्स कहा जाता है, नंबर 28 स्क्वाड्रन, जिसे फर्स्ट सुपरसोनिक्स कहा जाता है, यहीं से MiG-21 का इंडक्शन हुआ था। यह स्थान इसलिए भी खास है क्योंकि यह उस गौरवशाली अध्याय का गवाह है जिसने भारत की एयर पावर को एक नई पहचान दी थी। आप सबके समक्ष MiG-21 के बारे में विस्तार में बताने की मैं समझता हूं कोई जरूरत तो नहीं है। हाँ, यहां बैठे हुए आप सभी, चाहे एयर वॉरियर्स हों, वेटरन्स हों या फिर डिफेंस एक्सपर्ट हों, हम सब इसके परफॉर्मेंस से भली भांति परिचित हैं। लेकिन मेरी नज़र में इसका जो सबसे खास विशेषता रही है वह है वर्सेटिलिटी। यह एक ऐसा फाइटर जेट रहा जिसने अपने लंबे ऑपरेशनल लाइफ में हर तरह के रोल इसने निभाए हैं। इसको बर्ड ऑफ ऑल सीजन्स, इसको बर्ड ऑफ ऑल सीजन्स ऐसे ही नहीं कहा जाता है। एक इंटरसेप्टर के तौर पर इसने दुश्मन को रोकने का काम किया है। ग्राउंड अटैक में इसने अपनी आक्रामक क्षमता भी दिखाई है और एयर डिफेंस फाइटर जेट के रूप में इसने स्काईज को प्रोटेक्ट किया है। और सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं, इसने एक ट्रेनर एयरक्राफ्ट के तौर पर भी असंख्य एयर वॉरियर्स को भी तैयार किया है। कहने का मतलब यह है कि MiG-21 ने हर उड़ान के साथ भारत के भविष्य को और भी मजबूत किया है। साथियों, MiG-21 अगर इतने वर्षों तक भारत की सुरक्षा में अपना योगदान देता रहा है तो इसके पीछे की ताकत इंडियन एयरफोर्स का हर पायलट, इंडियन एयरफोर्स का हर वॉरियर, जिसे हम एयर वॉरियर कहते हैं, और हर ग्राउंड क्रू ने दी है। MiG-21 के साथ उन्होंने अपना साहस और अपना समर्पण जोड़ा है, इसलिए उनका भी मैं अपनी तरफ से अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। साथियों, अगर आप 80 और 90 के दशक की तरफ नजर डालें तो आप देख पाएंगे कि MiG-21 सिर्फ एक फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट ही नहीं बल्कि हमारी इंडियन एयरफोर्स के लिए एक ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड के रूप में भी कार्य कर रहा था। इस लीजेंडरी प्लेटफॉर्म पर खड़े होकर न जाने कितने जाबाज पायलट्स ने उड़ान भरी है। सीखा कि आसमान से कैसे बात करनी है, इसने ही हमको सिखाया है। कैसे हर परिस्थिति में अपनी मशीन को कंट्रोल करना है और कैसे मुश्किल हालात में भी शांत रहकर मिशन को अंजाम देना है। आज जो हमारे पास हाईली स्किल्ड फाइटर पायलट्स हैं, उनकी नींव कहीं न कहीं MiG-21 ने ही रखी है। यही वजह है कि भारत की सुरक्षा यात्रा में MiG-21 एक सारथी की तरह हमेशा हमारे साथ खड़ा रहा है। साथियों, आज जब हम उसे फेयरवेल दे रहे हैं तो यह भरोसा भी ले रहे हैं कि आने वाले कल में हमारी नई पीढ़ी इसी स्पिरिट के साथ डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एयर पावर को और ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाएगी। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में जब दुनिया भारत को देखेगी तो कहेगी यह तो वो देश है जिसने MiG-21 से शुरुआत की और आज फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी में दुनिया का लीडर है। यही हमारी जर्नी है और यही हमारी प्राइड है। और मैं देश का रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते नहीं बल्कि एक भारतीय होने के नाते कहता हूं कि इस लीगेसी को हमें टूटने नहीं देना है किसी भी सूरत में। MiG-21 का योगदान सिर्फ इतिहास नहीं है, वह सीख है, वह DNA है जो हमें आगे बढ़ाएगा। हमें LCA तेजस की सफलता को अपनी नेक्स्ट मिशन की शुरुआत माननी है और आने वाले फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट, एडवांस मीडियम कम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट, MCAS और अन्य प्रोग्राम्स में यह आत्मविश्वास भरने की जरूरत है कि भारत हर चुनौती का मुकाबला कर सकता है और हर चुनौती पर भारत विजय प्राप्त कर सकता है। आज हमारे डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम में रिमार्केबल बदलाव हो रहा है। हमारी रिसर्च लैब्स, एकेडमिया, डिफेंस PSUs, प्राइवेट सेक्टर और हमारे यूथ, हमारे स्टार्टअप, हमारे साइंटिस्ट, यह सब मिलकर बदलाव की इस गाड़ी को तेजी से आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। साथियों, आज का दिन हमें यह भी याद दिलाता है कि हमें अतीत को तो सम्मान देना ही है, साथ ही साथ भविष्य की ओर कदम भी हमको बढ़ाते रहना है। पुराने साधन भले ही आज सेवा के बाहर हो जाएं, लेकिन हमें ध्यान रखना है कि उनकी लेगेसी हमेशा प्रेरित करती रहे। MiG-21 ने हमें यह सिखाया है कि बदलाव से घबराना नहीं है बल्कि उससे नई ऊर्जा लेकर हम सभी को आगे बढ़ना है। हम तो इस भाव को लेकर चलने वाले लोग हैं कि तंत्र है नूतन भले ही। हम इस भाव को लेकर आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं कि तंत्र है नूतन भले ही, चिर पुरातन साधना, यानी हमारे पूर्वजों ने हमें यह दर्शन दिया कि साधना यानी मूल भावना और आदर्श ये शाश्वत होते हैं, मिटते नहीं हैं, ये कभी समाप्त नहीं होते हैं। उन्हें प्रकट करने के लिए जो साधन यानी तंत्र और उपकरण हैं, यह सब तो समय के साथ बदलते रहते हैं। जैसे इसे आप इस तरह से समझिए कि हमारे सैनिकों का साहस, हमारे सैनिकों का अनुशासन और उनकी राष्ट्र भक्ति चिर पुरातन साधना है, लेकिन उन्हें व्यक्त करने के लिए जिन हथियारों, जेट्स और टेक्नोलॉजी की आवश्यकता होती है वे एक नूतन तंत्र हैं और लगातार अपडेटेड होता रहा MiG-21 इसी दर्शन का, इसी फिलॉसफी का एक जीवंत उदाहरण है। अंत में मैं उन सभी पायलट्स, टेक्नीशियंस, ग्राउंड स्टाफ और इससे जुड़े एशियल के समस्त इंजीनियर्स और अन्य स्टाफ को भी हृदय से नमन करता हूं, जिनकी मेहनत, समर्पण और साहस ने MiG-21 को भारतीय वायुसेना की आत्मा का हिस्सा बनाया है। हमारे पायलट्स ने अपने प्राणों की परवाह किए बिना आसमान में हमारी सीमाओं की रक्षा की और टेक्नीशियंस और ग्राउंड स्टाफ ने अपने पसीने और कौशल से यह सुनिश्चित किया कि हमारे विमान हर बार पूर्ण शक्ति के साथ उड़ान भर सके। आज जब हम इस गौरवशाली अध्याय को विदा कर रहे हैं तो यह उन अनगिनत नायकों को भी स्मरण करने का क्षण है जिनके त्याग ने इस मशीन को एक जीवंत विरासत बना दिया है। उनका योगदान हमेशा हमारी राष्ट्रीय स्मृतियों में सदैव अमर रहेगा। साथियों, अंत में मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि MiG-21 जिस तरह दशकों तक हमारी सिक्योरिटी का पिलर बना रहा, वो हम सब के लिए एक गर्व का विषय है। मुझे खुशी है कि मैं एक भारतीय नागरिक के रूप में भी इस पल को आप सबके साथ बांट रहा हूं। साथ ही हमें आज यह प्रण भी लेना होगा कि आने वाले कल में हमारी वायुसेना की उड़ान और ऊंची होगी और भारत की आकाश रक्षा और अभेद्य होगी। इसी प्रण के साथ MiG-21 को विदाई देते हुए और उसके प्रति हृदय से श्रद्धा और कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करते हुए यहीं पर मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। एक बार बोलिए भारत माता की, और तेज आवाज आनी चाहिए, भारत माता की, और तेज, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
The final comments being made by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh as he hails the MiG-21 as part of our legacy, which he says it's now a responsibility to celebrate its incredible service to India. And not just that, it also marks the way forward as to how India would now be remembered, keeping in mind that it started with the journey of from a subsonic to a supersonic aircraft, and now harnessing the best of technology. And that's what India would essentially be remembered for, being able to harness the technology that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, as a proud moment for India, as we say goodbye to our one of the most dependable war horses that you see right now on your screens, the final salute as we are calling it, part of several armed conflicts. The MiG-21 has played a formidable role in providing security to our nation, and it has not only been able to carry our pride into the skies, but also been able to keep us safe from our enemies. Remember, it has played some of the most decisive role, changing the nature of the conflicts that we have seen in the past. Had it not been for the role that was played by the MiG-21 back during the Dhaka bombings, when the flight took off at a short notice from Guwahati and Hashimara, things would have been very, very different had that bombing not really taken place, and had we not been able to make those last minute changes. On your screens right now are those images from the time the induction actually began. And it's quite poetic that the final journey also takes place from Chandigarh, the very place from where the induction actually began back in 1963. And thereafter, for about 6 decades, MiG-21 has been part of Indian Air Force's journey. And it was for a very long time, the Indian Air Force was also known as the MiG Air Force. Joining us also in this broadcast, Group Captain Debnath and Group Captain Bajpai joining us on this broadcast. And Group Captain Anant Mathur is joining us on this broadcast too. Group Captain Anant Mathur, I want to come to you first. A somber moment, but at the same time extremely joyful, that we are saying goodbye to one of our most dependable war horses.
Absolutely. Actually, this is a pivotal movement in the journey of Indian Air Force as we move away from the MiG-21, which has been in our arsenal over the last 6 decades. The role played by MiG-21 in the 1971 war is actually somehow a little underplayed because we as a nation which is finding its confidence and courage slowly but surely has not really played out the fact that after the Second World War, 93,000 soldiers surrendered. Such a large number of soldiers surrendering has never happened after 1945. And MiG-21 played a pivotal role as the meeting was going on in the Governor General's house or the Dhaka house. And the Governor General was asking General Niazi, what is the condition on the battlefront? And General Niazi was telling him that all is well and we are going to rout the Indian Armed Forces. That is the time the MiG-21s from 28 Squadron fired at the Governor General's house with rockets, shaking up the Governor General and breaking up that conference. And he said, you are all lying and I am immediately surrendering. This impact is to be understood by every Indian. In fact, it should be taught in our classes in the school, the role played by the MiG-21 in the surrender of the Bangladeshi or the erstwhile Pakistani army in Bangladesh. Also, the shooting of the F-16, which is the only known shooting of the F-16 by a MiG-21, just shows that the man behind the machine is so important. Today is a great day when I compliment and respectfully remember those who have given their lives while flying this, and those of us who have flown this aircraft remember it with a lot of pride and joy. And those people who have maintained it, we must remember Indian technicians are world class. They have maintained an aircraft which started with the technologies of the 60s and have maintained it in late 2020s so that the aircraft continues to fly and serve the Indian Air Force. Thank you.
In the studios with me, my colleague Akanksha also joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we say goodbye to MiG-21, as Group Captain Anand Mathur was saying, that let us also take a moment to remember those who have played an important role in keeping these fighter jets absolutely fit to fly. Of course, this history has also been marked with black chapters, but at the same time, let's not forget that it has played a decisive role in turning the course of various wars that India has actually fought. Let me also go across to my colleague Ishan, who is joining us from the airbase in Chandigarh. And why Chandigarh is a question that many were asking. The answer is very simple here, ladies and gentlemen. That's because that's the journey of the MiG-21. In fact, let's see if we can go across to Ishan, who's there right now. Perhaps a little closer, a final shot of the MiG-21. Thereafter, perhaps we may not have enough time, or we may not get the chance to see this aircraft. Ishan, can you hear me?
Behind me are the MiG-21 with all their armaments in display. The ceremony has just ended, and once the ceremony has ended, the veterans have come out to pay their respects and homage to the aircraft. Most of these veterans are here saying goodbye to a friend, to a colleague. The MiG-21 behind me are the two MiG-21s displayed before me. One is the two-seater trainer aircraft, the other one is the single-seater fighter aircraft. The bombs on display, the missile rocket pods and the 500-pounder bombs are on display. The RRB missile is also on display, the one that took down the F-16 of the Pakistan Air Force. The guns of the MiG-21s are also there. These were the internal mounted guns. The pod guns were phased out, and these were the first internal mounted guns of the MiG-21. Behind me you can see the MiG-21 Behind me, you can see the MiG-21 that was flown by the air chief. This is the one that was flown by the air chief, and Air Chief Marshal landed in this particular aircraft. And all of the veterans are here saying their goodbyes, looking at, taking pictures. This is a fond memory of the Indian Air Force that will stay with us for decades to come. Back to you.
We'll stay with these images. Ishan, I want to please ask your camera person to perhaps move around, show us those images while we here in the studio will perhaps help you a little bit to get our viewers a sense of what's really happening there. Now, these are, Akanksha would say, moments that every fighter pilot would cherish. Group Captain Debnath, if you were there today in Chandigarh, what would you have gone through? Because you sacrificed by not going to Chandigarh, but being here in the Republic studio, taking us through a journey that many of us would not have been. Okay. We are lucky that we are witnessing this. Group Captain Debnath, why don't you take us through these images that you see, relive those very moments that when you were inside this very aircraft that we are now beaming live?
Yes, if I was there, I would have gone and hugged the aircraft. I would have touched each part of the aircraft as if it is my own baby. Each weapon system like my own cherished toy. I would have requested the ground crew to climb up the ladder and help me in sitting inside the cockpit. The ejection seat of MiG-21 was called KM1, very highly reliable. Hundreds of ejections all over the world due to contingencies and emergencies. KM1 never failed. The only time when after ejection the pilot did not survive in KM1 ejection seat was when the pilot had ejected beyond the ejection envelope of KM21. If I was there, I would have touched each dial in front of me. I would have touched the controls in front of me. I must tell, MiG-21 control column has first concept of what we call HOTAS, HOTAS, hand on throttle and stick, wherein pilot could manipulate most of the controls and weapon systems from his control column.
Debnath, sorry to interrupt you. I believe Ishan has just got Group Captain Sinha joining us. Ishan, Group Captain Sinha with you.
He was a veteran of multiple years, and he has a deep experience with the MiG-21. Sir, could you help us with your experience?
I have flown the MiG-21 in this very squadron, the 23 squadron, which flew the MiG-21s today. That was in Suratgarh, and I have flown about 200 hours. But more than anything else, when I was the spokesperson for the Indian Air Force, there were several times when I had to face the media and counter the kind of narrative that was being said that this being a flying coffin. But all said and done, I can assure you that MiG-21 has endured for more than 6 decades. The pilots of yesterday's generation, today's generation, and of my generation, we have all flown the MiG-21, and we respect this aircraft like no other, and we have all had a wonderful experience flying these MiG-21s, and you have seen the lethality of the MiG-21 even till 5 years back. So that is the legacy of the MiG-21. Previously, MiG-21 Type 77, which was the Badal, was phased out in Kalaikunda.
Can I just also take this question? Ishan, that's Group Captain Tarun Singha, someone who's been my DCC course instructor. If I can just say hello to him. Group Captain Tarun Singha, hello, this is Shavan this side. Can you hear me?
Sir.
That's my DCC course instructor there.
Okay. Hello, Shavan. How are you?
I'm great to see you, Group Captain Singha. Now,
Great.
You are quite lucky. Unfortunately, I'm here in Delhi and you are in Chandigarh. The final moments there. Now, this moment, Group Captain Singha, I know the kind of stories that you've told us when we were, we were going through our course, and it's a privilege to have you and several others, veterans today, who've flown the MiG-21. I want to hear that story that you had told us during our DCC course of what you all went through. Some of the biggest challenges that you all have faced while you were inside the cockpit. Group Captain Singha, your story today.
Oh, well, I really do not recall which exactly is the story that you are mentioning. But nonetheless, every MiG-21 pilot does have so many stories to recall. We were one of the pilots course that went directly to the MiG-21 from after getting commissioned, that is the all-jet course. So for us, it was a giant leap and a great experience. The first kick experience when you engage the afterburner is an experience like no other, and it resonates even till today once we have retired. And let me tell you, the MiG-21, I often end up waking up in their dreams as if I have flown a sortie in a MiG-21. So that is the kind of feeling that we have and the bonding that we have with MiG-21s. I was in 23 Squadron, this Squadron Panthers, which has flown the MiG-21s today for the last time. And we were in the desert sector. My experience was the closest that I had in my initial years was the exercise brass tacks, when our squadron pilots were almost ready to go across and do what was required to be done. Unfortunately, or whatever be the reason, that go signal didn't come, and we just kept mulling. MiG-21 has been a great aircraft. Any Indian Air Force pilot from several generations will vouch for that. It doesn't matter what people have given any sobriquet to this aircraft, but for us it remains the dream machine, and for us it will forever be the first and the last love.
Group Captain Singh, one final question before I let you go and enjoy that very moment, because this is a moment that no one would let others go, because something that you'll cherish for a lifetime. Group Captain Singh, I want to ask you, there is a romanticizing of the MiG-21. Every fighter pilot that has flown the MiG-21 in their career would have had a story to tell, and had, some would say it's an affair for a very, very long time. The affair finally comes to an end today. What made it so very special for every fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force? Because even the Russians were quite surprised. The manner in which Indians were able to use the MiG-21, much beyond its capabilities. What made it so very different?
Well, all I can say, Shravan, is that by now in fact, the world knows what MiG-21 has been capable of. As far as romanticizing this aircraft, well, I'd just like to digress a little bit, because having been the spokesperson for the Indian Air Force, I know the image of MiG-21 had suffered a bit at one point in time, and over a period of time, of course, that image no longer existed. And as of today, we are all aware what MiG-21 had done till about 5-6 years back. But that said, I'd just like to say that previously in the movies, for instance, invariably the MiG-21 pilot always ended up dying in a crash. But those were actually very much a fantasy-related kind of stories. But true heroism, for example, what happened during Kargil, Squadron leader Ajay Ahuja, my late course mate who won the Veer Chakra, was one such hero in MiG-21s of our contemporary times. And as a tribute, I had suggested and decided to make a movie on the life of Ajay Ahuja and his squadron, the Golden Arrows, during the Kargil War. And that is how tributes are being paid. We recently did a shooting for that, and hopefully next year it will come out as Operation Safed Sagar, where you will see, people will see MiG-21s forever in the most, in a manner where they will never ever forget.
Right.
So that's it, Shravan, from one of the old veteran MiG-21 pilot.
Thank you very much, Group Captain Singh. Akanksha.
Absolutely.
We've had some very, wonderful moments, Group Captain Devnath, when Group Captain Singh has had a lot of stories to tell us. Now he doesn't remember some of the stories. I think so some of the stories we'll just leave it beyond this studio. Akanksha, over to you.
Absolutely. And as they say, all good things come to an end. Now I want to bring in Group Captain GP Bajpai. Sir, last time it was used was during Balakot strike. So safe to say that Pakistan will not forget the power of MiG-21?
No doubt about it. It was the first time the old technology imbibed aircraft MiG-21 had shot in air F-16. This was the first time in the history that F-16 was shot down in air by MiG-21. So this was a great achievement. It speaks volume about the capability and maneuverability of MiG-21 aircraft.
Absolutely. Decades of service. Now India has bid farewell to MiG-21, and as Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, also said, it played a vital role during several of the fights, mainly with Pakistan, 1965 and recently in Balakot 7.
Well, in fact, as we've the final takeoff and the landing has now taken place, and we've now said goodbye to the MiG-21. Ladies and gentlemen, a somber moment, but the chapter of a new chapter of the Indian Air Force begins from today.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव।
This weekend, tune in to the Best of Republic Business Leadership Conclave, a showcase of powerful insights and inspiring conversations with India's most influential business minds, visionary policy leaders, and trailblazing innovators. From cutting-edge business strategies and revolutionary developments in healthcare to the future of the digital marketplace and real estate, we bring you the highlights of India's only thought leadership series, only on Republic TV, Business Leadership Conclave.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Has made a perfect start to their Premier League campaign, having won all the 5 matches in the top flight so far. Mohamed Salah and co will be put through their places, in fact, when they take on the Crystal Palace on Saturday. Palace have been one of the standout teams so far, and with the 3 wins in the 5 matches, they are currently placed 5th in the EPL point tables. Now, let's start with the headlines. India's fighter jet MiG-21 retires after final sortie from the Chandigarh Air Base. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attends the decommissioning ceremony. All educational institutes shut for 2 days in Ladakh. Security forces remain on alert amid the anticipation of fresh protests. 45 hours after Ladakh violence, Congress councillor is still on the run. Foreign funding angle under scanner. MHA cancels FCRA license of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar addresses G20 foreign ministers meeting on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, raises concern of the Global South pushes for UN reforms. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. The Indian Air Force iconic MiG-21, the country's first supersonic fighter jet and interceptor aircraft, which was first inducted in 1960s and went on to script a glorious chapter in the country's military aviation history, took its final bout earlier today at a grand farewell ceremony in Chandigarh. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, military leaders, veterans and families gathered to mark the end of the Soviet-era fighter jet's 62 years of distinguished service. The farewell ceremony featured a spectacular flypast by MiG-21 Jaguars and Surya Kiran aerobatic team as well, with the iconic jets leading the formation. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh also joined the formation, in fact flying the last sortie alongside squadron leader Priya Sharma, India's 7th women fighter pilot, as the aircraft fleet was decommissioned earlier today. The fighter jet received a water cannon salute on landing as the Air Chief handed over the Form 700 logbook of MiG-21 to the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, a tradition marking the end of an era. So these are the visuals on your screen. The Indian Air Force has retired the last of its iconic MiG-21 jets earlier today, bringing the curtain down on the 62-year-long journey. And those are, in fact, the visuals on your screen. Let me go across to Air Marshal RGK Kapoor, retired defense expert. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. It's an iconic day. It has had a very glorious past, but also tragic past as well. But first up, I want to hear from you. What story do you have as far as the MiG-21 is concerned?
Thank you for having me on the show. MiG-21, like you said, is an iconic fighter. It has been with the Air Force for more than 2/3 of the history of the entire Air Force. 63 years out of 93 years. So that means it has rendered the service to Indian Air Force which no other fighter aircraft or no other aircraft has rendered to the Air Force. It has brought glory to Indian Air Force starting 1965 till Operation Sindoor, including shooting down of Pakistan Navy Atlantic over run of Kutch just after Kargil. What it has done is it's trained almost 4 to 5 generation of fighter pilots when we did not have appropriate trainer aircraft, what we call the advanced jet trainer in the Indian Air Force. What it has done is it has been flown by Indian Air Force in roles which no other nation or Air Force in the world has flown. And it has been a part of more than 60% of fighter squadrons of Indian Air Force for a long time. So what it has contributed to the nation and legacy today, what Air Force is on the foundation which has been laid by the people who brought in MiG-21s, who flew MiG-21s, who maintained MiG-21s. And today, if HAL is anything of kind of industry or manufacturing capability, it is on the foundation that was laid down by the licensed manufacturing of MiG-21s. So that is the legacy of MiG-21s that is laid. People can keep saying whatever they want, but the fact is that this was a safe aircraft. It was a good aircraft. Maybe it's flown longer than its contemporaries, but that is not for the Air Force, but for the nation to think about that. Why did the delays take place? But overall, I think today, the second most...
It has had iconic journey so far. Now India has bid farewell to MiG-21. Before I come across to Group Captain Anant Mathur, let me go across to our reporter on the ground, Ishan. In fact, Ishan is there at the Chandigarh Air Base, and it's very important because that is the place from where the journey started from, and it is there that it is ending. Ishan, tell us what is happening around you. Are you able to see the MiG-21 there? And take us through the closer look of MiG-21 that you can see there.
Yes, I am standing in front of the MiG trainer aircraft. Behind me are all its armaments, and show. In front of me you can see the rocket launching pod with 16 rocket ports. Apart from that, you can see the 500-pounder bomb, 1,000-pounder bomb, and the multiple laser guided bombs that were available in the later MiGs. This MiG also had an internalized cannon. The initial MiGs that were brought to India did not have this gun cannon, and these gun cannons were then later on added by HAL to the Indian MiGs. Behind me is also the single-seater MiG aircraft. That was the fighter aircraft used for the training, fighter aircraft used for bombing and missions, flying missions. Apart from this, you can also see the laser-guided missiles and non-smart missiles also. The cannons of the MiG-21 were very vulnerable as they have been providing security to the Indian skies. Behind me, you can also see the veterans saying their final goodbyes to the MiG-21 aircraft. We are walking towards the MiG-21 that was flown by. We are walking towards the MiG-21 that was flown by the IAF chief, who during this sortie. One of the most important iconic sorties. We'll try to speak with veterans on ground here. Sir, would you like to speak with us?
मैच में ट्रेन नहीं हूँ।
कोई बात नहीं सर।
क्या बोलना बोलो।
सर आपका मिग के साथ क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है?
नहीं उसके साथ नहीं है ना मेरा।
अच्छा
मिग के साथ नहीं है।
अच्छा, आप किस में थे सर? आप कौन से में थे?
मैं एयरफोर्स एकेडमी हैदराबाद टाटा स्कूल में था।
अच्छा,
तो वहाँ जहाँ ऑफिसरों की ट्रेनिंग होती है, वहाँ पर मैं अवेलेबल था। 3 टेनोर में मैं वहाँ अवेलेबल था और ग्राउंड स्पोर्ट के लिए मैं वहाँ था और हम लोग वहाँ इनको ग्राउंड पे पढ़ाते भी थे। अराउंड 15 डेज का कोर्स करवाते थे टाटा स्कूल में। टाटा स्कूल से मतलब है टेक्निकल टाइप ट्रेनिंग स्कूल, हैदराबाद एयरफोर्स एकेडमी। वहाँ पर मेरा वेल एक्सपीरियंस रहा और मैक्सिमम इन्होंने अच्छी ट्रेनिंग ली है और इतना इजी नहीं है ट्रेनिंग लेना, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग उनसे गुजरना पड़ता है इन लोगों को, तब जाकर के ट्रेंड होते हैं।
Thank you for speaking with us today. Furthermore, you can also see that today's ceremony was provided security by the Garud commandos of the Indian Air Force. Them with all of them in all their glory are standing in front of us. The Garud commandos had provided security and ensured that no untoward incident happened. They are armed with the latest weaponry and tactics.
Absolutely, and as they say, all the journeys must come to an end. That is where the journey started in Chandigarh, and that is where it is coming to an end. Now, let me bring in Group Captain Anant Mathur. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, it has had a very glorious past, but also fair share of tragedies as well. If you look at the data, more than 500 MiG-21s have crashed in the last 60 years, killing at least 170 pilots. So, going forward, what lessons have we learned in the last 6 decades?
See, if you realize today, F-35 is the best fighter which the US Air Force has. Why is it still flying the F-15 and F-18s today? So every Air Force does not have the best fighter available to them across the board. There is a mixture of the technologically superior and advanced aircraft like Rafale that we have. Then there are Su-30s and MiG-29s and the Jaguars that make up a composite force. And of course, Tejas is the aircraft that we are banking on in the coming days and years so as to boost the technologically advanced Tejas aircraft and improve the air power of the country. AMCA is on the way, although I would say that AMCA needs to be pushed much faster, and the involvement of private sector is the way forward so as to speed up the process. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. A glorious past. It has served India for the last 62 years. We have several bites, in fact, reactions coming in from the Chandigarh Air Base. Let's listen into that.
ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही इमोशनल मोमेंट है वाकई. This was a backbone of the Air Force and we did a lot of flying in this aircraft. Lovely flying this aircraft. और अब क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज हो गई है, this aircraft cannot sustain in the present scenario.
All right, so there, in fact, people who have flown that as well, calling this a backbone of the Indian Air Force. Before I come to my guest, let me once again go across to my colleague Ishan. Ishan, I think you're joined by the expert there, former Indian Air Force.
Out after very proudful service, और ये हमारे लिए और पूरी एयरफोर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा है और हम आज बहुत अच्छा फील कर रहे हैं.
सर, आज आपने यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी के पुख्ता इंतजामात किए थे, उसके बाद आज का इवेंट बहुत अच्छे से हुआ. आपका इसके बारे में क्या कहना है सर?
हाँ, सभी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी इसमें लगी हुई थी, एनएसजी और गरुड़ कमांडोज. हमारी सबके ऊपर नज़र थी. जैसा कि शुरू से हमें बताया गया था कि वीआईपीज़ यहाँ पर आने वाले हैं, तो हम कल रात से यहाँ पर डिप्लॉय हो गए थे और तब से अब तक लेकर पूरी अपनी
उन्होंने कहा था.
All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague there on the spot, Chandigarh Air Base, from where we saw whistles coming in earlier today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was also there. Let me go across to Air Marshal RGK Kapoor for more on this. Sir, talk to us about the experience that you have had, your colleagues have had over the last 62 years. People have been telling many stories about MiG-21. Yes, it has had glorious past, but also fair share of tragedies as well. It used to be called flying coffin, widowmaker, all of these terms were used for MiG-21 over the last few years. What do you have to say on that?
My association, I have flown mostly on MiG-21s. So I have almost 2,300 hours on the MiG-21s. And so my flying career primarily was on MiG-21s. I am extremely attached with this flying machine. It gave great service to the nation. And I was, the basic thing on a MiG-21 is, it depends on the flying skills of the pilot. So this aircraft taught us how to actually hone our flying skills and take the maximum out of an aircraft with the very, very basic technologies. The difference from there to now is the quantum jump in technologies. And so I think MiG-21 today gave the foundation to all the kinds of tactics and whatever we have learned, including certain amount of BVR combat. Just to give you an example, when Balakot happened, there were Su-30s in air, Mirage 2000 in air, and Bisons in air. And this Bison went unnoticed and it finally shot down a F-16. So it is the kind of opportunities that it could, convert into great kills. That is what stood out in the MiG-21. And the fifth generation which trained. So I think I owe my career to this iconic fighter. And the issue about the widowmaker or the flying coffin, I think these are sobriquets which were not needed, but came in for various reasons. First is, this aircraft was not supposed to be a trainer aircraft for training the young fighter pilots. But it had to do the job because since 1980s, when the advanced jet trainer was to come, which finally came in 2008. So for almost 2 generations of fighter pilots, it provided training. It was supposed to be a high-level interceptor which would take off, rapidly climb to high altitudes, shoot down at the enemy and come and land. But Indian Air Force, used it for air defense, for ground attack, for photo recce, which hardly any other air forces use. The kind of exploitation that we did in Indian Air Force of a MiG-29, no other air force has done. And so it had to go a little longer than other aircraft, primarily because of the delays in procurement and the LCA, which is yet to be fully operationalized, and things like that. So there are very, very factors which are there. But what RM told is also very important, that the latest MiG-21s, which have just been phased out today, have been flying only for 40 years. So not a single of these aircraft went beyond their technical or calendar life. And there was no violation of any kind of technical regulations by the Indian Air Force. Each aircraft was maintained to its highest standards, which were derived from the manufacturers. So to say that it is a flying coffin, there were various reasons why the accident rate was high. And so that must be kept in mind before. And today, I think, is a day when we should feel proud of MiG-21 rather than talk about it as any of these words which were used earlier.
Absolutely, because it has been the backbone of the Indian Air Force, but now the journey has come to an end. Thanks so much, Air Marshal R.J.K. Kapoor and Group Captain Anant Mathur, for giving your perspective on the farewell of the iconic MiG-21. Thanks so much. And now shifting our focus, we have a breaking update coming in from Ladakh. Remember, 2 days after the violence took place there, sources have told Republic TV that Sonam Wangchuk, the activist there, his speech post the Ladakh violence is under the police scanner. We're learning that Sonam continues to toe some hardliners line, which has potential to provoke the youth. And despite being in public domain that his comment can irk the situation, Sonam continues the same line, the same lines that he's been saying in the last 2 days. The situation is being monitored by the agencies, and if he continues to pose potential threat, legal action likely to be taken against Sonam Wangchuk, that you can see on the screen. Remember, Ministry of Home Affairs yesterday said that he incited the mob, he broke his fast, and then he left in the ambulance. He did not try to control the crowd. He did not try to dissuade them from doing what they did. Day before yesterday, they set the BJP office on fire and also several government offices as well. 4 people lost their life. Now we're learning that he is under the scanner. And sources have told Republic TV that Sonam Wangchuk's speeches post the Ladakh violence is under the police scanner, and Sonam Wangchuk continues to toe some hardliner line which has potential to provoke a youth once again in Ladakh. Remember, Ladakh is on the edge right now. Curfew has been imposed. It is under the security blanket. But despite being in public domain, his statement can irk the situation, is what the agencies have told Republic TV. Let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's been tracking all the details very closely. Zeenat, tell us what the agencies are saying as far as Sonam Wangchuk is concerned. His NGO is under the scanner. Now his speeches are also under the scanner. He has been accused of towing the line, inciting the mob.
He has been accused of inciting the mob on ground, and that is why we see a heavy action coming from the Ministry of Home Affairs against Sonam Wangchuk. But meanwhile, we are seeing restrictions on ground as far as the Kargil is concerned, because in some time from now, the Kargil Democratic Alliance leaders will be moving to Leh, because tomorrow they will be going to Delhi from Ladakh. It is going to be a 6-member group. Meanwhile, I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you the visuals from the Kargil here. This is today being the Friday, and the conversation prayers being held in some time from now. So a lot of restrictions, stringent restrictions have been put in place. In fact, the deployment that you see here, the people have been asked not to indulge in any international activities and also to maintain calm on ground. We see the Thana police, the SHOs, the CRPF has also been deployed with the cans, jackets, and all other gadgets to see that nothing goes untoward on the ground. Because today, during the Friday sermons also, the Imams of the Masjid have been delivered sermon on Ladakh violence. Although the Ladakhis believe in the non-violence, but seeing the kind of protest that had erupted had obviously put the administration on the toes. We have seen LG Ladakh carrying a meeting yesterday about how to keep the situation under control. Then there is going to be a talk between the KDA and the Ladakh apex body day after, and on 29th, what the meeting will fetch these leaders who have been demanding since 2021. Around 10 to 12 meetings had there been between MHA and these leaders, although the main meeting will be held on the 6th of October. Ladakhis have been pitching for the 4 points that also includes the statehood, the reservation for jobs, climate, and also for their identity and the culture, and particularly the focus is on the jobs and the land. And we are expecting, as the people here have been saying, that they have an eye on the meeting for day after. The 2-day meeting will be held in New Delhi, how the things will turn, because recently the protests have turned violent. Some 4 people lost their lives, some 80 have been injured, including the security forces. The BJP headquarters was gutted. The Hill Council office was also received the damage. But now you see the stringent measures because since the Friday and the congregation prayers, people do come in huge numbers to offer prayers and to keep the protesters or any law and order incident away. You see the deployment of the forces just outside the main mosque here in Kargil. We have also spoken to the leaders in the morning about their further moves. We are expecting they will be speaking to more people because the group of leaders who will be traveling from Kargil to Leh en route, they will be speaking to the people. They will be taking the suggestion, and accordingly, they will also put forth the pointers before they may meet the people, those who have been injured in the hospital. Will go to the police station. That is to see those who have been detained. Whether the Ladakh police will allow to meet them, that is another point that will be raised, that will be discussed.
Absolutely, and even as the situation is under control in Ladakh, the agencies are trying to find out who was the real instigator as far as the violence is concerned. Thanks so much, Zeenat, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this and give you more updates as far as the Ladakh violence is concerned. Keep watching Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम दे।
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें,
very, very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So a lot of updates coming in from Ladakh, where we see the curfew has been imposed in Ladakh. Ladakh is on high alert. At the same time, some source-based information coming in that the police is going to be looking at the speeches which have been made by Sonam Wangchuk. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. India's fighter jet MiG-21 retires after a final sortie from the Chandigarh's airbase. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attends the decommissioning ceremony. All educational institutes shut for 2 days in Ladakh. Security forces remain on alert amid anticipation of fresh protests. 45 hours after Ladakh violence, Congress councillor remains absconding. Foreign funding under scanner, MHA cancels FCRA license of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar addresses G20 foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of the UNGA, raises concerns of Global South, pushes for UN reforms. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in right now. We're coming to know this is source-based information coming in, by the way, that after Ladakh violence, the Congress councillor, in fact, is right now or still absconding, is still on the run. And this is coming in, viewers, as the BJP has made all these remarks. I'll just tell our viewers exactly what the BJP has said on this. The BJP is claiming that the violence in Ladakh was incited by Congress, and this specific councillor, this is also one of the top updates that we're getting for our viewers. Also, getting you some more updates coming in where Wangchuk's speeches are under the scanner. So that is also one of the top updates we're tracking right now on Republic TV. Breaking news coming in. Sources have told Republic TV that Sonam Wangchuk's speeches post Ladakh violence are under police scanner. Sources say Sonam Wangchuk continues to toe the same hardliner line, which has potential to provoke the youth. Despite being in public domain, his statements can irk the situation. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us, Zeenat is joining us live. Zeenat, I'm coming across to you right now, and what we see are multiple updates. Number one, we understand that Ladakh is on high alert. Number two, the Congress councillor is absconding. Number three, and this is source-based information coming in, the police will be looking at Sonam Wangchuk's speeches because there's a lot of suspicion that he is again trying to instigate.
See, there has already been a statement coming from the MHA where it has been mentioned that it is Sonam Wangchuk because of which Ladakh has seen such kind of agitation or the violence in which 4 people lost their life and more than 80 people suffered injuries. Among them, one has also been airlifted by by Army's aircraft outside Ladakh. Meanwhile, we are seeing in Kargil was also kept on high alert, particularly for the Friday congregational prayers. There had the impulse that the protest or the law and order may erupt during or post or after Friday prayers, for which now, as I'm reporting from the main mosque outside main mosque here in Kargil, you see the kind of deployment that has been put in place with their batons in the hand, carrying also the communication devices to see that in case any more reinforcement is required, the vehicles to have been stationed here with extra deployment. We are seeing the Kargil police in action along with the CRPF. They have been deployed here since morning to keep an eye on anti-nationals or who will try to disrupt the situation on ground. Although the Friday prayers have just concluded and people are coming out from the mosque and moving to their destinations, the prayers have concluded peacefully. Now, in some time from now, the Kargil Democratic Alliance leaders, the group of 3 members, will be travelling to Leh because they will be joining the Ladakh Apex body there. 3 members from the Ladakh Apex body. All these 6 will go to Delhi tomorrow to have talks with the Ministry of Home Affairs. Although the main meeting will be held on the 6th of October, we are seeing the leaders trying to get more details about the move of the MHA, although the MHA has kept the cards closed because there have been a demand of the Ladakhis for the last 4 years as far as the 4-point formula is concerned, be it the statehood, job reservation, the environment, the Ladakhi culture and other issues that the Ladakhis have been pressing for the last 4 years. In fact, the MHA has been engaging these leaders time and again, and till now in the 4 years, some 12 meetings have taken place officially and multiple such meetings off the record or that were carried behind the curtains. This time, the leaders of Kargil Democratic Alliance and the Ladakh Apex body expects that after the disruption of things and the situation on ground, the MHA may take a serious note of it, and MHA may provide certain concessions or may fulfill the promises that were made to the people in all these years. How the meetings will pan, that time will tell, because next 2 days will be crucial as far as the meetings with the MHA is concerned. But yes, the main meeting that will be held on the Ladakh issue will be on the 6th of October. So how the leaders here will plan their move once they meet the officials at MHA? Will there be more protests or the things will turn peaceful now? As of now, after the violence that broke in Ladakh, where BJP office was gutted, they also targeted the Hill Council office. Police and paramilitary was targeted. Petrol bombs were hurled. Pelting was also reported from Ladakh. But now, for the last 2 days, we are seeing the situation is turning conducive. All the demand still remains there, and they're just waiting how the MHA will play its cards.
All right, okay, we also have Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, coming back to you in just a moment. I just want to go to Zeenat once more and just try to find out what kind of legal action can be taken against Sonam Wangchuk now that his speeches that he has made are under the scanner. And you know, Zeenat, we also were first to break here on Republic TV about the action which was taken by the CBI after one of the NGOs of Sonam Wangchuk, the license was suspended. So it looks like more legal action could be underway for Sonam Wangchuk.
See, we need to understand that Sonam Wangchuk, climate activist, he has been in for a very long time. He was the first one when the Article 370 and 35A were abrogated and Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into union territory. He was the first one to praise Narendra Modi. He had a better relation with the central government. But then we need to understand that he's a great crowd puller. We have seen Sonam Wangchuk's fast and for the statehood many times. He had been a crowd puller, and for the last 14 days he was fasting, and during that fast only the two people turned unconscious, and that instigated the youngsters on the ground, and due to which we have seen the violence in Ladakh. But then now MHE is coming heavily on its institute. As far as the cancellation of his license or the registration is concerned, will there be more things that will come out as far as this Wangchuk case is concerned? Because there are already the reports in circulation, and Sonam Wangchuk has already admitted that the government is planning to book him under PSA, which is one of the stringent laws. Minimum 2 to 3 years imprisonment will be there without any bail. Will the government use the card? Because if, as we see on the ground, the Sonam has a lot of support, and the leaders, the small political parties here, be it the Kargil Democratic Alliance, the PEX group, or the others, they are supporting, and they're openly saying they support Wangchuk because he's on the right path and he is fighting for the cause of Ladakhis. Will government be able to take such action? Because if at all it backfires and it instigates things on ground, so government, whatever the decision will come, they will be that will be very critical for the government to take, and how they will monitor the situation. Because in recent protests we have seen the petrol bombs, people in huge number, be it the men, women, even the young children were seen coming, and they were the part of the violence, due to which 80 people, that also includes the 40 paramedicals and the 40 paramilitary troops and the JNK and the Kashmir, this Ladakh police getting injuries. So whatever the MHA will decide, it has to really play well to keep to diffuse the situation on ground. Because right now we're seeing that, knowing the Ladakh population, knowing that the leaders are meeting the MHA official for the demands, so they're definitely waiting what will be the outcome of these meetings and how the leaders will convince the people who are waiting for them to come back to them with the meeting outputs. That definitely needs to be seen. Then again, since these Ladakhi leaders will be camping in Delhi, as I am being told, will they try to corner government? Because in the coming months there will be a Bihar elections, how they will play cards. So lot of things are in the pipeline, but yes, it will be seen as a wit of the government, how the government will play the game of wits when it comes to Ladakh issue.
Right. Well, yes, Zenat is live from Kargil on this. Gursimran, hold on. We're going to see breaking news coming in. It's been just 45 hours after the Ladakh violence, and still the Congress councillor, who the BJP said instigated that violence, is absconding. That is right. And the phone of this councillor has been switched off. The cops are carrying out raids to nab this Congress councillor. We also understand the police is carrying out raid at many locations to nab the absconding Congress councillor. For this, I really want to go back to Gursimran, who's joining us live right now. Gursimran, the BJP has been claiming from the beginning that the violence in Ladakh was incited by the Congress, specifically this Congress councillor, who, by the way, is right now absconding. The cops are looking for him, Gursimran. Yes, over to you.
Yes, if we speak of the Congress councillor from the upper lay, it's Funsong Stenson. He has been absconding since the day the violence broke out in the Ladakh, in which 4 people lost their life and more than 90 people and 30 security force personnel got injured. Now, what we are getting to know that this is not mere the allegations by the Bharatiya Janata Party, but also the Ladakh police has booked him under the relevant sections for provoking the youth of Ladakh a day prior to this incident. So it was very clear that he was one of the key instigators and the provocators of this entire thing that has taken place. Now what we are picking up that since the day the violence has taken place, post 3 in the afternoon, he has gone incommunicado. His phones have been switched off since 6 or 7 in the evening, and he is not traceable. He has gone to a far off village, and from then where he has gone, his whereabouts are not known to anyone. Multiple teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have already been formed that are going to carry out the searches for this Congress councillor who was behind instigating the people of Ladakh, calling them to come on the streets and also to burn the office of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That happened on 24th. So it seems a pre-planned strategy that was there, and now he is on the radar of the security forces, and the forces are going all out to arrest him at an earliest.
That is right, Gursimran. Thank you for getting those details. Gursimran and Zeenat both reporting live for us. Police probing the Ladakh violence, Congress council on the run. We're taking a short break right now, viewers. Much more coming up on the other side. We'll put our focus on some of the other stories. Specifically, we'll be talking about how Sonam Wangchuk's speeches are right now under the scanner. More legal action could be likely.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ देश के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए। हमें इस लक्ष्य को लेकर काम करना है।
This weekend, tune in to the Best of Republic Business Leadership Conclave, a showcase of powerful insights and inspiring conversations with India's most influential business minds, visionary policy leaders and trailblazing innovators, from cutting-edge business strategies and revolutionary developments in healthcare to the future of the digital work marketplace and real estate. We bring you the highlights of India's only thought leadership series, only on Republic TV. Business Leadership Conclave.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, scooter.
This weekend, tune in to the Best of Republic Business Leadership Conclave, a showcase of powerful insights and inspiring conversations with India's most influential business minds, visionary policy leaders, and trailblazing innovators. From cutting-edge business strategies and revolutionary developments in healthcare to the future of the digital marketplace and real estate, we bring you the highlights of India's only thought leadership series, only on Republic TV, Business Leadership Conclave.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमई थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें, वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ बेस्ट के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए। हमें इस लक्ष्य को लेकर काम करना है। साथियों, देश की स्वतंत्रता को जैसे स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ताकत मिली, वैसे ही देश की समृद्धि को भी स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ही शक्ति मिलेगी। कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
He's one of India's most celebrated voices, a singer whose versatility spans ghazals, playbacks, classical and contemporary music. With a career defined by depth, innovation and timeless appeal, Hariharan has become a name synonymous with excellence in music. This weekend on Legends, we turn the spotlight on Hariharan. His journey, his artistry and the voice that continues to inspire millions. Legends featuring Hariharan only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines. IAF bids an emotional farewell to its supersonic warhorse, MIG-21, ceremony held at Chandigarh Air Base.
तो MIG-21 तो हमारा नेशनल प्राइड है, यह तो हमारी रक्षा का शील्ड रहा है, हमारी शक्ति का यह सिंबल रहा है और इसलिए इसका सम्मान करना भला हम कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं।
MiG-21 flies through Indian skies for the last time. Rajnath terms it national pride. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar back with his dadagiri as he snaps at flood-hit farmers' request. Sonam Wangchuk speeches post Ladakh violence under police scanner now. Shilpa Shetty rubbishes reports of Raj Kundra giving her 15 crores in fraud case, moves court against defamatory campaign. Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir meets US President Trump Jr. at the Oval Office. Trump declares 100% tariff on branded or patented pharma imports from October 1st. Viewers, getting some big updates coming in. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar sparked a political row after a video of him snapping at a farmer who questioned him over a loan waiver in rain-hit Marathwada region went viral. This video shows how the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister angrily responding to the young farmer and mocking his query by saying give him the Chief Ministership role. He is also heard asking the man if the latter thinks that the state government is here to play marbles. Watch the full video first.
त्याला द्या रे मुख्यमंत्री आम्हाला कळतंय ना आम्ही काही तो गोटे खेळायला आलोय त्याला एवढं सकाळी 6ला सुरू केलं बाळा मी करमळ्याला म्हणजे जे काम करतं ना त्याचीच मारा बघा ना आता एवढं जीव तोडून सांगतोय हातून पण एका ठिकाणी जायचंय आम्हालाही कळतंय ना आम्ही लाडक्या बहिणींना आज किती मदत करतोय आज 45,000 कोटी रुपये वर्षाला तिथं मदत करतोय शेतकऱ्यांची वीज माफी केली 20,000 कोटी रुपये भरतोय त्याला द्या रे मुख्यमंत्री आम्हाला कळतंय ना आम्ही काही तो गोटे खेळायला आलोय त्याला एवढं सकाळी 6ला सुरू केलं बाळा मी करमळ्याला म्हणजे जे काम करतं ना त्याचीच मारा बघा ना आता एवढं जीव तोडून सांगतोय हातून पण एका ठिकाणी जायचंय आम्हालाही कळतंय ना आम्ही लाडक्या बहिणींना आज किती मदत करतोय आज 45,000 कोटी रुपये वर्षाला तिथं मदत करतोय शेतकऱ्यांची वीज माफी केली 20,000 कोटी रुपये भरतोय
Us live, we have with us Satya Prakash, who's joining us live. Satya Prakash, Ajit Pawar losing his cool and he's chiding this flood-hit farmer over a loan waiver question, and very visibly frustrated here, very visibly frustrated in that video that we saw. Satya Prakash.
देखिए शिवांगी, साफ तौर से है जिस तरह से ये वीडियो सामने आया, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वहां पे धाराशिव में वहां पे बाढ़ आया हुआ है और जब किसान लोग पहुंचे और जिस तरह से अजीत पवार जो कि डिप्टी सीएम है जिस तरह से वो धमकाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, साफ तौर से दिख रहा है कि किसान वहां पे मदद मांगने गया था, लेकिन जिस तरह से साफ तौर से अजीत पवार साफ तौर से कह रहे हैं कि तुमको सीएम बना दूं क्या, मैं यहाँ पे खेलने आया हूँ क्या, सुबह 6 बजे से आता हूँ और काम कर रहा हूँ। तो कहीं न कहीं साफ तौर से दिख रहा है कि किस तरह से धमकाने की कोशिश किया गया है किसानों को। किसान वहां पे मदद मांगने के लिए आया था और जिस तरह से धाराशिव में लगा वहां पे बाढ़ आई हुई है और किसानों का काफी नुकसान हुआ है, क्योंकि जो भी फसल थी वो बर्बाद हो चुकी है। उसी को देखने के मुआयना करने जायजा लेने के लिए गए हुए थे धाराशिव में अजीत पवार, और उसी समय किसान लोग वहां पे इकट्ठा हुए और जब किसान लोगों ने पूछा कि सवाल किया तो कहीं न कहीं दादा जो है अजीत पवार जो कि काफी गुस्से में हो गए, साफ तौर से कह रहे हैं कि तुमको सीएम बना दूं क्या, यहाँ पे सुबह से 6 बजे से आया हूँ और यहाँ पे काम कर रहा हूँ। तो कहीं न कहीं साफ तौर से गुस्सा देखने को मिला है डिप्टी सीएम अजीत पवार का। और इसके पहले भी ये भी ऐसे वीडियो सामने आए हुए हैं जिस तरह से अजीत पवार का यहाँ पे जो एनसीपी के लोग हैं उनका कहना है कि ये जो है अजीत पवार का स्टाइल है। तो कहेंगे जो किसानों को साथ इस तरह से हो रहा है तो ये स्टाइल तो नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि वो किसान जो पीड़ित है और मदद मांगने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं और इस तरह से कहा जा रहा है कि आपको सीएम बना दे क्या, यहाँ मैं खेलने आया हूँ क्या। तो इन सारी चीजों को लेकर कहीं न कहीं जो है विपक्ष भी सवाल खड़ा कर रहा है। जी,
That's right. Well, hold on, Satya Prakash. We're being joined right now by Shaina NC. Shaina, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, and I just want your reaction because it's being seen as VVIP arrogance, what we have seen on our screens, because this flood-hit farmer, all he wanted was to speak about the problems that he's having, but he got a very cold reply from Ajit Pawar, who lost his cool.
Look, all I want to say is that the Mahayuti government is very, very sensitive towards the farmers. In fact, only yesterday when the Honorable Home Minister was in Mumbai, Adanya Amit Shah ji, a memorandum was signed. It was signed between our Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, my own leader Eknath ji Shinde, saying that the incessant rains that one has seen in Maharashtra are most fortunate, and that we stand for the farmers, and we have requested that under the NDRF the farmers who have been affected by natural disaster will be compensated, because this is the collectiveness of the state government and the center. So empathy towards the farmers are given, and I don't think I can comment beyond.
All right. Thank you for joining us at China NC, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction. I want to go across to our callers. Our phone lines are open, viewers. You can call in and talk about what do you think about this, because we're asking that is VVIP arrogance on full display? Is it what voters vote for? I want to go across to our first caller, SM Joshi, calling in from Ahmedabad. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Joshi. Just you can share with us, what do you think about... what do you think about...
Ajit Pawar. Hello?
Yes,
Can
go
you
ahead.
Ajit Pawar is a very good person and he is a workaholic. And what he says is correct and he is right, because he is doing a lot of work whole day, like Mr. Modi, our Prime Minister. So we support Ajit Pawar. There is nothing wrong what he talked. Okay, people are just nonsensely speaking with him. So they should be properly answered. And what Ajit Pawar said is perfectly right. It is very difficult to become a minister and then work for the people. That's all.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for calling us, SM Joshi, Ahmedabad, calling us. Phone lines are open. You can call in and, share. What do you think about what we see on our screens, where we saw that Ajit Pawar has lost his cool at a farmer's request?
All right.
All right, let's go to Satya Prakash, who's joining us right now. Satya Prakash, our phone lines are open. You can call us, raise your voice against netas who are voted to power but do not help with everyday issues that the voters bring up. Satya Prakash, I'm coming across to you. The opposition has also targeted Mr. Pawar over his arrogance. Okay, we're getting some reactions coming in. Let's go to the reactions first.
त्याला द्या रे मुक्त होते आम्हाला कळतंय ना आम्ही काही ते गोटे खेळायला आलोय त्याला एवढं सकाळी 6ला सुरू केलं बाळा मी करमळ्याला म्हणजे जे काम करतं ना त्याचीच मारा बघा ना आता एवढं जीव तोडून चालतोय हातून पण एका ठिकाणी जायचंय आम्हालाही कळतंय ना आम्ही लाडक्या बहिणींना आज किती मदत करतोय आज 45,000 कोटी रुपये वर्षाला तिथं मदत करतो शेतकऱ्यांची वीज माफी केली 20,000 कोटी रुपये भरतोय.
All right, so getting us some more reactions coming in, viewers. My colleague Satya Prakash is also getting us some reactions. The opposition already going ahead and targeting Pawar for the arrogance and saying that the opposition is, of course, targeting and saying he accused them of creating misunderstandings.
अजीत पवार दादा इतना गुस्सा क्यों हो जाते हैं?
अजीत दादा गुस्सा नहीं रहते, उनका बात करने का तरीका जो है वो थोड़ा सा अलग है. लोगों को लगता है कि वो गुस्सा है. किसी की आवाज बड़ी होती है इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो आदमी गुस्सा है. वो आदमी के बात करने का तरीका थोड़ा सा अलग होता है, इसीलिए लोगों को लगता है कि वो गुस्सा है. वो गुस्सा नहीं थे. जब भी वो बात करते हो जरा ऊंची आवाज में बात करने की उनकी आदत है.
लेकिन जो वीडियो सामने आया है साफ तौर से दिख रहा है कि किसान के ऊपर गुस्सा निकाल रहे हैं और सीधे कह रहे हैं तुमको मुख्यमंत्री बना दूं क्या?
नहीं, वो गुस्सा नहीं था. दादा किसानों का सवाल, जो भी किसानों के ऊपर आपत्ति आई है उसको सुलझाने के लिए सुबह 6 बजे से रात 10:30 11 बजे तक वहां पर काम किया. और आप लोगों ने वो मीडिया के माध्यम से देखा है. उनका जो जितने भी प्रोग्राम थे पूरा लाइव हो गए. इसीलिए सुबह 6 बजे से अगर आपत्ति में जो किसान भाई हो, जो हमारी माता भगिनी हो, जो आपत्ति में नुकसान हुआ है उसकी भरपाई करने के लिए, उनका हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए अजीत दादा वहां पर गए हैं. तो अगर कोई बंदा, दादा जब भाषण कर रहे हैं तो दादा सबका हौसला बढ़ा रहे, उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे, उनका दुख समझ ले रहे, तो कोई बंदा आके अलग तरीके से वहां पर बात कर रहा है कि यही होना चाहिए, अभी होना चाहिए, बीच भाषण में अगर कोई बोल रहा है तो उसको डांटने का काम उन्होंने किया है. मगर आप जिस नजर से देख रहे हो वो नजर से नहीं, जिसने बोला था उसको आपत्ति नहीं, जहां पर बोला गया, बट जितना काम कर रहे हो वो भी आपको देखना चाहिए। दादा ने किसी को डांटा नहीं, दादा क्यों किसी के साथ अरोगेंटली बात नहीं की है।
लेकिन बोले कि मैं सुबह से निकला हूँ, यहाँ पे कैच खेलने नहीं आया हूँ, इस तरह से क्योंकि किसान जो है पीड़ित है।
खुद मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, मंत्रिमंडल पूरा जो बाढ़ में हमारे किसान भाई मतलब मुसीबत में है, वो मुसीबत सॉल्व करने के लिए, उनका मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए, उनका हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए मैदान में उतरे हैं। वो काम कर रहे। अगर वो काम कर रहे तो कोई आके बीच में ऐसी अलग बात कर रहा है तो मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं दादा ने जो बोला है कि हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, काम करने दो, तुम अगर बीच में आके उसको रुकावट डालोगे तो थोड़े हम लोग आपकी बातों का जवाब ये करने के लिए आए कि सवाल जवाब करने के लिए आए। हम जनता के जो प्रश्न है वो सॉल्व करने के लिए मैदान में उतरे, उसकी वजह से ऐसा बोला। मगर एक ही बंदे को बोला, पूरे लोग भी वहां पर हंस रहे थे, बाकी किसी ने वहां पर कुछ किया नहीं किया। लोग भी उसको मतलब सपोर्ट कर रहे थे कि जो दादा बोल रहे वो सही बोल रहे, दादा ने जो बोला था वो सही बोला था। वो सिचुएशन के अनुसार जो एक बंदा खुद होके डिस्टर्ब कर रहा है, जो सभा को संबोधित कर रहे थे, गांव वालों का हौसला बढ़ा रहे थे, मनोबल बढ़ा रहे थे, उसको डिस्टर्ब कर रहे, तो दादा ने वो बोला, लोग भी उसको हंस के साथ दे रहे। उसको ऐसा किसी के मन में, किसी के दिमाग में वो नहीं था। दादा का बोलने का स्टाइल महाराष्ट्र की जनता को मालूम है। महाराष्ट्र की जनता दादा के स्वभाव को जानती है, दादा के काम को जानती है। दादा की पहचान काम की वजह से है। जो भी है मुंह पे बोलते, पीठ पीछे नहीं बोलते, जो भी है सच बोलते हैं। होगा तो होगा, नहीं होगा तो नहीं बोलता, उनकी आदत है। उसकी वजह से लोग भी उनको सराह रहे।
लेकिन एक चीज देखने को मिला है, जो पीड़ित किसान आए थे वो परेशान।
Let's go across to our next caller right now because we just heard the NCP there saying that this is the normal tone of Pawar. He talks like this only, so they're defending him. I'm not going to Murali. Murali is joining us live. Bengaluru, our caller is joining us live. Murali, can you hear me? Caller, our caller is joining us. Murali from Bengaluru. All right. We'll go back to callers, but viewers can call us and talk about what you really feel about this. How elected representatives are showing dadagiri, and what do you want to say about this? You can definitely call us and tell us more about it. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's go and play it out. So there on your screens, you can see the multiple times that Ajit Pawar has been caught on the wrong foot. So this is September 2025, when he threatened a female IPS officer. Then in January 2025, vote for me, do not own me. And one more, the latest case coming in right now. So Ajit Pawar really having a bit of a history there when it comes to these kind of acts. And this time, the latest that we're seeing right now is that Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar sparked a political row after a video of him snapping at a farmer who questioned him over a loan waiver in rain-hit Marathwada region has gone viral. And this video shows that the NCP president is responding in a very angry manner to the young farmer and mocking the farmer's query by saying that give him the chief ministership role. He also heard asking the man if the latter thinks that the state government is here to play marbles. So this clip has triggered a big controversy. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's go and play them up.
कि कल आपको दादा ने डांटा क्या? तो
All right, NCP defends entitled behavior of Ajit Pawar, and this is coming in as the NCP has gone ahead and has defended Ajit Pawar. They're saying that this is the normal tone of Ajit Pawar. This is what that they're saying. And this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. NCP defending the behavior of Ajit Pawar, saying that this is how he talks and this is normal for him. Also, just hearing those reactions coming in, especially NCP leader Sunil Tatkare has defended Pawar, NCP defending Pawar and saying, I don't think that Pawar threatened anyone. I want to tell you that this is a normal tone and he talks like this only. NCP is saying this is how that Ajit Pawar's normal tone is. And this is how he really talks. This is not the first time we have seen Ajit Pawar really, go ahead and behave in such a way. But Satya Prakash is joining us live. Satya Prakash, NCP is defending Ajit Pawar, defending him. You were speaking to the NCP leaders, and what they say is that this is the way Ajit Pawar talks. This is his normal tone.
देखिए शिवांगी, जिस तरह से अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ही जो सूरज चौहान एनसीपी लीडर उनसे हमने बात किया तो उनका साफ तौर से कहना था कि अजित पवार का जो बात करने की स्टाइल है उसी स्टाइल में बात की है, किसानों के ऊपर गुस्सा नहीं है। लेकिन साफ तौर से वीडियो जो देखा जा रहा है, वीडियो में साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से किसानों के ऊपर भड़क रहे हैं, गुस्सा निकाल रहे हैं और साफ तौर से कह रहे हैं कि तुमको सीएम बना दूं क्या, तो सुबह 6 बजे से उठ के आया हूं, फील्ड पे काम कर रहा हूं। और कहीं कहीं साफ तौर से वीडियो में दिख रहा है कि किस तरह से अजित पवार गुस्से में बात कर रहे हैं किसानों से। किसान जो है पीड़ित है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र के जो मराठवाड़ा में है पूरा बाढ़ आया हुआ है और उसी का जायजा लेने के लिए अजित पवार पहुंचे हुए थे। और जब किसान लोग इकट्ठा हुए, सवाल पूछने लगे तो कहीं कहीं दादा जो अजित पवार है वो काफी गुस्से में हो गया और कहीं कहीं गुस्सा जो है किसानों पे निकाला। तो साफ तौर से देखा जा रहा है कि इसके पहले भी अजित पवार के ऐसे वीडियो आए हैं, चाहे आईपीएस को धमकाने वाला मामला आया था, जिस तरह से एनसीपी भी उस पर कहा था कि उस तरह से बात करने की स्टाइल है, और इस पर भी एनसीपी की तरफ से यही सफाई दिया जा रहा है कि अजित पवार का जो बात करने की स्टाइल है उसी हिसाब से उन्होंने बात किया है, गुस्सा नहीं निकाला है। जी,
that is right, Satya Prakash, getting us all these details coming in, Satya Prakash, and also we're getting some more reactions coming in. Ajit Pawar has spoken. Let's go and play out what Ajit Pawar has to say.
कळतंय ना, आणि काही ते गोटे खेळायला आलोय त्याला एवढं सकाळी 6ला सुरू केलं बाळावी करमळ्याला, म्हणजे जे काम करतं ना त्याचीच मारा बघा ना। आता एवढं जीव तोडून चालतोय, हातून पण एका ठिकाणी जायचंय, आम्हालाही कळतंय ना। आम्ही लाडक्या बहिणींना आज किती मदत करतोय, आज 45,000 कोटी रुपये वर्षाला तिथं मदत करतोय, शेतकऱ्यांची वीज माफी केली, 20,000 कोटी रुपये भरतोय।
And we must move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. Waterlogging has been reported across several parts of Thiruvananthapuram as heavy rain slashed at the Kerala capital today, causing hindrance and significant disruptions, including floods and power outages. Prohibitions under Section 163 of the BNS, the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, continue in Leh following the violence on September 24th. Assembly of 5 or more people banned in the district. No procession, rally or march to be carried out without prior written approval. Security personnel have been deployed here. At a grand farewell ceremony in Chandigarh, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, top military leaders, veterans and families will gather to mark the end of the iconic fighter jet's 62 years of distinguished service. A Durga Puja Pandal has been set up in Assam, inspired by the Bangkok Buddhist temple, and it has been built in Guwahati, and the Geeta Nagar Durga Puja Committee has adopted a Buddhist temple theme for its Puja Pandal under a budget of 1 crore. Secretary of Committee says that the passing of singer Zubin Garg has had a significant impact on them, so only the puja will be performed. All cultural programs and processions have been cancelled. The Adani Group has hosted the 4th edition of Adani Green Talks, bringing together chain makers, social entrepreneurs and innovators shaping a sustainable and inclusive future. The event, which has grown into one of India's most distinctive platforms for social innovation, was inaugurated with a keynote address by Gautam Adani, chairman of the Adani Group, on the role of young entrepreneurs in shaping what he called India's second freedom struggle, a fight not for independence from foreign rule, but for independence in technology and social innovation that uplifts every community, bridges divides, and strengthens the fabric of democracy. All right, getting you some updates coming in, viewers. Pro-Khalistan separatist Inderjeet Singh Gosal has reportedly been given bail by the Canadian court. It comes less than a week after the security aid of Pannu was detained and given multiple weapon charges amid fresh threats to Indian officials, including to NSA Ajit Doval. So this is huge coming in, viewers, because this is a pro-Khalistan separatist who was the aide of Pannu, and now we understand that in the latest coming in, he has gotten bail. I repeat, he is out on bail in Canada. This is the Khalistani terrorist Inderjeet Singh Gosal, who has been granted bail less than a week after his arrest in Canada, and this is coming in as he's already out on bail. He was regarded as a very prominent Khalistani extremist and is believed to be the successor of Nijjar. He's also considered very close to the SFJ, serves as the right-hand man of Pannu, very close associate of Pannu. That's what he is, we are understanding. So back to back is coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. President Trump signed an executive order paving the way for a TikTok deal that could transfer majority ownership of the app to Americans. So under the new framework agreement outlined in the executive order, TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, and its affiliates will own less than 20% of TikTok. Here's more.
So this is interesting because I had a very good talk with President Xi, a lot of respect for him. Hopefully he has a lot of respect for me too. And we talked about TikTok and other things, but we talked about TikTok, and he gave us the go-ahead. You know, it's run by American investors and American companies, great ones, great investors, the biggest. You don't get bigger, I don't imagine. And maybe I'll have JD. JD was very much involved and in charge of it. And maybe I'll have you say a few words about the deal. He would report back, and the points of the deal, I think, are great for our country. So, JD, do you want to give it a little talk, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so thank you, sir, for your leadership and for your help. We really couldn't have done this without the president actually ushering this deal over the finish line. There was some resistance on the Chinese side, but the fundamental thing that we wanted to accomplish is that we wanted to keep TikTok operating, but we also wanted to make sure that we protected Americans' data privacy as required by law.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want to have TikTok close. And I got, a little used to TikTok. I used it myself during the campaign, and it was very successful because you know how I did with the young voter. And Charlie helped me a lot too. And he said to me, "You should go on TikTok," and it actually had, because we got record votes with the young voter, as you know, for the election. So I was a little bit prejudiced in that way toward TikTok. It was very good and very meaningful, but we have American investors taking it over, running it, highly sophisticated, including Larry Ellison. And Oracle, I guess, is going to play a very big role in terms of security, safety, and everything else. So we have very good controls. And literally, I would get a call from friends of mine who were fathers of young people saying, "Could you do me a favor? Could you get it approved, please? My son is driving me crazy." So we're getting it done.
Coming up, viewers, Shilpa Shetty rubbishes reports of Raj Kundra giving her 15 crore in fraud case, moves court against defamatory campaign. Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir meets US President Trump at the Oval Office. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल।
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2:30 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Our top focus, ladies and gentlemen, of course, remains on the Ladakh violence. And right now, Sonam Wangchuk's provocative statements are under the scanner. In fact, agencies are probing into these very statements. We'll give you all the details and much, much more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. IAF bids an emotional farewell to its supersonic warhorse, MIG-21 ceremony held at Chandigarh Air Base. MiG-21 flies through Indian skies for the last time. Rajnath terms it as national pride. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar back with his dadagiri as he snaps at flood-hit farmers' request. Sonam Wangchuk's speeches post-Ladakh violence under police scanner. Shilpa Shetty rubbishes reports of Raj Kundra giving her rupees 15 crore in fraud case, moves court against defamatory campaign. Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir meet US President Donald Trump at the Oval Office. Trump declares 100% tariff on branded or patented pharma imports from October 1st. All right, starting this edition with the big news that we are tracking 45 hours after the Ladakh violence, ladies and gentlemen. Congress councillor Funsok Sanzin Sepak continues to remain absconding. Now, this Congress councillor has been absconding after 3 p.m. After the violence on the September 24th, in fact, the Congress councillor's phone is also reportedly switched off. The police, as we speak, is currently carrying out raids at several locations to nab the councillor.
To put things into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, Bharatiya Janata Party had accused Congress of inciting the riots in Ladakh. In fact, it was Amit Malviya who had tweeted saying, and I quote, "This man in Ladakh is Stanzin Sepak. He can be clearly seen instigating the mob and participating in the violence that targeted the BJP office and the Hill Council." In fact, Malviya has also gone ahead and said, is this the kind of unrest Rahul Gandhi has been fantasizing about? And now, this councillor, the Congress councillor, continues to remain missing. 45 hours after the Leh riots, the councillors remains absconding and the police hunt is on. All right, so just 2 days back, our executive editor Niranjan spoke to the Congress councillor on his alleged role in the violence that killed 4 people. Listen into that conversation.
Hi, am I speaking to Stanzin?
Yes.
Stanzin, hi. This is Niranjan. I'm the executive editor at Republic TV.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. So I just wanted to ask you, Stanzin, the BJP's put out a tweet saying that they put out a few photos saying it was you seen with, a stick in your hand, rioting in Ladakh. So I wanted to get your reaction to it.
See, I will clarify.
Yeah.
The picture that these people are sharing around and the guy they are mentioning, he's wearing a mask.
Right.
And just because I have long hair and that guy also has long hair, these people are assuming that guy writing is me.
Okay.
So right now I'm consulting with my lawyers to file a defamation case.
Okay. You're saying it's not you in the picture?
That is definitely not me. I categorically deny that, and that is not me.
And the BJP is claiming that Congress was behind the violence. So did you guys also protest at all?
Congress is not even part of the organization which is organizing the protest. Okay. We are simply supporting the whole agitation from outside. That's it.
You're supporting the agitation from outside?
Yes.
So you're backing Sonam Wangchuk?
We are definitely backing Sonam Wangchuk, and we are definitely backing the method he's using to raise the issue of 6 schedule for Ladakh.
Okay. But you're saying none of the Congress leaders or any of your workers were involved in the violence today?
Sir, I have a very perfect CCTV footage as an alibi which I can produce in the court when I file the defamation suit against these people who are spreading this lie.
Okay,
I have a very solid alibi.
Can you also share that video with us? We'll be happy to air it, saying that it's the video, that counter video that you've put out.
Right now, I'm not at the exact location where I was during the afternoon when this accident happened. Mm-hmm. But when...
Meanwhile, viewers, my colleague Rawat has filed reports from the violence that hit Leh on what the situation looks like right now. Take a look.
Right now we are here in the Ladakh and the curfew has been imposed here, and you can see that the announcement is going there. You can see that the restrictions have been imposed here and the complete shutdown here is, and you can see here in the visuals there is no traffic movement on the roads, and you can see that the senior officers from the Ladakh police are monitoring the situation continuously. It's day 3 and we have seen yesterday that the restrictions that was imposed here for the precautionary measures. We have earlier seen that the stone pelting took place, and also we have seen that the violence was reported here, in which we have seen that more than 90 persons were injured and 4 were killed in the clash. And then after we have seen for the precautionary measures, Ladakh police along with the district administration has imposed the restrictions here, and you can see that there is no civilian movement on the road. This is the main market in the Ladakh, and you can see that the shops is still closed. It's day 2nd for the restrictions here, and you can see that everything is being monitored very closely by the authorities. Also, we have seen that the arrests were also made yesterday, the individuals who were involved in the violence, and you can see that the ambulance and other critical care service are only moving on the roads. Also, the people who are having any kind of health emergency or any official work, they are only being allowed to move on the roads. And we have also seen that the senior officers from the Ladakh police are continuously announcing in every state and every national highway here that the restrictions have been imposed for the precautionary measures. And today is the day second, but yes, we need to wait and watch what will be remain the situation today, and then after the further course of action.
All right, let's breaking news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. There's a statement on the visit of Indian delegation to the United States of America from the 22nd to the 24th of September. Now, a delegation which was led by Commerce and Industries Minister visited the United States of America from the 22nd to 24th of September. The minister had meetings with the Ambassador Jamieson Greer of United States Trade Representative and Mr. Sergio Gore, US Ambassador Designate to India. Now, apart from these meetings, ladies and gentlemen, with the US government representatives on the bilateral trade matters, the delegation held discussions with key US-based businesses and investors on promoting trade and investment between India and the United States. Now, the delegation had constructive meetings with the US government on various aspects of the deal. Both sides, in fact, exchanged views on possible contours of the deal, and it was then decided to continue the engagements with a view to achieve early conclusion of a mutually beneficial trade agreement. Now, the meetings with businesses and investors evoked a positive response, is what we are coming to know. The business leaders reposed confidence in the India growth story and, in fact, expressed their desire to intensify their business activities in India. So this is a statement that is coming in from the Indian delegation to the United States of America, who visited from 22nd to 24th of September. All right, let's cut straight across to Soumya, who is joining me live on this bulletin. Soumya, we are getting to know that a delegation, led by the Commerce and Industry Minister, was visiting the US. And in fact, we are getting to know that some key agreements have also been made. If you could tell our viewers what was the key focus and what was the agenda of the meet.
Well, see, Antara, it goes without saying that the key agenda of this delegation meeting, which was led on by the Commerce Ministry, the Minister himself, that to bring back the trade deal on track, the talks which were halted post the Trump tariff threats is now back on track. The same has been confirmed by the sources within the ministry. Now, what we are picking up at the moment is that the delegation which had gone to the United States for the trade talks, after the delegation which visited India a few days back, and now this our team itself, along with the minister, was there in the United States to bring back the discussions on table, and rightly so, it has been confirmed by the sources within the industry that the trade talks are back on track. The results were positive. There were several talks that took place between the Secretary of Trade there in the US and the delegation which was present there from India, and the Commerce Minister also. So these are the developments that we are picking up. The ministry has shown has said that now that the talks are back on track, and it has given positive results as well.
Yes, Soumya. Yes. All right, I'm also being joined by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor on the phone line. Abhishek, of course, this is the first statement that is coming in by the Indian delegation who visited the United States from the 22nd to 24th of September. Is it safe to say that there is a certain thaw in the relation between the United States and India?
Well, yes, seems to be the case. And if you read between the lines, so for example, the statement says that the delegation had constructive meetings with the U.S. government on various aspects of the deal. And then it goes on to say that both sides exchanged views on possible contours of the deal, and it was decided to continue the engagement with a view to achieve early conclusion of a mutually beneficial trade agreement. I think the language is, conciliatory. The language is promising, and the language is talking about a deadline, early conclusion. Remember, Commerce Minister has already spoken of on record of a November deadline. November is also the time that if all goes well and if the deal is close to being made, then President Trump can travel for the Quad summit, which India has to host in New Delhi. Also remember that there is likelihood in October end of the two leaders bumping into each other on the sidelines of the East Asia Summit, or the ASEAN Summit as it is called, which is slated to take place between 25 and 26 of October. So I think in that sense, both sides seem to be working, or the both delegations seem to be working with a certain deadline in mind, and that's getting reflected in their statement, which should be seen as a positive development insofar as the specifics of the trade deal and trade negotiations are concerned. Because otherwise, remember, there are strong headwinds, and the executive order of the president, for example, on putting 100% tariffs on pharma, because of which Indian stock markets are in a bit of a tizzy today, and most of the stocks down, is because otherwise the headwinds coming in from the American side on the larger India-US trade relationship seem to be very strong. This statement is positive and puts a deadline of on the talks, which means that the momentum has been picked up during Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal's visit to the United States.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you for getting us those details. Thank you, Soumya, for joining me live on this bulletin. It's time to shift our focus to another big breaking news that we are tracking in this hour. SIT and CID raids at the Zubin's organizer's residence is being conducted. He organized Zubin Garg's concert, ladies and gentlemen, and the SIT and CID have raided the residences of Zubin Garg's manager, Siddharth Sharma, and another event organizer, in fact, Anjali Pandey as well. Now, this is in connection with the events surrounding Zubin Garg's recent death, which has created a lot of mystery. Siddharth Sharma, ladies and gentlemen, is reportedly on run, and in fact, protesters have also gathered at his residence. And as we speak, SIT and CID are conducting raids at the residences of Zubin Garg's manager, Siddharth Sharma. The manager is on the run, as we are getting to know, and it's believed to have acquired significant wealth and properties as well. In fact, protesters have now surrounded Siddharth Sharma's house prior to the raids. In fact, the circumstances of Zubin Garg's death in Singapore is currently being investigated by the authorities. Remember, there is a lot of mystery surrounding Zubin Garg's death, with the raids on his manager and the organizer being part of this deepening mystery. All right, let's cut straight across to Anirudh, who's joining me live on this bulletin. Anirudh, we are getting to know that SIT is conducting raids as we speak at the residence of Zubin Garg's manager. What are the other updates that you're picking up, and what is the exact role of Siddharth Sharma that the police is currently probing into? Anirudh.
Yes, Justice for Zubin Garg has been on the top of the trend as far as Assam is concerned. Everyone, any unison has been echoing that justice for Zubin is must. And we have witnessed that since yesterday, raids have begun at the residence of Syamkanu Mahanta, who was the organizer of the Northeast Festival in Singapore, as well as raids, simultaneous raids were also carried out at the residence of Siddharth Sharma yesterday. And today we are witnessing that raids are currently underway at the residence of Syamkanu Mahanta for the second consecutive day. Syamkanu Mahanta is still at Lurs, and we have sources have confirmed to us that he is still in Singapore. He has not returned to Guwahati or India. And there is a public outcry that they should be immediately arrested and put behind the bars. Not only put behind the bars, but the Zubin Garg fans, they have been demanding strict action against them. And that is the reason why yesterday Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has also clearly indicated that as CBI inquiry will also be constituted, and all the formalities have already been started by the state government to hand this case to the Central Bureau of Investigation for further inquiry. The role of Siddharth Sharma as far as in this entire mysterious death of Zubin Garg is concerned.
Right.
His
Absolutely.
role has been that it is...
Anirudh, yes. Thank you for getting us those updates. We'll, of course, be closely tracking the story. All right, it's time to track some other stories that are making headlines from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Trailblazer Surekha Yadav, Asia's first woman locomotive pilot, is set to take retirement on the 30th of September after 36 years of service. Her career has been instrumental in paving the way for millions of women ahead in venturing into such predominantly male-dominated industries. Chhattisgarh CM Vishnu Deo Sahai, on the occasion of late BJP leader Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay's birth anniversary yesterday, pays a tribute to Pandit's life and legacy. He claims that Chhattisgarh government to engage in service of Antyodaya, focusing on the development of the person standing at the very end of the society, as was pronounced by the latter. The Chetla Agrani Club has set up Durga Puja Pandal based on the theme of Amrita Kumbher Shandhane, the search for the nectar. The Pandal displays the scene of Samrudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean, with a huge Shivlinga installed right at the center, constructed using over 3 crore Rudraksha beads. All right, US President Donald Trump has announced fresh tariffs this time, targeting pharmaceutical drugs. Now, this move, ladies and gentlemen, is effective from October 1st and is expected to hit the Indian drug makers hard, given America their biggest export market. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Donald Trump has declared a 100% tariff on branded and patented pharmaceutical drugs imported into the United States. The announcement was made on his social media platform Truth Social. Trump clarified that the tariffs will not apply to companies that are building new manufacturing plants inside America. However, uncertainty remains for firms already operating in the United States. The US imported $233 billion worth of pharmaceutical products in 2024, with prices set to double in some cases. Concerns are rising about inflation and healthcare costs for Americans. For India, this is a matter of concern. The US is India's largest market for medicines. In 2024 alone, India exported over $3.6 billion worth of pharma products to America. Indian firms fear that complex generic medicines and specialty medicines may also fall under scrutiny.
All right, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, MiG-21 flies through Indian skies for last time. Rajnath terms it as national pride. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar back with his dadagiri as he snaps at flood-hit farmers' request. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए
What would be the primary identity of an individual in any state? Would the primary identity be by religion or by language?
The state in India never dominated the society, ever.
It couldn't.
The society is what kept the country one. Now, the state had a quarrel with the society always, and that conflict was at its peak in the last century. That conflict has abated now. Even the Supreme Court has recognized Hindutva as the legitimate philosophy of India. So far as federalism is concerned, federalism gives local people an opportunity to participate in politics. So long as the society is broadly Hindu civilization, this federalism is not going to affect us because the politicians can never remain united.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए,
has made a perfect start to their Premier League campaign, having won all the 5 matches in the top flight so far. Mohamed Salah and co will be put through their places, in fact, when they take on the Crystal Palace on Saturday. Palace have been one of the standout teams so far, and with the 3 wins in the 5 matches, they are currently placed 5th in the EPL point tables.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज, यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we'll get you updates on how Ladakh is still on the edge. Curfew has been imposed, and Sonam Wangchuk, the climate activist there, is under the scanner. We'll get you more updates on this. Let's start with the headlines first. Indian Air Force bids an emotional farewell to its supersonic warehouse MIG-21. Ceremony held at Chandigarh Air Base.
तो MIG-21 तो हमारा नेशनल प्राइड है, यह तो हमारी रक्षा का शील्ड रहा है, हमारी शक्ति का यह सिंबल रहा है, और इसलिए इसका सम्मान करना भला हम कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं।
MIG-21 flies through Indian skies for the one last time. Rajnath Singh terms it a national pride. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar back with his dadakiri as he snaps at flood-hit farmers' request. Sonam Wangchuk's speech post-Ladakh violence is under the police scanner. Shilpa Shetty rubbishes report of Raj Kundra giving her 50 crore rupees in a fraud case, moves court against the defamatory campaign against her. Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir meets US President Donald Trump at the Oval Office today. After delayed negotiation, India-US trade talks see progress. Pending issues may be resolved soon. All right, let's start with a breaking update that is coming in. We're learning that after Operation Sindoor, Pakistan is rebuilding its terror dens. Last week, we exposed how Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen are shifting their terror training centers and accommodation centers to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And now we're learning that it has now been observed that along with Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen, Pakistan's largest state-sponsored and UN-designated terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba, has also shifted its large operational and training infra deeper into Khyber. And this is a big breaking update that we're getting for you. That following India's Operation Sindoor, which targeted and destroyed 9 major terrorist hideouts across POK, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, not just Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, but now we're learning that LET has also moved its bases deep inside Pakistan's Khyber, near the Afghan border is what we're learning. And this is quite concerning, but because with POK now under India's scrutiny, all these terror groups have in fact shifted westwards towards Khyber, and we're learning that all the organizations are entrenching themselves in Khyber province. So this has happened after Operation Sindoor, remember, during which as many as 9 terror dens of Pakistan terror groups, they were destroyed, decimated by the Indian Army. And now all these groups embedded in the countries, they have started relocating, and now they have chosen Khyber, that is near the Afghan border. So they've started shifting towards the west side of their country, fearing India and the armed forces. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan, who's been tracking all these details very closely. Ishan, Republic TV exposed how there were few organizations that were moving towards Khyber last week, and now we're learning that LET has also decided to move westwards in Pakistan, fearing the Indian armed forces. Give us more details.
Yes, we have seen in recent months that multiple terror organizations of Pakistan have started moving their operations to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. They are doing this for 2 primary reasons. One, that it is further away from the Indian armed forces and Indian region, and it is closer to the Afghan border. Afghan border currently is a very porous border, and a lot of weapons have been flowing in through the Afghan border into Pakistan and into the hands of these terror organizations. Furthermore, it is also noted that when United States left Afghanistan in a hurry, it was then that they had left around $1 billion worth of small arms in the region, and these small arms that had been left behind by the United States military is now being trickled down into the hands of terror organizations. They have been markets and they have been selling these, and now these are slowly making their way across the border into Pakistan. The Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region has also recently seen multiple attacks on Pakistani military posts, and Pakistan is slowly losing control of this region as multiple organizations have waged war not only against India, but they have also started waging war against Pakistan state. And now we see that LET has also shifted a major part of its operation and training premises into the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region.
Absolutely, and those are the visuals on your screen that you can see. Those are from Khyber, where now the LET is making the infrastructure there. Now let me bring in Major General Rajan Kochar. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. We all saw what happened during Operation Sindoor. As many as 9 terror bases were destroyed by Indian armed forces, and now we can see that not just several other terror groups, but LET has also decided to move towards the west side of the country because they are fearful of our armed forces, keeping a track on them on POK. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Yeah.
Please go on, sir.
Oh, now you see what is happening is that
Pakistan has to project an image to the world that there are no terror camps within Pakistan. So once you have terror camps in, say, a POKJ area, you are liable to scrutiny because the Indian forces have the capability of infiltration. You can carry out surgical strikes in these areas. You can carry out aerial strikes in these areas. So now Pakistan has moved into a slightly safer zone. And when I am being into the safer zone, it means into an area called Bandai. It is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I believe in 2024, land has been acquired there by Hizbul Mujahideen, and this area has been named as HM313. So that is the intelligence inputs, and what we are able to gather from open sources is that recruitment and gathering and training has already started in these areas. A place called Mansehra, where last it was reported that a training was carried out, and also reports of Lashkar-e-Toiba also getting further access to this area. So there are three implications of this move. Firstly is that we are aware that Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is a mountainous area. Ravines are there. So natural camouflage and concealment will be there. So it will be difficult to hit these targets. Second is the distance from India. Again, you see proximity of this to the Afghanistan border and away from the Jammu and Kashmir border also gives it a strategic depth. So that is the second important aspect. And the third important aspect is, as you mentioned, that it is closer to Afghanistan border, where Pakistan Army has got its own checkpost there. And militant to militant, there is always a connection. And even the Al-Qaeda groups in Afghanistan would have access to this militant group in Pakistan. And since the border is porous, a possibility of movement of weapons, ammunition, and drugs and money cannot be ruled out. So these are the 3-4 strategic and tactical reasons I can visualize why these camps have moved there.
Absolutely. Now, in fact, all the terror bases are being shifted westwards toward Afghanistan border, fearing what has happened during the Operation Sindoor. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. And now we're shifting our focus. We have a breaking update coming in from the national capital as far as Sanjay Kapoor's case is in fact concerned. We're learning that Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle is in the Delhi High Court. The hearing is underway on the plea filed by Sanjay Kapoor's wife, Priya Sachdev Kapoor, to file the details of the assets in the sealed cover. Mahesh Jethmalani arguing for Karishma Kapoor's children. In fact, remember, Karishma Kapoor's children, they've also sought 1/5 of the property, and this is a 30,000 crore property battle that has reached the Delhi High Court. We're learning that Mahesh Jethmalani opposes plea for confidentiality of details by Priya Sachdeva, says the matter does not warrant such NDA. Let me go across to Rhythm Bhardwaj for more on this. Take us through what is happening in the Delhi High Court as far as the Sanjay Kapoor inheritance case is concerned.
Let's tell our viewers, these are big allegations that are now coming in the inheritance battle. Today, what has happened is Priya Sachdeva has filed a plea before the Delhi High Court. In that, she says that all the details of all the assets should be kept confidential. That is what the lawyer in the court is stating today. However, Mahesh Jethmalani, senior advocate appearing for Karishma Kapoor children, is stating in the court that my financial assets have been widely disclosed. Cyber security exists in every case. I am not greedy, but why should it not be in why should the assets be kept confidential and this secret should be there? The reason he's saying this is he's saying he's opposing this plea for confidentiality of details that is being filed by Priya Sachdeva, where he says this matter is something that requires confidentiality. Mahesh Jethmalani he says, I don't think it does. He says, I need sunlight in this case because I have not even been told about the assets. I want to tell our viewers the case is once again taking on a very heated discussion in the court, where Justice Jyoti has now said, what do we do in this case? Can you look into the Delhi High Court rules? And Mahesh Jethmalani says, at this stage, confidentiality is a cloak that we don't want, which means that as someone is being deprived of assets, it cannot be confidential. Very assertive words from senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani in the Delhi High Court, where he says, and this is very crucial to understand, 2 accounts have been wiped clean. 6% share has been appropriated. According to this bogus will, he says, I have been deprived of everything. For me, there is no confidentiality. What is there to hide? I think these are very big statements being made for Karishma Kapoor's children in the Delhi High Court, and the Delhi High Court is going to be looking into the contentions that have been made by Mahesh Jethmalani, who opposes this plea for confidentiality. The 2 children of Karishma and Sanjay Kapoor's children had filed their pleas in this case, and Jethmalani says, I have written a press statement from then. I do not go on television. Rajiv Nair says, we've seen faces on television. But the court asks Priya Sachdeva's lawyer the question, why should there be anything in sealed cover in this case? This is what they'll have to satisfy the court with. And of course, once again, the basic thing that is always said by lawyers in such cases, there could be a media trial. So we have to see what the court orders today, whether the court is going to agree with this or whether the court is going to, actually go ahead and say that everything should be out in the open.
Absolutely. And Rhythm, do tell us more about this plea that has been filed by Priya Sachdeva. She has said that the assets of Sanjay Kapoor should be kept a secret. What reason has she given for this?
So the reason that they have given for this is, number one, there could be a media trial. And number two, they are saying that everything needs to be under wraps because there is a trial by the press, according to them. It's in the media, and I have provided 97 lakhs to the children. Once again, Priya Sachdeva's
इस वाली स्क्रीन पे यहाँ वॉल पे
So the court is asking, what is the nature of this case? The court is also asking, do you all stand here and say you will not go to the press? He is saying he will not put it in sealed cover, but it must not be leaked to the press, is what the Delhi High Court is saying. And, there's lots of allegations being made in the court.
That. And now shifting our focus in New York, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar delivered a blunt and uncompromising message. The world must adopt zero tolerance towards terrorism, calling terror the biggest disruptor of peace and development. He also urged nations to unite against terror. Here's what he said.
In an economically fragile situation helps no one. Therefore, the way out is to move the needle towards dialogue and diplomacy, not in the opposite direction towards further complications. In any conflict situation, there will be a few who have the ability to engage both sides. Such countries can be utilized by the international community, both to achieve peace and to maintain it thereafter. So even as we attempt to address complex threats to peace, the value of encouraging a buy-in from those supportive of such goals should be appreciated. A persistent threat to development is that perennial disruptor of peace, terrorism. It is imperative that the world display neither tolerance nor accommodation to terrorist activities. Given the extensive networking among terrorists, those who act against them on any front actually render a larger service to the international community as a whole. As we confront conflict, economic pressures and terrorism, The limitations of multilateralism and the United Nations in particular are visible. The need for reforming multilateralism has never been greater. Colleagues, the international situation is today both politically and economically volatile. We, as members of G20, have a particular responsibility to strengthen its stability and give it a more positive direction. That is best done by undertaking dialogue and diplomacy, by firmly combating terrorism, and by appreciating the need for stronger energy and economic security. I thank you.
All right, now shifting our focus, Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty has been in the news lately after reports claim that she received 15 crore rupees from her husband Raj Kundra about 10 years ago, linked to an investigation that the Mumbai Economic Offence Wing is carrying out. However, through her lawyers now, Shilpa Shetty has strongly denied these claims. She has issued an official statement and it has been mentioned, and I quote, "At the outset, we would like to say that this piece of information is totally fake and intentionally planted in the public domain to defame my client." And this is the statement that has come in from the lawyer of Shilpa Shetty. We shall go to the root of the mischief and adopt the due process of law to file criminal proceeding and civil damages against all the news articles circulating to defame my client. In fact, this is as far as the allegations against her are concerned. Her lawyer has dismissed reports that she received 15 crore rupees from her husband, businessman Raj Kundra, who, remember, is under the scanner in a case related to 60 crore cheating case. Remember, he's been questioned by the Mumbai police, and now in a statement, Shilpa Shetty, through her lawyers, have dismissed the report that she's taken 15 crore from her husband, and she's called this totally fake and a totally false information that has come to the fore. And the statement, as we told you, said that she will be moving the court to seek relief against the defamatory campaign, is what she is calling against her. Let me go across to my colleague Meenakshi, who's been tracking this story very closely. Meenakshi, there were several allegations that have come to the fore regarding Shilpa Shetty, that she took 15 crore rupees from Raj Kundra. Now she's saying that this is a defamation campaign. All the details that have come in are completely false. Take us through what the allegations were and what she has said now.
See, it's clear that they are protecting themselves by saying it's a fake news. This was a controversy regarding Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra case on 60 crore cheating case, that Raj Kundra transferred nearly 15 crore to Shilpa Shetty's account. This amount for this BAPS TV deal private limited, which was owned by Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra, and they had a share of 87% of this company. So after getting all details, Shilpa Shetty's lawyer now saying that they are they will go to root of the mischief, because they are saying no such amount was never received by Shilpa Shetty from Raj Kundra at this stage, and they are saying they can't reveal anything further as the matter is sub judice. Now, the controversy was that Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra had 87% share of BAPS Deal Private Limited, and they got a loan from Deepak Kothari of 60 crore rupees, and they are saying they will invest this money to BAPS TV Deal Private Limited. And Deepak Kothari gave that loan to these people, Raj Kundra and Shilpa Shetty. After that, many years passes, but Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra not saying and they about this loan, and they were not paying any penny to Deepak Kothari. And Deepak Kothari filed a FIR at Juhu police station, and after that, as its amount is over than 10 crore, EOW has taken the case. Now, EOW had summoned Raj Kundra. Raj Kundra recorded his statement last week, and now there is a report, there is a source-based information that EOW may call Shilpa Shetty for this case investigation, because they got to know that there are several transactions from Rajkundra's account to several accounts like Bipasa Basu, like Neha
Absolutely, and all
Bhutia,
this
like
after a
Shilpa
cheating
Shetty
case, a 60
account.
crore cheating case that was filed against Raj Kundra. Thanks so much, Meenakshi, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. And now let's get you the top national stories of the day in 1 minute. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. At 8 a.m. today, the counting of the votes commenced for the 5th general elections of the BTC amid tight security in Assam. Senior police officer Somen Burma conducted a flag march in UP's Mirzapur district in light of the ongoing 9-day Navratri festivities there and the public outrage against the now arrested Saroj Sangram over the objectionable video regarding religion. This morning, the Crime Investigation Agency, in a joint operation with the Delhi Police Special Cell, apprehended the two who were wanted in the murder of Neeraj Tehlan, Mohit Jhakar, 29-year-old, and Jatin, 21-year-old, from Sector 99 in Gurugram. Both the accused were injured in the encounter, and now they've been shifted to the civil hospital in Sector 10 for treatment. 2 loaded pistols and 5 cartridges and 1 motorbike were also recovered from them. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about Pakistan, how Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir met with US President Donald Trump at the Oval Office today. And also on the other side, after delayed negotiation, India-US trade talks may see progress. Pending issues may be resolved soon, and we'll give you more update on this as well after this very short break. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः।
This is Republic Jack Olivall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSME से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं।
Updates coming in right now. Viewer Sonam Wangchuk arrested by Ladakh police. Huge update coming in. Sonam Wangchuk has been arrested for provocative speech. This is coming in as, let's tell you the latest details. Sonam has been arrested by the Leh police, arrested for provocative speech. The arrest happened just a short while back. It happened just a short while back around 2:30 p.m. from the outskirts of Leh. And the team, which was led by the DG Ladakh, SD Jamwal, has made that arrest. A huge update coming in right now. Viewers on Republic TV, Sonam Wangchuk has already been arrested. The arrest happened just 1 hour back, approximately. He has been arrested by the Leh police. We're trying to get our viewers more updates. Let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran is joining us live right now. And Gursimran, what is happening right now? Of course, there was a lot of suspicion around him, but the arrest has happened. Sonam Wangchuk has been arrested.
Yes, this is the confirmation we are getting from the sources in the Ladakh administration that Sonam Wangchuk has been placed under the arrest. The arrest has been made by the team of Leh police. It was headed by the deputy, director general of the Leh police, the head of the UT police, Shivdeep Singh Jamwal, who was part of the team that made the arrest, and now he's being taken to an unknown location. We are told that the official confirmation will only come from the authorities only when Sonam Wangchuk is taken out from this area to a safer location. So he has been booked for the provocative speeches. It was Republic only which this afternoon broke the news that the statements that are being made by Sonam Wangchuk post the arrest, post the unrest that has taken place, those statements are also under radar, and there will be an action that will be taken by the administration. There will be an action that will be taken by the authorities, and now the action stands taken. We are told that not only the police but also the intelligence agencies officials, they were also present when this arrest has been made. Now it has to be seen how things pan out from this very place, but for now it is confirmed that Sonam Wangchuk has been arrested by the Leh police.
That is right. So this is for provocative speech. Arnab is joining us live. Arnab, I'm coming across to you right now. Already we saw that the FCRA certificate of Sonam Wangchuk's NGO was cancelled, was suspended. And then we told our viewers source-based information which had come in the morning that his speeches were also being scanned and there would be some legal action. And now the legal action has